Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Thor never expected the one he had spent 3 whole days hunting. The thief who stole Mjolnir was none other than Luo Bai. He'd actually liked Luo Bai at first. After all, not many people could consistently make Loki look bad. And every time Thor saw his brother scowl at the mention of Luo Bai, along with mutterings of that strange man, Thor's impression of him had grown increasingly favorable. But now, Luo Bai was the one who had taken his hammer. Thor's expression changed in an instant. Friendly disbelief turned into grim seriousness. He was furious, no doubt. But more than that, he was shocked. For a long moment, he stared at Luo Bai, then finally asked, incredulous, "You can lift my hammer?" Everyone knew Mjolnir didn't just respond to strength. Since Odin enchanted it, only those deemed worthy could lift it. Until now, only Thor and Odin had ever done so. But the timeline didn't add up. When Luo Bai had taken the hammer, Odin's spell had not yet been cast. Technically, anyone could have lifted it, but still, that didn't explain how Luo Bai had done it. Maybe it was just luck, or maybe it was something else. Luo Bai, with his ever-present aura of chance and chaos, simply shrugged. I can. Thor blinked. What? Impossible, he snapped. Only I can lift it. But doubt crept in. Thor had been without the hammer for some time, and now he was starting to wonder if Luo Bai was telling the truth. Prove it, Thor said, handing Mjolnir over. Luo Bai took it casually, effortlessly. The weightless lift made Thor's jaw tighten. His eyes widened, shock giving way to the same stunned disbelief Odin had shown when Gungnir had chosen Luo Bai. No, this can't be happening, Thor muttered, as if the sky itself were collapsing. Luo Bai scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Look, I didn't mean to steal it. I was just learning magic, testing out a summoning spell, and there was a bit of misfire. I didn't realize it was your hammer. But the apology didn't seem to reach Thor, who stood muttering to himself, throwing the hammer up, calling it back, inspecting it as if it might have been swapped. Seeing Thor so distracted, Luo Bai tried to slip away. Anyway, I'll head out. Your father's waiting for me. Thor didn't respond, still lost in his disbelief. Luo Bai gave him a final wave, then disappeared from sight. Moments later, Luo Bai, come back. Lift it again. This isn't right. Thor's voice echoed across Asgard. But by then, Luo Bai was already inside the main hall. There, Odin sat atop the golden throne in full God King regalia. He looked even older than before. God King, Luo Bai greeted politely. Odin gave a nod, his expression unusually warm. You've come, Luo Bai asked. Was it something urgent? Thor mentioned you were looking for me. Instead of answering, Odin asked, how are you getting along with Gungnir? I haven't used it much, Luo Bai admitted. On Earth, it's a little excessive. Odin gave a nostalgic nod. It served me well. Gods and demons alike feared its power. I believe you'll use it well. Then his tone shifted. I didn't call you here without reason, Odin began. Kamar-Taj and Asgard have long stood apart. The Ancient One and I respected each other's boundaries. But your arrival has changed the balance. Luo Bai tilted his head. Change how? Odin paused, as if unsure how to phrase it. Finally, he asked, Luo Bai, have you heard of Ragnarok? The name rang familiar. Luo Bai nodded slowly. I've heard of it. Odin sighed, weariness in his voice. Long ago, I sacrificed one of my eyes to drink from the well of wisdom. It gave me foresight. I saw the end, Ragnarok, and I saw Thor ending it. But recently, something changed. You appeared in my visions. Me? Luo Bai asked, puzzled. Why? I don't know, Odin admitted. But fate now revolves around you. Gungnir chose you. The time stone won't reveal your future. That alone speaks volumes. Luo Bai's face grew serious. I did try to look, but nothing appeared. Odin nodded. Exactly. You're not part of this world's timeline. You have no predetermined fate. Because I'm not from here, Luo Bai realized aloud. Odin continued. The time stone can predict almost any being's future, but not yours. You are not only foreign to this universe, you're unique. In every multiverse, every possible world, there is only one you. That makes you the only true free agent. You alone can defy fate. And that's why you may either prevent Ragnarok or trigger it. Luo Bai's mind raced. It was all starting to make sense now. So, you brought me here to warn me? Odin shook his head. No, I brought you to remind you that the stakes are higher now. I don't have much time left. Thor will soon be king. And if Asgard falls, Earth will suffer. Countless powers are stirring across the multiverse. You and Thor may need to work together. Luo Bai nodded. You want us to be allies? Yes, Odin said simply. He's not strong enough yet, but he will grow. The fact that I can see your importance means other cosmic forces will soon take notice too. Kamar-Taj and Asgard united. Not enemies, but allies against something far greater. Luo Bai understood now. And Ragnarok? It hadn't begun yet, but the storm was coming. When Odin foresaw that Luo Bai would become a key figure in influencing Ragnarok, he realized he had underestimated both the Ancient One's decision and the potential of the new Supreme Sorcerer. The old alliance between Asgard and Kamar-Taj had been stable during the previous generation. But now, with the Ancient One gone and Luo Bai in her place, the balance was uncertain. Odin knew Thor's impulsive nature wouldn't allow for delicate negotiations. That task fell to him. Luo Bai, understanding the gravity of Odin's summons, responded respectfully. He didn't come to threaten or challenge, and his tone reflected calm certainty. God King, he said, you don't need to worry. Earth does need Asgard. It was a clear signal. Kamar-Taj and Asgard would continue as allies. There would be no war, no shift in stance. Luo Bai, as Sorcerer Supreme, had no interest in conflict. Odin nodded in satisfaction, ready to move the conversation forward. But before he could say another word, the doors to the throne room burst open. Luo Bai, Thor stormed in, loud and uninvited. Odin's eyes narrowed, but Thor paid him no attention. He marched directly to Luo Bai and demanded, Tell me, how did you lift my hammer? Luo Bai blinked, exasperated. Still on that? He thought. I honestly don't know. Luo Bai replied with a shrug. Maybe. I'm just lucky. Impossible. Thor shouted. No one but me can lift Mjolnir. Thor's pride had taken a serious hit. To him, Mjolnir wasn't just a weapon. It was a symbol of his worth. Now that someone else had lifted it, he couldn't let it go. If you can lift my hammer, then fight me. Thor challenged. Prove your strength. Just as Thor reached for his weapon, Odin's voice thundered through the hall. Thor! Thor froze. Father, this wizard, he stole my hammer once. What? Odin muttered, confused. Back in Asgard, someone used magic to take it. I confirmed it was him. He admits it. He's mocking Asgard. At that, Odin's expression changed. So that's what that incident was about. He remembered Thor ranting about a missing hammer and throwing blame toward Kamar-Taj. At the time, Odin thought Thor had merely crossed a line with the wrong people. Luo Bai calmly stepped in. He's not wrong. That did happen, but it was an accident. Odin raised a hand. There's no need to explain, Supreme Sorcerer. His gaze shifted back to Thor, now full of disappointment. Thor, he said sternly, you are the god of thunder, and yet you cannot even keep hold of your own weapon? What? Thor was stunned. But father, it was magic. No more excuses. Odin barked. You should be ashamed. Thor tried again, but I've heard enough. Odin interrupted coldly. You need to grow up, Thor. He let the words sink in, then turned to Luo Bai with a thoughtful expression. Luo Bai, Odin said, Gungnir is not just a weapon. It is a symbol of my rule. If Thor ever strays in the future, use Gungnir. Correct him for me. Luo Bai was stunned. Is Odin entrusting his son to me? Even though Thor couldn't currently defeat him in battle, such authority was no small matter. I wouldn't call it correction, Luo Bai said lightly. Let's just say, I'm open to sparring. Thor, still reeling, blinked. Wait, what Gungnir? Odin inhaled deeply. I gave Gungnir to Luo Bai. What? Thor staggered as if punched in the gut. Gungnir was the symbol of the All-Father, his father's legendary spear. And Odin had given it to Luo Bai? His voice trembled. Father, I'm your son. Odin's face darkened. He couldn't exactly say that the spear had chosen Luo Bai and flown off on its own. That would be too humiliating. So he steeled his tone. Precisely. You are my son, and that's why you need to mature. I do not believe you're ready to be king. So I've entrusted the Supreme Sorcerer to guide you. If needed, he has my full authority. Thor stared, speechless. Supreme Sorcerer, Odin continued, take out Gungnir. Show him. With a wave of his hand, Luo Bai summoned the spear. When Gungnir materialized in Luo Bai's grasp, Thor's jaw dropped. He wasn't just beaten, he was outclassed, outrespected, and outranked. Everything hurt. But why? Thor finally asked. He's just an earth wizard. What's so special about the Supreme Sorcerer? Odin ignored the question, instead turning to Luo Bai with sincerity. I hope today's conversation reminds you that Asgard values this alliance. Thor is still young. I ask that you give him time. In that moment, Odin was no longer the All-Father, but simply a father asking for a future for his son. Luo Bai bowed slightly. Asgard and Kamar-Taj will remain allies, so long as Asgard remains worthy of that trust. Their discussion ended there. Luo Bai exited the hall. Thor followed, still visibly confused. Only when they were alone did Thor finally speak up. What did you talk about with my father? Not much, Luo Bai replied with a sigh. But he cares about you a lot. Of course he does, Thor said proudly. But still, I don't get why he gave you Gungnir. Didn't he say it was so I could educate you in the future? Luo Bai chuckled. Thor didn't respond immediately. Then, with narrowed eyes, he asked, Did my father give you anything else? Luo Bai raised an eyebrow. Like what? Thor leaned in, deadly serious. He didn't give you Asgard's inheritance, did he? Luo Bai blinked. What the? Luo Bai was speechless, so speechless that he didn't even want to pay attention to Thor anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, Luo Bai said. He planned to leave Asgard to see how Stark was handling the situation. But Thor was very depressed at this time, and chased Luo Bai and asked, Luo Bai, tell me why father gave Gungnir to you, and why can you lift my hammer? Luo Bai, ask your father. After saying this, he opened the portal. He didn't want to stay in Asgard any longer. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the power of the fairy changed. Power. Very strong power. Over there. Over there. In Luo Bai's will, the fairy power kept repeating these words. This made him feel helpless. Why was it that the power of the demon was causing trouble again? Luo Bai wanted to suppress the power of the fairy, but the power of the fairy was becoming very powerful. In addition, some time has passed, and Luo Bai is now very hungry. So he plans to listen to the fairy power and go to see the situation. The fairy power seemed to have a clear destination for the source of its power. So Luo Bai directly opened the portal. Behind the portal is darkness, a darkness without any light. Where is this? Aren't you going to Earth? This doesn't seem to be Earth. Thor couldn't help asking, as he seemed to find the world after the door was opened very strange. However, just as Thor finished speaking, a roar was heard. Immediately afterwards, a stream of red and black, unknown liquid rushed out from the world on the other side of the portal. Be careful, Thor shouted and ran to the side. Luo Bai released the power of the fairy at that time. Although the force was strong, it seemed that it had no intention of resisting and was absorbed by Luo Bai almost without any resistance. It was so fast that it was over before Thor, who was standing by, even understood what was happening. What happened just now? What rushed out? Thor asked in confusion. Luo Bai frowned, and it was obvious that he hadn't reacted yet. But he could clearly feel that there was an extra force in his body, and that force was very strong. He did not answer Thor's question, but closed the portal and closed his eyes to feel it. It was not until the fairy power completely devoured and copied the power, just now that Luo Bai finally understood what that thing that rushed out was. Was that TIE particles just now? Luo Bai muttered. Because his voice was so soft, Sol couldn't hear it clearly. So he asked, "What is it?" TIE particles are actually real raw stones. A long time ago, the reality stone was obtained by Malekith, the leader of the Dark World. They transformed the reality stone into liquid form, becoming TIE particles. TIE particles can transform all matter into darkness, but TIE particles require a host and will draw energy from the host's life force. Malekith integrates with TIE particles. He wanted to use TIE particles to turn the Earth and even the 9 realms into his dark kingdom, but he was sealed by Odin's father. It is rumored that Odin's father not only defeated Malekith, but also sealed all the dark elves in the dark world, and the TIE particles were also destroyed in that battle. But in fact, TIE particles have never been destroyed. It just ran into the universe by itself, looking for a new host. Unexpectedly, TIE particles were perceived by the power of the fairy. Now, this thing has been swallowed. For a moment, Luo Bai was speechless. He was wondering why the fairy power was suddenly so excited. It turned out that it was because it sensed the power of the reality stone. Good news, Luo Bai has the 4th rough stone. The bad news is that it was swallowed, so Luo Bai has now become a reality rough stone. This is really surprising. Luo Bai, what's wrong with you? Seeing that he didn't respond, Thor couldn't help but ask. Although there were indeed some conflicts between him and Luo Bai, considering that his father had a good attitude towards Luo Bai and that Luo Bai was also protecting the Earth, Thor did not regard Luo Bai as an enemy. Just now, when Thor saw an unknown force surging into Luo Bai's body, he was a little worried. So asking shows concern. "I'm fine," Luo Bai said. "That's good. I thought something happened to you when I saw you didn't speak just now. Of course, I'm definitely not concerned about you. I'm just asking," Thor said. Luo Bai didn't listen to him much, because at that time Luo Bai was thinking about a problem. TIE particles appeared, which meant that the sleeping Malekith woke up. Malekith has always wanted to use TIE particles to change the entire universe, so he will definitely come looking for the reality stone. If I go back to Earth now, Malekith should be there with a large army soon. As the Sorcerer Supreme, it is not very rational to bring chaos to the Earth. Malekith hates Asgard anyway, so he will definitely lead his troops to attack. So now he can stay in Asgard and wait for Malekith, saving Luo by the trouble of looking for him. What's more, Luo Bai had just swallowed TIE particles, and now the fairy power was not very stable. He is now in urgent need of stabilizing the power of the goblins and studying the real rough stone at the same time. Thinking of this, Luo Bai turned to Thor and asked, "Is there any place to live in Asgard?" "Stop." Thor was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" "I plan to stay in Asgard for a while and experience the simple folk customs of Asgard," Luo Bai said. Thor, "Wait, didn't you just say you wanted to go back?" "I've changed my mind now. You go and tell your dad." "Forget it, I'll go by myself," Luo Bai said, turning around and preparing to walk towards the main hall. Thor followed him and said, "You want to live in Asgard? Although my father gave you Gunnagar, he would not agree to let you live here. You are not a citizen of Asgard." Soon the two of them arrived at the main hall of Asgard. Seeing Luo Bai coming back, Odin was a little confused. Before he could ask, Thor spoke up. "Father," Luo Bai said he wanted to stay in Asgard for a while. Odin was obviously confused after hearing this, and he glanced at Luo Bai. Luo Bai immediately replied, "TIE particles have appeared. Malekith should have awakened." Odin naturally understood what TIE particles were, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. "Where are the TIE particles?" Odin asked. "In my body. If I go back to Earth, Malekith will bring people to Earth. So I have to wait for him here with you. He will definitely come to Asgard," Luo Bai said. Odin was stunned. TIE particles, good stuff. It is said that Luo Bai is the center of the universe. This is too central. Considering the seriousness of the problem, Odin quickly agreed. "Thor, you must entertain the Supreme Sorcerer well during this period." Saul was confused. "No, why is his father so nice to Luo Bai? I am the future heir to the throne of Asgard. A wizard from Earth, asking a future king to entertain him?" Go! Odin shouted angrily. Thor! When Thor walked out of the main hall of Asgard, there was still confusion and depression on his face. The two of them walked on the road. Perhaps because he couldn't figure it out, Thor couldn't help but ask again, Luo Bai, why is my father so good to you? Because Asgard and Kamar-Taj are allies. Luo Bai replied with a smile. So what exactly is Kamar-Taj? Why have I never heard of it before? And I didn't find this place when I went to Earth before. And what's the story behind your title of Sorcerer Supreme? Thor asked in confusion. Luo Bai thought for a moment and gave a brief explanation. The Sorcerer Supreme is the title of the most powerful wizard on Earth. As for Kamar-Taj, if you regard Kamar-Taj as Asgard, then the Sorcerer Supreme's position in Kamar-Taj is equivalent to your father's current position. After hearing this, Thor finally understood a little, but he still didn't understand. What did you say to my father before about TIE particles and the Dark World? You should know that Asgard controls the 9 realms, and the Dark World is one of the 9 realms, right? Luo Bai asked. Thor nodded and agreed. I know this. I heard that Asgard defeated the Dark World and sealed it away. TIE particles are weapons developed by the leader of the Dark World. It was originally a rough stone, called the Reality Rough Stone. It is rumored that it was destroyed, but in fact it has always existed. What you saw entering my body just now was TIE particles. Luo Bai said, So that's what entered your body before? Thor asked in surprise. He looked a little serious and asked, Will it do any harm to you? Luo Bai said nothing. Originally, TIE particles would be harmful if they enter the body. After all, this thing obtains energy by sucking the life of the host. However, since there is now a more powerful fairy power suppressing Luo Bai's body, it not only has no effect, but also enhances Luo Bai's ability. Thinking about this, Luo Bai replied, It will not cause any harm to me. That's good. Thor muttered, as if relieved. Seeing the faint smile on Luo Bai's face, he explained, I'm not concerned about you, but my father asked me to take care of you. You can't get into trouble around me. I haven't forgotten that you secretly took my hammer before, and my father just scolded me for it. Luo Bai smiled and replied, I am indeed sorry about your hammer incident, but I think as the future God King of Asgard, you should not care about such a small matter. Hearing the words, future God King, Thor was so happy that he almost floated up. He was a little depressed at first, but he suddenly became cheerful. Of course not. In fact, what my father said is right. As the future heir of Asgard, it is indeed my problem that I can't even manage my own weapons. Tosol said, unable to hide the smile on his face. Luo Bai didn't say much, but continued. The appearance of TIE particles means that the dark elves of the Dark World have awakened. The Dark World once wanted to rule the entire 9 realms through TIE particles, so the first thing they did after awakening must be to look for TIE particles. Hearing this, Thor frowned. You just said that the TIE particles are on you, so aren't you the target of the Dark World? Luo Bai nodded and confirmed. That's about right, so they will send a large force to find me soon. Does my father still agree to let you stay in Asgard? Thor asked. Luo Bai is now the Dark World's first choice target. If Odin leaves him in Asgard, wouldn't that put Asgard in danger? Even if Kamar-Taj and Asgard are allies, wouldn't Asgard just send troops to help? There was no need for his father to put the entire Asgard into crisis because of this. Thor couldn't figure it out and was very confused. Seeing his thoughts, Luo Bai immediately replied, Thor, I know what you were thinking, but you have to know that it was Asgard that sealed the Dark World. Even if I leave now, the Dark World will still send troops to attack. So Asgard will face war whether I am here or not. If I am here, you will have more fighting power, right? After hearing what he said, Thor understood. That's right. Asgard and the Dark World have had a feud for a long time. Asgard will be attacked whether Luo Bai is here or not. In this case, there is nothing wrong with Luo Bai staying in Asgard. No wonder his father agreed to keep Luo Bai. However, if the Dark World sends troops, it will not be a matter of one person. It is a war between 2 worlds, although Luo Bai seemed to be quite strong before. But, are you going to help alone? Don't you need to call more people? Sol asked. Luo Bai thought for a while, and then replied, I think it's enough for me alone. You are quite confident, although Loki has suffered a lot from you. But this kind of world war is completely different. I am very experienced because I often lead troops to fight in the Nine Realms. You must have never experienced this kind of world war, Thor said, with pride on his face. Luo Bai smiled and replied, I have indeed never fought in a world war. Hearing what he said, Thor became even more proud. I knew it, but it's okay. Since my father told me to take good care of you, don't worry. People with me in the dark world will never hurt you. Well, you can live here. Thor spoke confidently. During the conversation between the two, they had already walked outside the room. Since Luo Bai still had to integrate his strength, he immediately replied, I'll take a rest first. Thor seemed to want to show off his achievements, so he immediately said, Do you want me to tell you about my experience in conquering the Nine Realms? Maybe I can provide you with some help. Luo Bai refused. No, thank you. Before Soul could speak, he slammed the door shut. Thor frowned and complained in a low voice. Forget it if you don't listen. Mage, just play with a knife or something. That's what my brother is like. After that he left. Inside the room, Luo Bai sighed and couldn't help but sigh. The world is finally clean. After taking a deep breath, Luo Bai meditated on the spot and began to study the rough reality stone in his body. I don't know how long it took before Luo Bai completely understood the ability and laws of the reality stone. The well-known ability of the reality stone is to modify reality, but the ability of a single reality stone is not as powerful as imagined and can modify the entire universe at will. Because a single rough stone of reality can modify reality to a certain extent. To put it simply, once the original stone leaves the modifiable range, the effect of the original stone will disappear. Luo Bai remembered that when watching the plot before, Thanos turned Mantis into paper after obtaining the reality stone. But after he left, Destroyer and Mantis returned to their original form. This situation occurs mainly because the reality stone modifies reality through its own energy. If you want to maximize the energy and effect of the original stones, you need to collect all the infinite original stones. Infinite rough stones can provide energy to each other, thus amplifying the effect of each rough stone. Malekith wants to use a single reality stone to modify reality and turn all 9 realms into a dark world. In theory, it can be achieved, but the premise is that he needs to provide powerful and continuous energy to the reality stone. Otherwise, once the distance is exceeded, the effect of the reality stone will be greatly reduced. After understanding the principle of raw stones, Luo Bai started to think. He still has 3 rough stones on his body, so can all the energy of the fairies in these 3 rough stones be absorbed? With this thought, Luo Bai took out 3 infinite rough stones and tried energy absorbing. Rumor has it that when the 6 infinity stones are added together, they possess almost the strongest power in the universe. Its power can grant almost any wish of its bearer. The 6 stones represent space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. However, the 6 raw stones are scattered all over the universe, and some of them are guarded by guardians, so it is not easy to collect them all. To obtain some of these raw stones, one may even have to pay a certain price. But even so, there are still many people in the universe who want to obtain these raw stones. Fortunately, Luo Bai has already collected 4 raw stones. Although the power of the 6 infinity stones will increase exponentially when they collide with each other, Luo Bai is not in a hurry to collect all the stones. After all, with his luck, it wouldn't be long before someone would deliver the remaining raw stones to his door, saving him the trouble of looking for them one by one. Therefore, what he needs to consider now is whether he can absorb all the energy of the few raw stones he currently has into his body. You know, the power of the 6 infinity stones integrated together is very strong. Ordinary people simply cannot control the energy of the 6 infinity stones, so they need the infinity gauntlet as a carrier to integrate the power of the 6 stones. But even with the help of the infinity gauntlet, ordinary people cannot withstand the power of 6 infinity stones. Now Luo Bai wants to absorb the power of the stone without using the infinity gauntlet, which makes him a little worried. He was not worried that he could not absorb the fairy power, but he was worried whether his body could withstand it. So he chose one of them, the Time Stone, to test first. In fact, the fairy power was almost unable to sit still when it saw the 3 Infinity Stones. He kept trying to bewitch Luo Bai's will and kept chanting, "Quick! Swallow them quickly! Swallow them all in one breath." It made him a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, Luo Bai controlled himself. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing the process of swallowing the raw stone, Luo Bai first locked himself in the mirror space. He then opened the eye of Agamotto and controlled the fairy power to slowly analyze, understand, and absorb the Time Stone. The green time energy was slowly absorbed into Luo Bai's body by the fairy power and integrated. After absorbing energy for a period of time, Luo Bai unexpectedly found that he did not seem to have any discomfort in his body. This is probably because the power of the fairy came into play. As the host of the fairy power, it takes time for the power to integrate with the host. Before, Luo Bai just tried to suppress the fairy power, but because the fairy power has self-awareness, the degree of integration between the two did not reach 100%. After this period of adjustment, Luo Bai unexpectedly discovered just now that he seemed to have completely integrated with the fairy power. This made Luo Bai feel relieved. Without hesitation, he released the fairy power and swallowed the Time Stone. After being devoured by the power of the goblins, the Time Stone exploded with powerful force, causing the Time particles that had been peaceful to protest in Luo Bai's body. Fortunately, the power of the goblins suppressed and dissolved most of the energy. After closing his eyes and meditating for a while, the power of the Time Stone finally settled down. Then Luo Bai tried to integrate. After an unknown amount of time had passed and the Time Stone was integrated, Luo Bai began to devour the second stone. The process is actually similar, except that there is an additional step of decomposition. Take the rough stone out of the container and then swallow integrate. It was unknown how long this process took. After it was completed, he began to devour, absorb, and integrate the third raw stone, until finally all the raw stones were integrated into Luo Bai's body, and there was no abnormal movement. Luo Bai then canceled the mirror space. As soon as the mirror space was canceled, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was as loud as B**************** G on a door. Hearing the noise, Luo Bai knew who was coming. When he opened the door, he saw Saul standing outside the door. As soon as the door opened, Thor complained, "You have been staying in this room for a whole week. If my father hadn't asked me not to disturb you, I would have smashed the door to see if anything happened to you. What's the matter with you looking for me in such a hurry?" Luo Bai asked. Sol responded helplessly, "I have nothing to do. It's just that the maid who brought you food didn't respond every time I knocked on the door. They came to me and told me about the situation, so I came to take a look. Don't you need to eat?" Luo Bai said nothing. Although he feels hungry every second now, what he needs is not food but energy. So after thinking about it, Luo Bai replied, "I have eaten it." "Have you eaten? Where did you go to eat before you even left the house?" Sol couldn't help but ask. Luo Bai didn't say anything, just smiled. The scene changed in the next second, and Sol, who was still standing at the door of the room, sat on a chair inside the room. Inexplicably, there was an extra beer glass in my hand. "Do you want something to drink?" Luo Bai asked. Sol glanced at the cup in his hand, and then responded, "Bar." As soon as he finished speaking, the originally empty beer glass was automatically filled with beer. Thor was confused again. Looking at the beer glass in his hand with confusion on his face, he seemed to be asking with his face, "What the hell? Where did this wine come from? Is this real beer?" While thinking about it, Thor took a sip. "Good guy. It's really wine. This is how your food comes from? Using the magic you mentioned to make it?" Sol asked. "Absolutely." Luo Bai responded lightly. After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for Thor to speak and continued to ask, "By the way, is there anything going on in Asgard recently?" "Asgard is okay. Nothing serious happened. Even if something happens, Heimdall will be able to find out as soon as possible." Thor said, "Heimdall, god of dawn. He is responsible for guarding the Rainbow Bridge, and possesses the eye of Heimdall that perceives all things to observe all things. His eyes can observe most of the 9 worlds as long as he wants to. So what Saul said is correct. Knowing that there was no movement in the dark world, Luo Bai planned to meditate again to integrate the energy of the original stone. After all, there are 4 energies in his body now, and it will take some time to fully integrate them. At present, Luo Bai has only temporarily suppressed the power so that they will not move abnormally. Thinking of this, Luo Bai asked, Saul, do you have anything else to do? If nothing happens, I want to rest for a while. It's nothing else, Thor muttered. Just as Luo Bai was about to speak, there was a sudden noise outside the door. Sol frowned and couldn't help complaining. Why is it so noisy outside? Because the Dark Elf army is coming, Luo Bai said. He looked straight into the distance and passed through many obstacles. I saw the Dark Elf army attacking Asgard on the Rainbow Bridge. At this time, Malekith is leading the army of the Dark World to attack Asgard. They first caused chaos in Asgard's dungeon. When the Asgard soldiers went to the dungeon to support them, most of them took advantage of the chaos and entered through the Rainbow Bridge. And all this was perceived by Luo Bai. After understanding the current situation, Luo Bai told the truth. Puppets from the Dark World have appeared in the dungeon. They are currently destroying the dungeon and releasing the prisoners. A large force has launched an attack on the front of the Rainbow Bridge. Sol frowned and couldn't help but ask, How do you know so clearly? Luo Bai calmly replied, I saw it. Certainly. Even if he didn't see it, Luo Bai understood the plot. It's just that Sol doesn't know clearly, so he is very confused now. How did you see it? Before Thor could figure it out, an Asgard soldier rushed over. As soon as he appeared, the soldier hurriedly spoke, God of Thunder, there is something strange happening in dungeon. Please go to support quickly. Before he could recover, another soldier rushed over and reported, God of Thunder, there is an enemy attacking from the front of the Rainbow Bridge. Please go quickly to support. Originally, Sol had some doubts about the authenticity of Luo Bai's words. After all, they were staying in the Asgard Palace at this time, which was a long way away from dungeon and the Rainbow Bridge. If you weren't there personally, it would be difficult to tell the specific situation. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai not only said it out loud, but also got it right. This made Thor a little surprised, and he couldn't help but ask, Do you, like Heimdall, have the eyes to perceive all things? The principle is similar, except that instead of using my eyes, I use ability. Luo Bai explained. Sol was a little surprised, and he felt more and more that Luo Bai was not simple. But he didn't have time to ask now. After all, the situation was urgent. Thinking of this, Thor raised his hammer and said immediately, Forget it, this matter is not important. Asgard is in danger now, and I have to help. You have what Malekith wants. It's not safe for you to stay here alone. Come with me. During this time, Odin told Thor about TIE particles. Odin explained to him the power of TIE particles. In a word, TIE particles must not be taken away by the Dark World, otherwise the 9 realms will be in crisis. After understanding the situation, he felt uneasy about Luo Bai staying alone in the house. Although Luo Bai's strength is indeed good, almost all members of the Dark World are mobilized. Just in case, Sol wanted to take Luo Bai and leave together. But Luo Bai had no intention of leaving, and just replied calmly, I think the current situation is not very bad. Thor asked in confusion. The Dark World has sent troops to fight. Isn't the situation bad enough? As soon as he finished speaking, a bright yellow circle appeared in midair. Before he could react, a very weird-looking thing fell out of the circle. There was a pop sound. The damn thing lay face down on the ground. Sol was confused, pointed at the ghost thing lying on the ground and asked, What is this? The next second, the ghost stood up and spoke to Thor Rage. What the hell? How dare you call me that? I am Malekith. I am the leader of the Dark World. The rude Asa clan. The leader of the Dark World? Good guy. Luo Bai, have you arrested the leader of the Dark World? Saul asked in surprise. Luo Bai nodded and responded with a smile. To capture the thief, capture the king first. You are awesome. Thor was silent. He was silent because he did not expect that Luo Bai would directly capture the leader of the Dark World. So there was a bit of confusion on his face when he was silent. He was not the only one who was confused at this time. Malekith was also confused. He looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, his head buzzing. No, where did he do it now? He remembered that he was clearly on the spaceship before, so why did he suddenly come here? This seems to be Asgard's palace, right? Thinking of this, Malekith looked serious. Did you summon me here? Malekith asked in a deep voice. Luo Bai shook his head and answered seriously. It's not a summons, it's an arrest. Malekith, you are arrested. Malekith. He was stunned for a moment, and then sneered. He seemed to be mocking what Luo Bai said. Just you two kids? Arrest me, Malekith said disdainfully. After saying this, he felt something was wrong. There's a familiar force in you. The TIE particles. Malekith muttered. In fact, from the moment he woke up, he sensed the TIE particles. He was able to determine that the TIE particles were currently in Asgard, and since he hated Asgard so much, he immediately gathered his army to attack. I originally thought of going to Asgard to confirm the location of TIE particles, but I didn't expect Luo Bai to deliver TIE particles to my door. Feeling the power of TIE particles, Malekith said excitedly, It's TIE particles. I didn't expect you to bring TIE particles to my door. Before he could finish his words, Thor picked up the hammer and hit him in the face. Malekith. He looked at Thor with a confused look on his face, his eyes full of anger. Before he could even open his mouth, Thor complained impatiently. You talk too much nonsense. Malekith. I am the one. TM. You boy. A sneak attack, huh? You. Malekith wanted to say something. Thor struck with another hammer. The hammer was mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, knocking Malekith to the ground. Without TIE particles, Malekith is so weak that he can't even withstand 2 blows from Thor's hammer. Seeing Malekith being beaten back again and again, Thor couldn't help but complain. The leader of the Dark World? Not that great. Malekith seemed to want to say something, but the next second Thor started to complain. It's weak, but it also looks. Can this thing be called a dark elf? Luo Bai agreed. I can understand your doubts. I am also confused. In my impression, elves should look good. This thing is really too ugly. The two of them discussed Malekith's appearance. Malekith was almost furious. Not only did they catch him for no apparent reason, they also attacked him with a hammer by surprise. Now they're still discussing his appearance in front of him. In extreme anger, Malekith Rage said, The armies of the Dark World will crush Asgard. I will take the TIE particles back from you. You will all be swallowed by the darkness. After saying this, he seemed ready to attack. The next second, Luo Bai raised his hand and took out the Spear of Eternity out of thin air. The Spear of Eternity, shining with golden light, appeared before Malekith's eyes. It was visibly that Malekith was stunned. In most cases, the CPU is burned out. Isn't this Odin's weapon? Malekith couldn't help but speak. Now, it is my weapon. To be honest, I have never used it before. You are lucky, because I plan to use you practice. Luo Bai said, and then threw the Spear of Eternity out. How could Malekith not know the power of the Spear of Eternity? But he subconsciously wanted to escape. He had only taken 2 steps when the Spear of Eternity pierced his chest. Malekith was hung on the Spear of Eternity and died. Once Malekith is dealt with, the Dark World will be leaderless. The rest is easy to solve. Thinking of this, Luo Bai retracted the Spear of Eternity and said, Okay, the leader of the Dark World has been dealt with. At this time, Thor seemed to have not reacted yet. After all, it took him some time and energy to deal with these world wars in the past. But this time, it's obviously different. It seemed like it only took a few minutes from the time Luo Bai captured Malekith to the time he dealt with him. It was so fast that it was scary. So much, so that even now Thor still feels a little unreal. Thinking of this, Thor couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that this trouble could be solved so quickly. I like your magic more and more now. It's very practical. It's indeed very practical. I don't think I will be needed to help the remaining Dark World soldiers. Luo Bai asked, The Asgard are no pushovers. It will only take a minute to deal with them. Thor said, swinging his hammer and rushing out to kill. While beating Thor, he was thinking, magic is really useful. But why doesn't Loki, who is also a wizard, know this trick? He can only transform into a snake and play with a knife or something. TSK, TSK. After Malekith was gone, the Dark Elf army seemed to realize that something was wrong, so they retreated quickly. For Thor, this was the easiest battle he had ever experienced, and surprisingly, there were almost no casualties on Asgard. The only bad thing was that his younger brother Loki escaped from the dungeon during the chaos. When Thor was still immersed in the joy of victory, an Asgard soldier told him the unfortunate news. We just found that the prisoner Loki was missing when we were maintaining order in the dungeon. Thor's first reaction after hearing the news was helplessness. After all, his younger brother is really good at causing trouble. Who knows what kind of harm Loki will cause if he runs away? But it is not easy to find his brother. So Thor thought of Luo Bai first. He always felt that Luo Bai should be able to help him catch his brother back. So thinking of this, he hurried towards Luo Bai's room. But what he didn't know was, at this time, outside Luo Bai's room, Loki and Luo Bai were staring at each other with eyes wide open. The two looked at each other for a full minute before Loki spoke first. "Oh shit, why do I see you everywhere I go?" Loki complained, and from the expression on his face, it was clear that he was truly speechless. After all, he didn't expect that after he finally escaped from the dungeon, he would meet such a weird wizard like Luo Bai halfway. What a narrow road for enemies. Seeing his expression, Luo Bai asked with a smile, "You seem unhappy to see me?" Loki didn't answer, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Almost 2 hours of free fall. Who can be happy? As he thought about it, Loki sighed. It's unrealistic to say that he has no resentment towards Luo Bai. After all, he has never gained any benefit from Luo Bai and has always been humiliated. But thinking about the nearly 2 hours of free fall, Loki became much more obedient. In order to avoid being arrested again, Loki gave in. "Your name is Luo Bai, right? The supreme sorcerer on Earth?" "Yes." Luo Bai nodded. After getting a positive answer, Loki smiled and explained, "I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. I know that it was wrong for me to invade the Earth, but I just don't accept it. You should have met Thor, my brother. What do you think of him? He's a good person." Luo Bai thought about it and gave a fair evaluation. Unexpectedly, the next second, he heard Loki's complaints. This is the only good thing he has. He is actually a reckless man. You have seen that he always likes to fight and stir up trouble by waving his broken hammer. But Odin actually wants to pass the throne to such a reckless man like him. I strongly disagree with this. So you think you're more suitable to inherit Asgard than him? Luo Bai asked back. Loki answered confidently, "Of course, I am smarter and more resourceful than him. But Odin wants him to be king. I don't agree. So I want to rule the earth to let him know my ability." Luo Bai frowned and immediately retorted, "Earth is not a place where you can run wild, Loki. Earth is different from Asgard. Humans have their own laws of development. Your previous actions were provoking a war. I know that during my time in the dungeon, I deeply reflected on my mistakes," Loki said with a very sincere attitude. But Luo Bai didn't respond, but asked back, "Since you know you were wrong, why did you escape from prison?" Loki immediately retorted, "I am not escaping from prison. I just don't want to stay in Asgard anymore. I can't accept Thor inheriting the throne. So you still want to rule the earth and prove your strength to your father?" Luo Bai asked. Loki shook his head and said helplessly, "I don't want to. You are right. The earth is different from Asgard. What's more, the earth still has a powerful mage guardian like you, and I can't rule it." Luo Bai smiled and asked, "Didn't you say that I was a second-rate amateur mage before?" "That's because I didn't know you before, but now I have a deep understanding of you." Loki sighed, although he was sincere at this time. But after absorbing the energy of the original Soul Stone, Luo Bai knew his thoughts clearly. Luo Bai smiled and revealed his thoughts. "You are probably worried that I will send you back to dungeon again. Don't worry. As long as you don't go to Earth to cause trouble, I won't interfere with anything you do." Loki's eyes lit up when he heard what he said. "Goodbye then," Loki said, turning around and wanting to leave. After taking 2 steps, he realized something was wrong. What Luo Bai was holding seemed to be the Eternal Spear. With this thought, Loki came back. Is there anything else? Luo Bai couldn't help but ask when he saw him leaving and returning. Am I right? The gun you're holding is Gungnir? Loki asked. Luo Bai nodded and responded calmly. Yes. He used the Eternal Spear to kill Malekith before and was thinking of bringing the Eternal Spear back to Kamar-Taj. I didn't expect to run into Loki by accident. Why is Gungnir here with you? Just as he was thinking about it, Loki asked in surprise. Luo Bai did not hide anything and told the truth. The last time I sent you back to Asgard, your father Odin gave Gungnir to me in order to prevent me from pursuing your crime of secretly invading the Earth. Loki was visibly stunned when he heard this. He knew how important Gungnir was to Odin, but Loki didn't understand. You are just a mage on Earth, and he is the king of gods. Why did he send you Gungnir to protect me? Loki said in surprise, with surprise in his eyes. Odin almost never mentioned Kamar-Taj in front of his children, and the Ancient One kept a relatively low profile. So neither Loki nor Thor understand the strength of Earth's mages, and they don't even know that mages exist on Earth. Since Loki has asked now, Luo Bai feels it is necessary to educate him about the Earth mages. Loki, the Earth is not as weak as you think. The line of Earth mages has existed since a long time ago, and the mages have taken it as their own duty to protect the Earth. Even a God King has to be taboo about the previous Supreme mages. If you rashly break into the Earth, your father will naturally clean up the mess for you. Loki didn't answer, just thinking. Seeing that he remained silent, Luo Bai spoke again. You can ask your father about the specific situation. He should be able to explain it to you in detail. After saying that, he wanted to leave, but at this moment Loki stopped him. I believe you. My father cares about Gungnir very much, and he will deliver Gungnir to you to prove that what you said is right. Since my father trusts you, it proves that you are a friend of Asgard. In fact, I think we can also be friends in essence. To be honest, if Luo Bai didn't know what he was thinking, he would really think that he would want to be friends. But after understanding his true thoughts, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh. This Loki really doesn't stop all day long. Why is he always thinking about punishing his brother every day? Sighing, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. You want me to help you get the throne of Asgard? To be honest, it's not easy for your brother to have a younger brother like you. Seeing that he saw what he was thinking, Loki didn't hide it anymore and immediately replied, If I become the king of Asgard, I can help you a lot. Much better than that guy Thor. That guy is very rigid and doesn't know how to be flexible at all. Luo Bai smiled and asked, How can you help me? Asgard will always help you as long as you want. Loki opened his hands and replied with a smile. Luo Bai shook his head and refused. I don't think I can gain any benefit from it, so forget it. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Loki spoke up the next second. Wait, I think we can discuss this further. I know you may not want to get involved in our internal war. How about you teach me your magic? As long as you teach me, I can promise you anything. Are you talking about portal magic? Luo Bai asked. Loki nodded and responded, Yes. This, Luo Bai hesitated. He hesitated because he understood the plot. Loki is actually not weak. He just hasn't awakened his ability yet. Even Loki himself doesn't realize that he's actually the god of story on the throne of time. It has the ability to travel through time and modify some plot directions, and even connects the entire multi-universe. If Loki was really an evil villain, Luo Bai would not hesitate or even pay attention to him. But from the moment he was willing to sacrifice himself, it proved that Loki was very kind by nature. Although Kamar-Taj portal is practical, it is just a simple little magic for Luo Bai at the moment, and there are many ways to crack it. Using a little magic to exchange for the promise of the god of story seems to be a sure win. I know my reputation may not be very good. They all say that I am the god of trickery and good at lies. But I swear I am serious this time. I swear in the name of my brother Thor, the god of thunder. Just as he was thinking, Loki spoke very seriously. Luo Bai complained helplessly. Are you serious? Loki reacted, shrugged, and replied, Sorry, I'm used to it. What I mean is, I will definitely not break my promise. In fact, Luo Bai was not worried at all that he would break his promise. After all, Luo Bai had great luck. Thinking of this, he smiled and replied, I am willing to believe you, and I can also tell you how to teleport. After that, he told Loki the method and handed him a hanging ring. With this and the method I just told you, I believe you should be able to learn it quickly. Luo Bai said, After all, Loki is a wizard and has studied magic, so his talent for magic must be good. After practicing this little magic a few times, he quickly mastered the trick and successfully opened the portal. Seeing that he learned quickly, Luo Bai couldn't help but sigh. You are quite smart. Of course, Loki said with some pride. Luo Bai smiled and said calmly, I don't recommend you use this trick on me, because it will make you unhappy. Loki quickly retorted, How could I possibly use it on you? You have to know that the teleportation magic was taught to him by Luo Bai. Since Luo Bai can teach it, it proves that he must have a way to crack it. Loki is not stupid. Why would he let himself suffer again? Moreover, Odin gave Gungnir to Luo Bai, which proved that his father trusted Luo Bai very much. It will be helpful for him to be on good terms with Luo Bai. Thinking of this, Loki quickly responded, We are friends now, of course I won't hurt you. By the way, what do you want me to do for you? As long as I can help you, I will definitely help you. Although Loki can be a little unreliable sometimes, he really means what he said. Luo Bai thought for a moment and answered seriously, Not yet. I will tell you later. By the way, are you still planning to leave Asgard? Of course not, Loki said, knowing that Odin still values him. Loki is extremely happy. He was so happy that he started to think about playing a prank on his brother again, so of course he would not leave Asgard. He has not forgotten how happy his brother was when he saw him get humiliated. Loki gritted his teeth and replied, I have thought it through. I want to stay in Asgard. Then talk to your father for me. I'm leaving first. After Luo Bai finished speaking, he opened the portal and left. As soon as Luo Bai left, a voice sounded, Loki. This familiar voice is his brother. Loki turned around and saw Thor walking towards him aggressively. He was very excited to see Thor and immediately greeted him. Oh, my brother, you are here. Thor frowned, as if he sensed that something was wrong with Loki. But he didn't think much about it, and just said to Loki very seriously, Loki, you are escaping from prison now. Did you know that? Come back quickly. Of course, I will go back to dungeon, Loki said with a smile. Thor felt something was wrong. He always felt that his brother shouldn't be so obedient. Thinking of this, Thor couldn't help but ask, Are you not going to run away? I think I may have misunderstood my father. I just met Luo Bai. He talked to me a lot, so I decided to stay in Asgard. Loki said, Met Luo Bai? Hearing the word Luo Bai, Thor smiled. Didn't he do anything to you? Of course not. I apologized to him. It was indeed my fault before. He understands me, and we are friends now. Loki said with a smile, You actually apologized to Luo Bai? Don't you hate him very much? Thor asked in surprise. Loki shook his head and quickly retorted, Those were all misunderstandings before. I don't care about them anymore. Really? Thor couldn't help asking. Of course. Because Loki smiled mysteriously and then opened the portal. Before Thor could react, he fell into the portal. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Loki finally opened the portal. The next second, Thor fell out of the portal, and it was obvious to the naked eye that he was filled with anger. Loki! Thor roared, swung his hammer, and was about to hit Loki. Loki was not in a hurry and said calmly, Thor, come on. Smile. The next second, he opened the portal again, and Thor fell in again. Yes, that's the feeling. It feels so good. Ha ha ha. Loki shouted excitedly. While playing Thor, I walked into the dungeon. Loki, I'm warning you, stop right now. Don't hit me on the head with the core of your apple. Where on earth did you learn this magic? And percent. Thor's roar echoed in my ears. Although Luo Bai had returned to Kamar-Taj at this time, he could still hear it very clearly after amplifying the Mind Stone. It was not until Thor broke down and started cursing at Loki that Luo Bai canceled the observation mode. He knew that Loki wanted to learn teleportation magic, not for the purpose of fighting for the throne, but simply for revenge. There's nothing I can do about it. Who made Thor laugh so happily when Loki was in trouble? These two brothers are really one better than the other. With a sigh, Luo Bai raised a smile. He cast a spell and threw the Spear of Eternity into Kamar-Taj's weapon vault. As soon as he put it away, the king came. "Supreme Master, you're back?" Wong began to salute as soon as he came over. Luo Bai nodded, and before he could speak, Wong continued to ask, "You seem quite happy." Luo Bai smiled and responded, "I just came back from Asgard and found that Thor and his brother were having a lot of fun." The king was curious and asked, "Why did you go to Asgard?" "The God King invited me over. I just took office, and he probably wants to get to know me." Luo Bai explained briefly. The king nodded without asking any more questions, but suddenly reported with a serious look, "Supreme Sorcerer, something happened in Kamar-Taj during your absence. Is there something unusual in the library?" Luo Bai asked. "Yes. Recently, a group of mages came to the library to borrow books, and their behavior was very strange. I always felt like they were looking for something in the library under the guise of borrowing books," Wong said, with a puzzled look on his face. Luo Bai didn't answer, and his facial expression didn't change at all. After all, when Wong reported the abnormality, he guessed that it must be Dormammu who started to act. In the original plot, Dormammu had already bewitched the wizards of Kamar-Taj in order to come to Earth. The bewitched wizards absorbed the dark power from Dormammu, and finally found a way to summon Dormammu from the library. So Dormammu came to Earth. But Luo Bai remembered that this plot should not appear in this timeline. His early appearance now is most likely due to something he did that led to Dormammu's actions. For example, he has been absorbing dark forces recently. Luo Bai remembered that when he first learned to absorb power from the Dark Book, he clearly felt something was wrong. At that moment, he seemed to have inexplicably absorbed dark power from many dark realms. If I'm not mistaken, then the dark dimension where Dormammu is should be among them. Dormammu must have discovered this, so he decided to come to Earth ahead of time. If it were before, Luo Bai might have been worried. But now he is not worried at all. Not only was he not worried, he was even a little excited. This is a free meal delivered to your door. So at this moment, he was more worried about the king. As the senior wizard of Kamar-Taj, Wong has a very righteous character. If he knew that those bewitched wizards were trying to find Dormammu, the king would definitely stop them. That would certainly anger those mages, and a fight would be inevitable. Thinking of this, Luo Bai hurriedly asked, "What did you do to those mages?" Wong answered truthfully, "I found something was wrong with them, so I warned them a few times. They don't seem to have come again during this period." Just as Luo Bai guessed, Wong would definitely stop it. Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately spoke up to remind them, "Next time if you find this kind of situation again, you don't need to stop them, just let them go." Wong was stunned and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Supreme Mage, do you mean to ignore them?" "Yes." Luo Bai nodded. "What if they take away the books in the library?" Wong asked rhetorically. Luo Bai calmly replied, "Then let them take it." Wong was stunned again and fell into silence. In fact, Wong's mind is quite smart, and his behavior is not that arrogant. If it were Mo Do, he would definitely start to refute at this time. But after thinking for a moment, Wong understood Luo Bai's intention and immediately asked, "Supreme Mage, do you hope that I can let them go and let them take away the books they want?" Luo Bai didn't hide anything, and answered truthfully, "Actually, I have expected what you said, so I asked you to guard the library. I believe you can handle this matter well." Wong understood instantly and immediately replied, "I understand. After that, I will listen to songs and watch dramas. You probably won't talk about me." Luo Bai replied firmly, "Of course not. Isn't it normal to fish for fish at work? Do you want me to recommend you some songs?" "That would be great." After talking about things in the library, Wong went back to the library to fish. As for Luo Bai, he locked Stark's location and then teleported there. At this time, Stark was conducting experimental research on the top floor of the Stark Industrial Building. Luo Bai's appearance attracted his attention. "Are you back? Is Asgard fun?" Upon seeing him, Stark greeted him enthusiastically and asked. Luo Bai thought for a while and replied with a smile, "Not bad. Some gains. How is the situation here? I have already been to the secret base you mentioned. As you said, Killian conducted human experiments there. but I have destroyed that base, and I have also brought back the terminal virus studied in it. Stark said. Luo Bai was not surprised and just replied with a smile. So you have already studied the extremist virus? I have been conducting research for a while and improved the extremist virus. How did it turn out? Compared to before, the extremist virus has stabilized a lot, but there are still big problems. Stark sighed, looking troubled. Did you encounter any problems? Luo Bai asked with concern. Stark nodded and responded. Yes. The extremist virus is quite complicated. It may take a long time to completely improve the extremist virus into what is imagined and become a good medicine that can benefit all mankind. It may still take a long time. It is still unstable. 2. With current technology, even if Stark wants to defeat the extremist virus, it will take a certain amount of time. But Luo Bai may be able to provide some help. Tony, weren't you interested in magic before? Luo Bai asked. Stark raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you going to teach me magic? It's not that I can't let you experience it in advance and see how your magic talent is. Luo Bai said, then took out a magic book and handed it over. Look at this book, Luo Bai said. Stark said nothing, but took the magic book and glanced at it. As he watched, Stark felt something was wrong. This is a magic book? Stark asked. Of course. Luo Bai nodded. Stark's eyes widened, obviously confused. No. Does he have some misunderstanding about magic? He originally thought that the magic book should contain various spells and the like. Unexpectedly, the content written in this magic book is actually the structure of the human body. To be honest, this book is very different from the magic book I imagined. After being stunned for a moment, Stark couldn't help but answer. This is a magic theory book. I think this book may be helpful for you to study the terminal virus. Luo Bai said. Stark nodded in astonishment, then muttered, Okay, I'll take a closer look. After speaking, Stark looked at the magic book in his hand again. The expression on his face is wonderful. Stark felt a little strange at first. Perhaps it was because this magic book was so different from what he imagined that he frowned when he read it. After all, for Stark, he had already finished studying the contents of this book when he was in college. But as he looked at it, he realized something was wrong. The book seemed to be very different from what he had imagined. Unconsciously, Stark became serious. Seeing that he was so serious, Luo Bai didn't want to disturb him. So he just said goodbye. Tony, you watch first, then I will leave first. After saying that, he planned to leave. After all, he had to go and see what was going on over there with Wanda. At this moment, Stark put away the magic book and called him. Wait a minute, Luo Bai. I have something else to tell you. Before Stark could tell what was going on, Luo Bai said it himself. Is it because the Security Council can't sit still? It seems you already know. Stark put away the magic book and then explained to Luo Bai seriously. During your absence, the senior management sent several people to communicate with me. I refused because I was studying the extremist virus. But Pepper received them. They were angry about the disappearance of Nick Fury, and because of the Tesseract. The senior management held a meeting and decided to cancel the Avengers plan and ordered all super ability people to be monitored. In the future, all actions of super ability people must be led by them, and they hope that we will sign agreement to hand over the Tesseract or a full arrest warrant will be issued for us. After listening to Stark's words, Luo Bai was not surprised. After all, in the original plot, this is how the Avengers Civil War came about. But because Luo Bai changed some things, this plot was advanced. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury's disappearance attracted the attention of senior officials. Therefore, it is reasonable for the higher-ups to want to monitor super ability people. As for the Tesseract, it is probably Hydra's desire. Because I know the plot, I also understand the development process of the entire incident. So Luo Bai didn't have a particularly violent reaction to this. He was more curious about Stark's attitude. What do you think about this decision of the top management? Luo Bai asked. Stark responded immediately. I want to hear your opinion. You know that I trust you. I will support any decision you make. Luo Bai thought for a while and then expressed his opinion. I don't support their decision. Although I can understand the concerns of the higher-ups about super ability people or mages, I don't think they should adopt such a suppressive policy. What's more, they're in chaos internally. I understand what you mean. I'm just a little worried. If they really issue a wanted order, are we going to go to war with humans? They seem to want to incite public opinion and portray super abilities and us as evil. Stark complained helplessly. Stark always wanted to protect the Earth and protect mankind. He didn't want the suit he created to be used against humans, so he would be very worried about it. What's more, Stark enjoys people's praise very much. The senior management wants to portray him as a villain so the humans will misunderstand him. This is unacceptable to him. Luo Bai understood, so he comforted him. Don't worry, Tony. I will handle this matter. Just make the suit well. The Earth will need you. To be honest, Luo Bai did not regard the Security Council and Hydra as threats at all. The reason why he cultivated Wanda, Stark, and the Asgard Alliance was to expand his power and improve the Earth's combat power. He knew very well that what Odin said was right. Their enemies were the gods outside the universe. They may come from this universe, or they may come from multi-universe. Although Luo Bai is lucky, he still needs helpers. After all, if the power of the fairies in him is stronger, it will definitely attract the attention of the multi-universe. So Luo Bai's enemies are far more terrifying than humans on Earth imagine. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help complaining, Hydra should really deal with it, while I still have some time. Is there anything you need me to do? Stark asked. It shouldn't be necessary, because I can solve it quickly. Luo Bai said, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of Stark Industrial Building, he looked down at the entire New York while activating the energy of the original stone in his body. Through the power of fairies, the energy of the Soul Stone is amplified. In an instant, his will cover the entire city. At this time, one sentence came to everyone's mind. Announce the Insight Plan. The next second, a piece of information appeared on everyone's mobile phones and on major websites. And the name of this information is Insight Project. The Insight Project was originally proposed by S.H.I.E.L.D. The original purpose of this plan was to prevent crime and maintain social order by preventing criminal behavior or reducing harm in a quick and effective way. It seems like a very reasonable plan, but that's just the surface. The actual situation is that Hydra changed the nature of the Insight Plan and changed the Insight Plan into a special algorithm, the Zola algorithm. By collecting various information about people, such as height, weight, English scores, sports ability, genes, and a series of data, the future threat to Hydra can be calculated, and use aircraft carriers equipped with high-tech weapons to eliminate all threats. Once successful, countless people around the world will die due to the Insight Project, and then Hydra will control the world and establish a new order. Of course, Insight's secret plan, Hydra, is impossible to reveal. But because of Luo Bai, Hydra announced the real Insight Plan. After the goal was achieved, Luo Bai canceled the control. As time went by, when humans and super ability people carefully read the Insight Project announced by Hydra, the world instantly became excited. For the global human race, Project Insight is more like a death list. Because this information describes in detail what kind of humans will pose a threat to Hydra, including some people with super abilities. To put it more simply, as long as the conditions are met, whether they are humans or those with super abilities, they will be included in the annihilation list by Hydra. Because the number of people was too large and even threatened the entire Earth, it caused a global shock. However, in the blink of an eye, terms such as Hydra and Project Insight became hot topics and were discussed crazily on the internet and in the news. Due to the high level of discussion and the rapid spread of the matter, the leaders of various worlds and members of Hydra soon noticed it. At this time, the Hydra was in chaos. Pierce, the minister of the International Security Council, was stunned when he learned about this. Why would such a confidential operation be leaked? Realizing that something was wrong, Pierce quickly changed his phone and made a call. As soon as the call was connected, Pierce rage cursed. Shit. What the hell are you doing? Why was the Insight Project leaked? There is a mole in Hydra. We are investigating. Find out who is behind this as soon as possible. Also, Project Insight will be temporarily suspended. I will use my identity to suppress this matter as soon as possible. After the communication, Pierce quickly hung up the phone. Sitting at his desk, he pressed his temples and felt a headache. He couldn't figure it out. Project Insight is Hydra's secret plan, and they are still in the research stage. The Zora algorithm is still calculating according to the set program. Currently, those who know this news are the core members that Hydra can trust. There's no reason for them to be ghosts. But if such detailed information was not released by the core members, who could have released it? There are many questions, but Pierce doesn't have much time to think. He has to suppress this matter as soon as possible. The initial plan that Pierce could think of was to first control public opinion through the media, define the incident as false news, and that the enemy was deliberately creating panic, and then block the source of public opinion. The United Nations security will definitely send people to investigate. As long as we can cope with the international investigation, everyone will probably forget about this matter after a while. At that time, Hydra can just launch the Insight project again. Thinking of this, Pierce immediately took out his cell phone. The Insight project quickly spread across the internet. Major television stations rushed to report on the event, and without exception, they were all discussing Project Insight and Hydra. Since Hydra has always been conducting secret operations, not many people know about them. People don't know what kind of organization Hydra is, where their base is, and how many members they have. Just as everyone was watching the news and discussing it heatedly on the internet, suddenly the signal to the entire country was interrupted. Before people could react, the signal was reconnected. When the signal was reconnected, Pierce's face appeared on TV, live broadcasts, and even roadside advertising screens in Country M. People were curious and discussed who this person was. The next second, Pierce spoke. "I'm the Minister of the International Security Council, Pierce. Regarding Project Insight, I want to say that this is absolutely true because I am a member of Hydra. I am Hydra's top spy and have been lurking in the M government. I used my outstanding spy ability to become the Minister of the International Security Council. Besides me, there are many other members of Hydra lurking in important institutions in Country M. I use my identity to suppress and control superheroes in order to smoothly implement the Insight project. As long as these superheroes are controlled, Project Insight will succeed. When necessary, Hydra will also send out secret killers, the Winter Soldier, to assassinate those so-called superheroes. To those with super abilities on Earth, I advise you to obey and join Hydra. Otherwise, you will also become victims of Project Insight. The Hydra is not afraid of you, because if you cut off one head, 2 more will grow to replace it. We are Hydra, and we have established a secret base in Sokovia. This is the list of all our Hydra personnel." As Pierce spoke, he uploaded the specific personnel list and various confidential information to the internet. After the operation was completed, Pierce continued, "Hydra is now unstoppable. If you don't want to become a victim of the Insight project, then join Hydra and surrender and welcome the new world together. Hail Hydra!" Following Pierce's passionate and threatening speech, most people fell silent. For example, the members of Hydra. It was unusually silent at this moment. Okay. Hydra has been looking for the traitor for so long, and it turns out that the biggest traitor is Pierce. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Not only did they expose the address of their base, but they also published all the personnel's information, even with photos. Are you eager for Hydra to disappear? Still joining? Where to add? Crazy, all crazy. Realizing something was wrong, the Hydra members panicked. It was too late for them to evacuate because most of the super ability people on Earth had been alarmed. After all, Pierce's words were simply a provocation to all those with super abilities. If you don't surrender, you will be annihilated? Are you Hydra so awesome? Of course, the first to take action were the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. When Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and others saw the list of Hydra personnel, they were stunned. Good job. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra accounts for more than half. "So, is there anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. who can be trusted?" asked Natasha Romanoff. Hawkeye was silent for a moment and responded helplessly, "I only believe in myself now. I swear, I am definitely not a member of Hydra, and you are probably not either, Agent Barton." "I of course not." "That's great news, but the bad news is We seem to be surrounded by the enemy. Then find a way to kill yourself. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye are thinking about how to escape. In a building in downtown New York City, Captain America has put on his battlesuit and picked up his shield, ready to cause trouble for Hydra. However, he discovered something was wrong as soon as he went out. Why did so many super ability people suddenly appear in New York City? Moreover, it seemed that their route was similar to his, and some of them even greeted him. Hey, hello. Are you Captain America? I'm Spider-Man. Nice to meet you. Are you going to stop Project Insight too? Want to join us? Captain America. Now that's good. Hydra was originally just his enemy. Now Hydra has become public enemy. At this time, much of the world was in chaos. Humans are debating, while those with super abilities are hunting down Hydra. However, the Stark Industrial Building remained calm, as if it was aloof from the world. Luo Bai even drank tea and said very leisurely, "Okay, the problem is solved. Look, I just said this matter will be solved soon." Frankly speaking, Stark was speechless at this time. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help complaining. Pierce actually said on live broadcast that he was a member of Hydra, and also announced the list of Hydra personnel. Is he crazy? Before Luo Bai could answer, Stark spoke again. "I know. You must have used magic, right?" Luo Bai took a sip of tea and responded calmly. "It's the psychic scepter. The psychic stone inside came in handy. I used its energy to control Pierce." Stark suddenly understood and couldn't help but sigh. "Is that thing so useful?" Luo Bai nodded and replied affirmatively. "If you can control it, it is indeed a magical weapon." Stark didn't ask much. After all, he wasn't that interested in the rough stone. He was more concerned about Hydra now. After Pierce made such a fuss, it is estimated that all super ability people on the Earth will attack Hydra. That scene is exciting to think about. Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help laughing. If Pierce makes such a fuss, Hydra will probably cause public outrage. This is your goal. Make Hydra a global public enemy, so that super ability people will stand up to stop the Insight Project. Stark analyzed. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai denied it the next second. "No, I stopped the Insight plan a long time ago." Stark was stunned. Think about it. With Luo Bai's ability, he can directly stop the Insight plan without leaving home. After all, he is a mage, and solving this kind of thing is just a matter of moving his fingers. But Stark couldn't figure it out. Since you've already stopped it, why do you still want to control Pierce to say those words and announce the Insight plan? I just want the higher-ups to realize their incompetence. At the same time, I also want everyone around the world to see clearly who is trustworthy. Luo Bai explained. Although the top management of Country M wants to control the super ability people, Pierce is indeed the contributor to this. But we have to deny that those in power also have their own selfish motives. In fact, it is very simple to solve them. But there are some things that are not the wisest choice to resolve with force. Those high-level officials want to use public opinion to define super ability people and even mages as a danger to the Earth, and lead humans to feel disgusted with super ability people. So Luo Bai announced the Insight plan and controlled Pierce to tell all the truth. In this way, mankind around the world will understand that the Earth needs people with super abilities. Not only ordinary humans need the protection of super ability people, but even high-level people need the protection of super ability people. Because the interior has long been invaded by enemies. There are enemies in the International Security Council. There are also enemies in S.H.I.E.L.D. The higher-ups want to control super ability people because they have no sense of crisis. When they find out that the enemy is right next to them, they will start to be afraid. Luo Bai explained calmly. Stark understood his words very well and couldn't help but complain. Indeed, when those congressmen realize that the Earth is not that safe, they will know the importance of super ability people. I understand this deeply, Stark said while checking Hydra's personnel information. As he watched, Stark noticed something was wrong, because he saw the information on Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier, an agent loyal to Hydra. He is also a secret killer transformed by Hydra. There is more than one Winter Soldier, but the best of them all is named Bucky Barnes. He was a sergeant in World War II who was transformed into the Winter Soldier. He had participated in many assassination attempts, and his profile recorded all the operations he had participated in. This included the assassination of Howard Stark and his wife. And Howard Stark is Stark's father. When Stark saw this message, the expression on his face changed instantly. Stark, who was originally in the mood to complain to Luo Bai, fell silent. This emotion was quickly noticed by Luo Bai. "What's wrong with you, Stark?" Luo Bai asked. The next second, Stark suddenly asked excitedly, "Luo Bai, tell me, are these materials true? They are all Hydra's confidential information, right?" "Yes." Luo Bai nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark hurriedly asked, "So my parents didn't die in a car accident, but were killed by Hydra?" As he spoke, he handed Winter Soldier's information to Luo Bai. Only then did Luo Bai finally understand why Stark's mood suddenly changed so much. As Stark saw it, his parents were indeed killed by the Winter Soldier. In fact, even if he doesn't see this information now, he will know the truth later. What's more, Stark is a friend, and Luo Bai feels that this matter should not be hidden from him. Thinking of this, Luo Bai took a deep breath and replied regretfully, "I know it's hard for you to accept this news for a while, but this is true. Tony, as a friend, I don't want to lie to you, but I'm also sorry to let you know about this. No, you did the right thing. I should have known these things. I was just a little shocked for a moment. I am very angry now. Do you understand, Luo Bai?" Stark said. His voice began to tremble because of anger. He seemed to want to calm himself down, but he couldn't. So he was moving his body a lot at this moment. He looked around as if looking for something. The next second, he shouted, "Jarvis, battle suit." As his voice fell, a battle suit was automatically assembled on his body. Seeing him put on his battle uniform, Luo Bai immediately understood what he was going to do. "You want to find Winter Soldier," Luo Bai said. Not a question, but an affirmation. "Yes, of course I have to go find him." Stark gritted his teeth and spoke, with strong hatred in every word he said. "Revenge for the murder of my father." How could Stark not hate it? Understanding his feelings, Luo Bai immediately suggested, "I'll help you." He was about to open the portal, but Stark refused. "Wait. What's wrong?" Luo Bai asked puzzledly. Stark replied in a panic, "I know you're very powerful. You can do magic. You can even bring Winter Soldier here. You have helped me a lot. I'm very grateful and trust you. But I hope I can solve this matter by myself. Okay? Stark fell silent mid-sentence. There was a hint of sob in his tone, as if he couldn't accept this sudden blow. Seeing that he was so emotionally confused, Luo Bai gave up on opening the portal. Because Luo Bai can understand him. If their abilities allow, most people would like to deal with their enemies themselves. Thinking of this, Luo Bai spoke seriously. "Tony, we will always be friends. If you need anything, I will help you." "I know, of course I know. Thank you, thank you." As Stark spoke, he broke out of the window of Stark building. Looking at his departing back, Luo Bai fell into deep thought. The exposure of Hydra's plans led to fierce fighting breaking out across New York. People will deliberately avoid areas where armed forces appear and choose safe locations to stay, but people with super abilities will deliberately go to chaotic areas. This is because there must be members of Hydra in the chaos. Most superpowers now want to cause trouble for Hydra, and Stark has become one of them. At this time, Stark was flying high above New York City and quickly located Bucky's location through Jarvis. When he arrived at his location, he found that the street was in chaos, and the super abilities and the Winter Soldiers had already started fighting. Here Stark also saw a familiar figure, Captain America. If it were normal times, Stark might still say hello to Captain America, but now he has no time to talk to Captain America at all. After locking Bucky's position in midair, Stark shot him directly. After accepting Luo Bai's suggestion, Stark made a new upgrade to his suit. The upgrade not only improved the performance of the suit, but also equipped the suit with a highly lethal weapon, the arc pulse cannon. Under normal circumstances, Stark will only use micro-armor-piercing projectiles and laser weapons to attack at most. But in such an angry situation, Stark almost lost his mind and fired an arc pulse cannon at Bucky. Along with the blue energy light, it shot out towards Bucky. Bucky, who was originally fighting fiercely with other super-ables, didn't notice Stark's attack at all. By the time he noticed, it was too late. Just hearing a boom, huge amounts of explosions occurred in the entire block. In an instant, powerful firelight enveloped the entire block. Bucky, who was shot, instantly lost his ability to fight and fell to the ground. He was lying on the ground, covered in blood, obviously unable to stand up. Seeing that Bucky lost his fighting ability, Stark flew down from midair. He didn't hesitate and rushed towards Bucky, who was lying on the ground. Looking at Bucky lying on the ground, Stark was very angry, especially when he thought about whether he was the murderer of his parents or the killer of Hydra. Stark's rage had destroyed his sanity. He picked up the dying Bucky and smashed a steel fist into Bucky's face without hesitation. Punch after punch. Blood stained his steel fist, but Stark didn't stop. He could actually kill Bucky in a more direct way. But at this moment, it was more like he was venting his anger and huge amounts of grief in his heart. Watching Bucky getting weaker and weaker, his entire face became bloody and bloody due to his heavy punches. Stark yelled angrily, "You were the one who killed my parents, right? The Winter Soldier, Bucky, is responsible for the assassination of Howard Stark and his wife." In fact, at this time, Winter Soldier had been brainwashed by Hydra. He had almost lost his consciousness and could only hear instructions. So when he heard the name, Howard Stark, Bucky subconsciously responded in a weak voice, "Winter Soldier." Bucky, the assassination of Howard Stark, was successful. Howard Stark and his wife had been killed by a mechanical arm. He was like a soulless body, answering the orders he received. After hearing what Bucky said, Stark's anger reached its maximum. So his father was killed by his mechanical arm? Stark could no longer accept such stimulation, and in anger, he used laser energy to directly cut off Bucky's robotic arm. "You were a sergeant during World War II. You should be a great hero who protects the country and people like Captain America. Why? Why did you kill my father? He has always been thinking of ways to benefit all mankind." Stark rage spoke, his anger so powerful that he could no longer think. Stark unleashes a laser, and this time he kills Bucky directly. When everything was over, Stark opened his steel mask. He looked at Bucky's body, which was pierced by the laser cannon. I don't know why, but he didn't feel any joy after taking revenge at this moment. Instead, there is great sadness. He really didn't understand why all this was happening. Everyone told him that his father died in a car accident. Unexpectedly, his father was not only murdered, he was killed by the sergeant from Country M who was supposed to protect people. That's ridiculous. Stark gave a wry smile. He seemed a little tired. When his revenge was achieved, Stark was not happy at all. The anger seemed to have drained him of everything, and he just wanted to go back and rest. He turned around and was about to leave this place of trouble, but unexpectedly at this moment a shield was thrown at Stark. Stark was so absorbed in his own huge amounts of sorrow that he didn't come back to his senses. He was hit by the shield and flew several meters away, until Stark saw clearly that the shield that hit him was the shield that his father had tailor-made for Captain America. Stark was confused. He raised his head and saw Captain America. In fact, Stark and Captain America have a pretty good relationship, but for some reason Captain America looks at him like an enemy at this moment. Before Stark could figure out what was going on, Captain America attacked him. Every blow he delivered seemed to be aimed at Stark's life, without any mercy. Stark was concerned about the relationship between them, so he held back. While defending, he shouted angrily, "Steve, are you crazy? Why did you attack me?" The next second, he heard Captain America yelling in an almost hysterical voice, "Because you killed Bucky." Bucky? Stark was confused. He is a Hydra man. He is a Hydra killer. "Wake up," Stark shouted angrily. He just killed a Hydra killer. He didn't understand why Captain America had such a big reaction. Thinking of this, Stark roared again, "Steve, don't you hate Hydra too? You should know what these people from Hydra have done. Why did you help them? Bucky is different. He once fought alongside me. We fought against Hydra together. I don't know why he became a killer of Hydra, but I believe this is definitely not his intention. Stark, how can you kill a person so easily, a living person?" Because he killed my parents. My father, Howard Stark, and my mother died at his hands. Stark almost said this under rage. When he said this, Captain America was visibly stunned, because Captain America also knows Stark's father. That's a very nice person. Even the shield he is using now was made by Stark's father. He didn't seem to expect that Stark would say such a thing, so Captain America was a little confused for a moment. At this point, Stark could no longer control his inner emotions. He roared at Captain America as if to vent his anger. "Steve," he just said it himself, "he used his mechanical arm to smash my father to death." Stark's voice was choked with sobs, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He thought that Captain America would at least understand his behavior after learning the news. A member of Hydra who personally killed Stark's parents. Even if Stark killed him, it would be a normal thing. Unexpectedly, Captain America was so indifferent. He must have his own reasons. You shouldn't do it before you understand everything. "Bucky is my friend." Captain America spoke in a deep voice. As he finished speaking, Captain America launched another attack on Stark. The two of them struggled together. Their actions were seen by Spider-Man Peter Parker, who was originally fighting Hydra. Peter Parker originally went with Captain America to stop Hydra's Insight plan. Unexpectedly, they encountered Hydra's Winter Soldier who was fighting the super ability people on the way, so they stopped to help. I never expected it until Peter Parker noticed it. Captain America and Iron Man are actually fighting. Iron Man is very popular in Country M. Of course, Peter Parker knows him. Seeing that something was wrong, Peter Parker immediately ran over to stop it. "Hey, you two, what's going on now? Shouldn't we be fighting Hydra? Why are you fighting?" Peter Parker stepped forward and asked while blocking him. But the two of them ignored him at all, and the fight was fierce. While beating the two of them, they were still reasoning. "Steve, he is a Hydra killer, the Winter Soldier. You actually attacked me for a Hydra killer. I believe Bucky is innocent. There's no way he could do this. But that's what he did." The two of them said each other, fighting and arguing at the same time. From their quarrel, Peter Parker seemed to hear something. "Wait, the Winter Soldier? Aren't they a group of people who were brainwashed and transformed by Hydra?" Peter Parker said. Although his voice was not loud, Captain America and Stark heard him. Hearing him say this, they both stopped at the same time. Captain America was the first to ask excitedly, "What did you just say?" Peter Parker was stunned, obviously frightened by Captain America's excitement. After being stunned for a while, Peter Parker responded, "The Winter Soldiers are a group of people who lost their memory after being brainwashed by Hydra. Most of them were once trained warriors, and then they were brainwashed and transformed by Hydra and became agents loyal only to Hydra. This is recorded in the information that Hydra uploaded to the internet. I thought you all knew. Captain America has been frozen for 70 years, which means he has long been out of touch with the world. He doesn't use current technology products very much, so he doesn't pay much attention to it. He would know about Hydra's plans because of Pierce's live broadcast. As for Stark, he was already blinded by anger after seeing Winter Soldier kill his parents, and of course he didn't carefully read all the information about Hydra last time. So after hearing the news, both of them remained silent. After a moment of silence, Captain America spoke excitedly. "I knew it. I knew Bucky wouldn't do it voluntarily. Stark, he was just brainwashed. He lost all his memories. He was kind of heart, but you killed him." Stark seemed unable to accept this statement, so he angrily retorted, "Even if he didn't volunteer, doesn't he have certain responsibilities? Stark Industries produces so many weapons. Why don't you compensate the families destroyed by your artillery fire?" Captain America asked. His words obviously stung Stark, and it reminded Stark of Wanda. He remembered Wanda's hatred for him, but he couldn't stand Bucky's behavior of killing his parents. So Stark argued, "I'm just an arms manufacturer. I'm responsible for selling arms, but I can't control how others use them. At least I didn't use these missiles myself. But the missiles you made have left countless people without families." Everything Captain America said stung Stark, so Stark remained silent. But the angry Captain America didn't care about Stark's helplessness at this time. He just continued to curse. "Stark, you shouldn't kill Bucky. You are impulsive, arrogant, and selfish. You have killed countless people." After cursing, he attacked Stark again. Since Stark never thought of fighting with Captain America, and he was hurt by Captain America's words, he didn't even think of fighting back at this time, but just stood there motionless. Seeing this, Peter Parker immediately stopped in front of Stark. "Mr. Stark, get out of here!" Peter Parker yelled, but Stark did not move. He stood there, watching Captain America wrestling with Peter Parker. He glanced again at Bucky, who was lying on the ground. He was silent. After a moment, he spoke very weakly. "Jarvis, can you help me contact Luo Bai?" "Okay, sir." Jarvis' voice sounded and the call was connected. Before he could open his mouth, Luo Bai appeared in front of him. Everything became quiet the moment Luo Bai appeared. Captain America and Peter Parker also stopped. The whole world was so quiet as if nothing had happened. Stark, who was originally very angry, showed a helpless look like a child who had done something wrong the moment he saw Luo Bai. He didn't say anything, but Luo Bai understood everything after seeing the situation. "You killed Bucky?" Luo Bai asked. "Yes." Stark nodded, looking very tired. "You have already taken revenge. Why do you still look unhappy?" Luo Bai asked. Stark shook his head and responded helplessly, "I don't know." Luo Bai didn't say anything, but just glanced at Captain America, who was extremely angry. Then he asked Stark, "You asked me to come here. Do you want me to help you deal with Captain America?" Stark shook his head and then replied in an almost pleading voice, "I just want to ask you if I did something wrong. You are the only one I trust." Luo Bai thought about it, then responded, "The fact that you asked this question proves that you already have the answer in your heart." "You're right. Actually, I don't know why I asked you to come here. I just really wanted to see you." Stark muttered, "But I should know why you called me here." Luo Bai said. Through the Mind Stone, Luo Bai saw clearly what was in Stark's heart. He said nothing, but used the ability of the stone. Green light gathered on his body. The next second, Bucky, who had been dead, came back to life. After all this was done, Luo Bai asked Stark, "Is this the result you wanted?" Stark opened his eyes wide and looked at Bucky, who came back to life. He hated Bucky, but at this moment he was extremely grateful that Luo Bai really brought Bucky back to life. "I don't know why. I hate him, but I would feel bad about killing him with my own hands," Stark muttered. He grabbed Luo Bai's hand as if he were grabbing a life-saving straw. His body couldn't help but tremble. He hated it, but he was also afraid. At this moment, Stark was extremely conflicted. Although Luo Bai had not been here before, he still knew exactly what had happened through the energy of the Mind Gem. Captain America blamed Stark and said something that he could not accept the most. That is, Stark Industries built the weapon. Ever since Stark was captured by terrorists and discovered that the weapons he made had fallen into the hands of these people, he has been filled with guilt about this matter. Coupled with the appearance of Wanda, Stark feels very guilty whenever someone mentions this matter. He always believed that his previous sale of arms was wrong, and when Captain America compared the two things, his inner conflict reached its extreme. The overwhelming psychological pressure caused Stark to collapse, and he continued to struggle between hatred and self-blame. He needs someone to help him at this time. Xiao La Jiao and Luo Bai are the people he trusts the most, but he couldn't tell Xiao La Jiao about this, so he could only ask Luo Bai for help. Luo Bai naturally understood his inner struggle. In order to relieve his pressure, Luo Bai chose to resurrect Bucky first. At the same time, it was also to enlighten Stark. "Tony, I understand that you are very conflicted now, but I don't think you actually need to be conflicted." "Why?" Stark asked, not understanding. Luo Bai thought for a moment and responded seriously. "I've already told you the answer. I know you hate Bucky, but you hesitate because he was taken advantage of. Your kindness makes you very conflicted. As your friend, I naturally have to take your feelings into consideration. So don't worry. No matter what choice you make, I can take care of it for you." Stark was stunned. At this moment, he seemed to understand what Luo Bai meant. Luo Bai clearly meant to say, if you want revenge, then go ahead. If one day you feel guilty and wish him back to life, I will resurrect him. If you're unhappy with him being alive, kill him again. Anyway, no matter what choice you make, I can help you with the aftermath, so you don't have to think too much about it. After understanding Luo Bai's meaning, Stark, who was originally very conflicted, suddenly became open-minded. Is it really possible? After a moment's silence, Stark couldn't help but ask. Luo Bai calmly replied, "Others may not be able to do this, but I am a mage." Stark was still a little worried, so he continued to ask, "Will you be in any danger by doing this? Will the world be in any danger?" Luo Bai shook his head and replied seriously, "No. After gaining an ability, a mage will definitely change some things for some reason. Just like in the original plot, Doctor Strange used the Time Stone to resurrect the king in order to save him. If a specific anchor point or central event in a universe is changed, then the entire universe will inevitably change. But the Winter Soldier incident will not affect the entire world, so it doesn't matter even if the result is changed." In fact, Luo Bai and Winter Soldier did not know each other. The whole thing was originally a matter between Stark and Winter Soldier. It's just that Captain America, as a friend of Winter Soldier, got involved in this matter. As a friend of Stark, Luo Bai also participated in this matter. Since he is involved, Stark's attitude is his attitude. Thinking of this, Luo Bai calmly explained, "I won't interfere with any decision you make, Tony. But I said, no matter what decision you make, I will definitely support you." Stark's gaze became more determined, seemingly because of Luo Bai's support. People feel regret or guilt usually because there is no medicine for regret in this world. But when you have a friend who can give you the opportunity to regret, you'll find that all this is not a difficult choice. All you need to do is respect your present heart. Thinking of this, Stark looked at Bucky angrily and said word by word, "Now, I just hope he will be responsible for his actions." Captain America's eyes widened when he heard him say that. Bucky finally survived. How could he let Bucky die? Thinking of this, Captain America immediately stopped him. "Stark, you can't do this." "Bucky." Captain America hadn't finished speaking when Stark interrupted him the next second. "I know he was used by Hydra, but now, at least now, I can't forgive him. I'm not a saint, Steve." After saying that, Stark shouted, "Stop him, Peter." Peter Parker never expected that there would be something about him. After a while, he couldn't help but mutter, "Why do you know my name?" As he spoke, he released Spider Silk to tie up Captain America. While Captain America was unable to move, Stark fired the laser at Bucky again. And just like that, Bucky died again. "Bucky!" Captain America yelled, clearly a little emotionally broken. He was very angry at this moment, but he was also a little anxious. He looked at Luo Bai and asked hurriedly, "You just resurrected Bucky once, so you can still resurrect Bucky now, right?" "Yes, but I won't do it again," Luo Bai said. "Why?" Captain America asked. "Just like you helped Bucky, I chose to help Tony. Unless he wants me to, I won't bother," Luo Bai said. Captain America seems to understand that it is much easier to persuade Stark than to persuade Luo Bai. Thinking of this, Captain America softened his tone and asked, "Tony, you clearly know that Bucky is being used. Why can't you try to ask Bucky's attitude first before deciding whether to take revenge? No matter what his attitude is, he is a murderer. He should be held responsible and receive the punishment he deserves. Steve, don't forget that the shield in your hand was made for you by my father. My father once trusted you very much, but I don't think you deserve to hold this shield," Stark said. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai suddenly asked, "Steve, if the woman you love is killed, do you think the murderer should be punished?" Captain America really has a beloved woman. As if he had thought of something, Captain America didn't say anything this time. Perhaps because he always held a glimmer of hope in his heart, he asked Stark, "I admit that Bucky is responsible. So are you willing to give him a chance? A chance to live?" "I don't know," Stark muttered, with a very complicated expression on his face. Captain America said nothing more and just handed the shield to Stark. When Stark took the shield, Captain America left with Winter Soldier's body. Looking at Captain America's leaving back, Stark knew that there would probably be no more contact between them. The Avengers have completely broken up. Although he felt a little sad, Stark could still accept it. After all, Luo Bai was still there. Thinking of this, Stark turned to look at Luo Bai and thanked him. "Thank you, Luo Bai. I know you told me that you could revive Bucky because you wanted to give me a way out. Actually, I just want to tell you not to think too much, Stark, and just be yourself, Luo Bai said. As soon as the voice fell, Peter Parker on the side spoke excitedly. I'm sorry to bother you. You're the Soul Mage, right? Right? Luo Bai was stunned and looked at the fully armed Spider-Man beside him. He smiled and then said hello. Hello, Peter Parker. Peter Parker. Wait, why do you all know my name? Peter Parker thought he had hidden his identity well, but now everyone knows his identity. He was clearly fully armed. So how did he call out his name so accurately? This shouldn't be the case. How do you know my name is Peter Parker? Peter Parker muttered in confusion, as if realizing that it might not be a good idea to admit his identity like this. Peter Parker tried to struggle. No. Actually, my name is not Peter Parker. My name is Nedred. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark interrupted him. Nedred is your friend. You and he are both high school students. Peter Parker was silent. Before he could speak again, Stark continued. Peter, hiding your identity from the wizard is not a wise choice. He is more powerful than you think. All right, there's nothing wrong with saying that. After all, the ability that Luo Bai just demonstrated was to resurrect the dead. Peter Parker knew that this wizard was no ordinary person. After all this time, his disguise was in vain. Thinking of this, Peter Parker gave up struggling. Okay, my name is indeed Peter Parker. As you just said, Mr. Stark, I am a high school student. Nice to meet you. Once Peter Parker starts talking, it's like a floodgate opening. There's no stopping him. Sure enough, just when Stark was about to say something, Peter Parker spoke excitedly. Mr. Stark, I have been following you for a long time. I think the suits you made are amazing, and I really admire you. Of course, that was at the beginning. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. When I learned that there were wizards in this world, I started to pay attention to Master Luo Bai. Although I still admire Mr. Stark very much. But I admit that I admired Master Luo Bai even more later. Magic. There is magic in this world. This is so cool. Peter Parker talked nonstop. As Luo Bai knew, Spider-Man was a chatterbox. Compared to Peter Parker, Stark is much quieter. Maybe he realized that if he didn't stop Peter Parker, this guy could talk here all day. In the end, Stark couldn't help it, so he interrupted him. Okay. Kid, I know what you mean. You just want to say that you admire Luo Bai, right? Yeah, he's a wizard. This is so cool. Peter Parker exclaimed excitedly. To prevent him from continuing, Stark interrupted him in time. Of course I know it's cool. But I want to tell you that anything you heard and saw today, you can't tell anyone else. Especially the fact that Luo Bai can resurrect people. Seeing his serious expression, Peter Parker's originally excited expression also turned serious. He realized that this might be a very important matter. So he immediately responded seriously. I know, Mr. Stark, don't worry. I will never tell anyone what I saw today. Absolutely not. Seeing that he agreed, Stark wanted to send him away. Okay, kid, go back and study hard. After all, Peter Parker was too noisy, and Stark wanted some quiet time now. Although Stark didn't say anything, Peter Parker, who was standing by, understood everything by observing and listening. He knew very well that Stark must be in a bad mood, so he nodded and answered very seriously. Then I'll go first, Mr. Stark. Peter Parker was about to leave when Stark suddenly called him. Kid, you should understand everything from standing there just now, right? Peter Parker paused and nodded in confusion. I seem to have accidentally learned everything. Do you think there's anything wrong with what I'm doing? Stark asked. It can be seen that he is still somewhat conflicted about Bucky's affairs. So he asked Peter Parker. Maybe because Peter Parker is just a high school student, his mind is much simpler. But precisely because Peter Parker is a high school student, it is difficult for him to imagine such a question. For a moment, he became a little at a loss. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I don't know whether what you did was right or wrong. But if I were you, I would probably hate Bucky too. Peter Parker thought about it and finally gave an answer. I see, Stark said. Peter Parker nodded, and the next second he was gone. After Peter Parker left, only Luo Bai and Stark were left on the battlefield. At this time, Stark's mood was still a little complicated. He was actually very tired and wanted to go back. But when he thought that if he went back like this, Xiaola Jiao would definitely ask him about it. So he asked Luo Bai, Are you free? Have. Can I come to your place for a while? Of course you can stay as long as you want. After all, your name is still on the certificate for my house, Luo Bai said with a smile. Stark seemed to remember something and explained quickly. That's not what I meant. I really intended to give you the house, but at that time I considered issues like taxes, so I didn't transfer it to avoid trouble. If you mind, I can transfer it to you. It's too troublesome. It's fine like this, Luo Bai said as he opened the portal. As soon as the portal opened, the two arrived at Luo Bai's apartment. At this time, Wanda and Polaris were sitting on the sofa watching the news. The news was about Hydra and Project Insight. Even through the investigation of some super ability people, the bad things that Hydra had done in the past were dug out. It is not difficult to see from the information in the news that many international wars were led by Hydra. Hydra has close ties with the Nazis. They use the resources and influence they control to try to influence the international political and economic landscape through various means, thereby indirectly triggering or exacerbating international conflicts and wars. Achieve your goals through war. The outbreak of war in Sokovia is also closely related to Hydra, just when the two of them were watching seriously. The arrival of Luo Bai and Stark attracted the attention of both of them. Master Luo Bai, Mr. Stark, are you here? Polaris stood up and greeted them first. Yeah. Are you two watching the news? Luo Bai asked. Polaris nodded and replied seriously. Wanda and I are watching the news about Hydra on TV. Master Luo Bai, do you also know about Hydra? Got it. Luo Bai nodded. As soon as the voice fell, Polaris spoke angrily in the next second. This Hydra is really arrogant. They actually dared to broadcast live to threaten all the super ability people on the Earth. It's so arrogant. When Stark, who was originally a little depressed, mentioned this, he immediately teased Polaris. Indeed, I also think he is quite arrogant. He even introduced himself. Now the whole world knows where Hydra's base is. I think Hydra is in big trouble this time. Polaris snorted coldly. Polaris was still young at the time, and she obviously didn't realize there was anything wrong with Hydra introducing itself on live broadcast. Seeing that she didn't react for a long time, Stark couldn't help but respond. Don't you think there's anything wrong with Pierce revealing his identity and revealing the secrets of Hydra? Polaris was stunned, looked at Stark with a confused look, then looked at Luo Bai and asked, What's wrong? Isn't he threatening us? Stark shrugged and said helplessly, But by doing this, he put Hydra in a threatening position. Does Hydra have the ability to fight against all the super ability people on Earth? Of course not. If Master Luo Bai had shown up, the Hydra base would have exploded long ago. Polaris replied seriously. Come on, how dare Hydra? There are more people with super abilities on Earth than you can imagine. Thinking of this, Polaris couldn't help but mutter. I can't understand why they think they can fight against all the super abilities on Earth. He did this because he was controlled by Luo Bai. The Insight Project was also announced by your Master Luo Bai. He wanted to tell people all over the world that the world is now very dangerous. Stark explained. With this explanation, the North Star finally turned the corner. I was wondering why something felt wrong. So this is what happened. Polaris suddenly realized. She finally understood what had happened. Yes, so Hydra would do such a stupid thing entirely because it was controlled. Stark nodded and replied seriously. Hearing him say this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain. Stark, I don't recommend you to say that. Stark was stunned and couldn't help asking, What's wrong? Have you forgotten that you did something similar, which almost caused your house to be bombed? Luo Bai said. The memory of the death attacked him again, and Stark had to admit that his behavior was indeed stupid. Okay, as I kept cursing, I started cursing myself. If Luo Bai hadn't been there, both he and Xiao Lajiao would have been in trouble. Thinking of this, Stark sighed and said helplessly, I admit that I can be quite stupid sometimes, but I was very angry at the time. When this matter was mentioned, Luo Bai seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, how is Happy now? Recovering well, Stark replied. After saying this, Stark turned his gaze to Wanda. His originally relaxed expression suddenly became serious. He seemed to still care about what Captain America said before. So after facing Bucky's incident, he planned to talk to Wanda. Some things cannot be solved by running away. Thinking of this, Stark took a deep breath and said, "Wanda, I know you and your family hate me very much. I just went through something. I may be able to understand your hatred. If you really want to kill me, I will not resist. I will also let Luo Bai not take any remedial measures." Stark said very seriously. This made Wanda, who had been silent, focus her attention on him. Wanda was silent at this time, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a moment, Wanda slowly spoke. "I really hate you, Stark. In fact, I never understood why everyone thought you were innocent in this matter from the beginning. But now I seem to understand something. It's just that I've hated you and even the entire Stark Industries since I was a child. This has become my motivation to live. When I really realized that I hated the wrong thing, my life suddenly lost its purpose. Honestly, I'm very confused at the moment," Wanda muttered. She had always hated Stark very much. It was because the missile that fell into his house when he was a child had the 5 bright words Stark Industries engraved on it, plus Hydra's hype. This caused Wanda to misunderstand her thinking, and she believed that it was Stark who started the war. But when she carefully studied everything through the news and Hydra's information, she understood. Stark Industries is only responsible for selling arms, and its biggest responsibility may be that it does not restrict buyers. Even they didn't know where their weapons would be used. And the most important thing is, I heard from Polaris that before this, Stark was a well-known playboy. He never managed his own company at all. It was all managed by Obadiah. And if you follow the timeline, Wanda's family was blown up by a missile from Stark Industries when she was very young, and Stark probably wasn't very old at that time. Stark Industries has been maintaining its previous normal business model all along, and at most he is just a responsible person. It was not until he was captured by terrorists that he began to manage the company seriously, and the first thing he did was to close the Stark Weapons division. And because of this, he also had a fight with Obadiah. If this is really to be held accountable, Stark wouldn't even know which rank he would be. If we really count the culprits, it must be Hydra. The next most responsible are Sokovia's neighbors who started the war. The troops who bought weapons for the war are also responsible. The people who ordered the missiles to be launched are also responsible. The last one is Stark Industries, which sold the weapons. And Stark, thinking about it this way, she should hate them in the order of responsibility. But when she understood everything, she suddenly felt that she had hated the wrong person from the beginning. She hated for so many years, but ended up hating the wrong person. Wanda was a little confused at this moment. Stark understood her confusion very well, so he explained, "I can understand how you feel, because I just went through the same thing." Wanda seemed to know about this. "You mean about your parents?" Stark was a little surprised and asked, "How do you know?" Someone leaked all the information about Hydra on the internet, including all the videos of the Winter Soldier's secret assassinations. "One of the videos seems to be about your father," Wanda said. Stark was stunned. Since he had been dealing with these things just now, he didn't check the news online. After hearing what Wanda said, Stark turned on the news. Only then did I realize that there were indeed a lot more videos on the internet, and I didn't know who made a detailed list of materials. Above is the number of people assassinated by the Winter Soldier from World War II to the present, which is a very large number. And each of them is an important figure in each country. From technology to politics, the inexplicable deaths of important related personnel are all caused by the Winter Soldier. Among them is Stark's father, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and an industrial giant in Country M. It was precisely because of his extremely important status in Country M that the assassination occurred. Although the Winter Soldier was indeed brainwashed by Hydra, the people they assassinated held very important positions in various countries and could even be said to be talents who could influence a country's subsequent development. Therefore, there are great differences in the international community's attitude towards the Winter Soldier, but the current result given by Country M is to hunt down all Hydra members, including the Winter Soldier. If they resist, they will be killed on the spot. After all, Hydra members are quite dangerous now. At the same time, the International Security Council also supports those with super abilities to assist in the hunt. Because after the Hydra incident, they seem to have realized that if there are no super abilities, Human strength alone is not enough to resist these dangers. After watching the video of his father's death exposed online, Stark was silent again. I still can't forgive him. After a moment, Stark spoke in a deep voice. His tone was filled with hatred, and his voice was trembling a little. After all, that video was quite shocking to Stark, as it recorded the scene of his father being smashed to death by Bucky himself. Just when Stark was about to collapse, Wanda suddenly said, "This is normal. If it were me, I would not be able to forgive him. I would kill him myself." This seemed a little surprising to Stark. He didn't expect Wanda to say that. He asked in confusion, "I thought you would think I should forgive him, just like you forgive me." Wanda said with a cold face and hatred, "If the missile that destroyed my house was launched by you yourself, I will kill you whether you know it or not. Although I still think you are responsible for selling missiles, and I still don't like you, it seems that you're not the one who deserves to die." From Wanda's words, we can tell that she understands that the person she should take revenge on is not Stark. But she still couldn't maintain a friendly attitude towards Stark. After all, it couldn't be said that Stark had no responsibility at all. At least she was indeed negligent in management. Stark naturally understood what she meant, so he immediately said, "I understand what you mean, so I closed Stark Industries a long time ago. After you came to find me, I realized the seriousness of the problem. I sent various resources to the people in the war zone and tried my best to protect the Earth. Of course, I'm not saying that what I did was great. These are what I should do." As soon as the words fell, Wanda said coldly, "What you do has nothing to do with me." This sentence made Stark silent. Perhaps because he knew that Wanda's attitude towards him would not change instantly. Stark did not care. He simply looked at the North Star and asked, "Is there anything else you need? I can ask someone to arrange it." In fact, ever since Wanda and Quicksilver moved into the villa, Stark has often sent people to deliver things. Money, daily necessities, and even luxury goods were delivered every 2 days. Not to mention anything else, the money Stark sent has long been more than can be spent. Thinking of this, Polaris said quickly, "We don't need anything anymore, Mr. Stark. We have more money than we can spend now." Stark seemed a little worried, so he reminded, "If there is anything missing, just tell me, or tell the people I send. They will arrange it for you." At this moment, Wanda spoke up, "You don't need to do this. I'm not interested in what you gave me. If you really want to compensate us, go and help me kill the Hydra group. If it weren't for them, Sokovia wouldn't have gone to war at all, and Quicksilver and I wouldn't be homeless." There was anger in her tone. In fact, after seeing Hydra's plan announced and realizing that she had been deceived by Hydra, Wanda wanted to rush and destroy Hydra. But Polaris stopped her. Polaris said that no matter what, they had to wait for Luo Bai to come back and ask for his opinion before taking any action. Although Wanda is still unfamiliar with Luo Bai now. After all, Luo Bai doesn't appear often. But after a long period of time together, she and Polaris had a very good relationship, so she listened to Polaris' advice. Now that Luo Bai and Stark are back, she thinks maybe she can ask Stark to avenge him. After all, Stark should hate Hydra now. This is exactly what happened. Stark had planned this long ago. "I do plan to go to Sokovia and take a look at the Hydra base. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have gone there." Stark gritted his teeth and spoke. He hated Hydra very much now. It's just that he had just experienced too much, so he wanted to take a break and adjust his mindset. And now he faces another problem. The Avengers should be considered completely disbanded now. But it seems that he cannot protect the Earth by himself. At present, it seems that Luo Bai is the only one he can trust wholeheartedly. But as the Supreme Mage, the enemies Luo Bai faces are usually not on Earth, so the Earth still needs an organization to protect it. Thinking of this, Stark said with some distress, "The Avengers have disbanded. I don't know if I can protect the Earth alone." He said this to Luo Bai. In fact, Luo Bai already knew that the Avengers would be disbanded, so he also had new plans. There are many organizations that can protect the Earth, and the Avengers is just one of them. Maybe we can create a new organization ourselves, Luo Bai suggested. As soon as the voice fell, Stark immediately agreed. "Do you have this plan? That's great. If it is an organization founded by you, I will be the first to join. Just arrange me and let me do whatever I want." To be honest, Stark has been waiting for this sentence for a long time. He originally had no desire to join the Avengers, mainly because he didn't like Nick Fury. But at that time, only Nick Fury created such an organization to protect the Earth, and they had the same goal, so Stark joined. But if Luo Bai is willing to create it, Stark would be more than happy to join. Not to mention no compensation. He would be happy even if he was asked to pay for it. However, Luo Bai was a little hesitant. I have actually thought about creating an organization to protect the Earth, but such an organization needs to be managed, which I think is quite troublesome. I'll be in charge, and you'll just be responsible for giving orders. Stark said immediately. Hearing him say this, Luo Bai agreed. That's fine. Do you have any ideas about the personnel of this organization? It can't be just the two of us, right? Stark asked. What do you think of Lorna? Luo Bai said. Polaris, who was originally standing aside and watching the show, never expected that he would be called suddenly. She was obviously confused, pointing at herself and asking, Me? Of course. Don't forget, you also have a super ability, Luo Bai said with a smile. Polaris has not forgotten this, but she didn't expect that Luo Bai would be willing to let her join. She thought she could only be a housekeeper. Thinking of this, Polaris immediately nodded in agreement. I haven't forgotten. I just thought that Master Luo Bai, you kept me just to make me a housekeeper. You have the ability to control magnetic fields, so it's a pity for you to be a housekeeper. From now on, you can protect the Earth with Tony. But your emotions sometimes fluctuate greatly, so you should listen to Tony's opinions on actions. Luo Bai reminded. No problem. I will definitely manage my emotions. Polaris agreed readily. Stark is naturally happy to have Polaris join. Come on, she can control magnetic fields. This ability is beyond belief. But there are only 2 people, which seemed a little too few. Thinking of this, Stark asked hurriedly, although Polaris is indeed very strong, isn't it a little too little to have only 2 people? Actually, I think Peter Parker is not bad either. Luo Bai suggested. Are you talking about the high school student we just met? Stark thought about it and couldn't help asking, Isn't he a little too young? Indeed, but you could train him, Luo Bai said. Actually, I have this plan as well. I have been following him for a long time. Stark said immediately. Actually, I think you can go and persuade Dr. Banner. The only trouble is that you need to control the appearance of Hulk. As for Asgard, Odin has handed over his 2 sons to me, so I think Thor should also join, Luo Bai said. Good guy. Negotiate directly with Odin. Okay. For now, I only think of these people. We'll see what happens later. Stark was confused when Luo Bai spoke again. Stark nodded, then asked, Have you thought of a name for this organization? After the initial personnel are determined, the organization must have a name. To be honest, Luo Bai is not very good at naming. So Luo Bai decided to copy it. It's just a name. Don't take it too seriously. Why not call it the Justice League? Luo Bai said. All right. Stark agreed immediately. So what should we do now? Go and get rid of Hydra. You go with Lorna, I won't go. I have something else to do, Luo Bai said. Dormammu now has plans to come to Earth, and he has to deal with it. What's more, he is a little hungry now. Stark and Polaris soon left for Hydra's base, Sokovia. When the 2 of them left, Wanda spoke up. You told me to wait a while, and you took me in at your house, probably just to let me know about Hydra's conspiracy, right? Yes. Luo Bai nodded and responded. When I learned that you were waiting for human experiments at Hydra's experimental base, I knew that you must have been deceived by Hydra, so I brought you out. I know now. I admit that I joined Hydra because I was deceived by them. What they said was different from what they did. They said they wanted to protect the Earth, but they provoked wars again and again. Wanda muttered. At this moment, her eyes revealed confusion, and she felt helpless. She once thought that the only person she could trust was Hydra, but she didn't expect that Hydra was the ultimate bad guy. They're the ones who started the war and caused all the tragedies. By now, Wanda feels that she has no one she can trust except Quicksilver. She seemed to be abandoned by the whole world, and she didn't know what she should do in the future. It seemed that it was because Luo Bai was quite nice to her, and also because of Polaris. While no one was around, Wanda told the truth. Actually, I don't want to learn magic. I admit that I agreed to come back with you just to get closer, Stark. I have thought about killing him countless times until just now. I know, Luo Bai nodded. He knew Wanda's true thoughts a long time ago, and he had actually told Stark about it in private. But Stark's attitude towards this matter is actually very clear. He is not afraid of death. If Wanda really wants revenge, she can do it at any time. So Luo Bai never stopped Wanda from doing anything. He just hoped that Wanda could see the truth. In fact, the reason I brought you back is very simple. First, I want you to understand the whole truth of the matter. Second, I want to teach you magic so that you can learn to control your own power. Of course, learning magic requires your willingness, so I won't force you. I think you know the truth now. If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. I respect any choice you make. Luo Bai said. Wanda didn't say anything, and she seemed to be hesitating. Because apart from this place, she and Quicksilver no longer have a home, and she doesn't know where she can go. So she was very hesitant. After thinking for an unknown amount of time, Wanda suddenly asked a question. If I knew the truth and still chose to kill Stark, would you stop me? Luo Bai was not surprised at all that she would ask this question. So he quickly gave his answer. No. Wanda seemed a little surprised and asked in surprise. He is your friend. Won't you help him? No. Luo Bai answered seriously. But as his friend, I can't guarantee that I won't let Stark come back to life. At this point, Wanda almost understood. She chose to remain silent. Luo Bai could understand that she was in a bad mood, so Luo Bai didn't intend to disturb her. You should take a rest. Since you don't want to learn magic, I won't force you. If you want to leave, you don't have to tell me, but you have to at least say goodbye to Lorna. She treats you as a friend, Luo Bai said. After saying this, he opened the portal and prepared to leave for the New York Temple. At this moment, Wanda stopped him and said, You said before that if I stay with you, I can settle down and Quicksilver and I will never wander again. No one can hurt us. Does this count? Of course. Luo Bai nodded. I admit that the magic book you gave me is quite useful. I feel as if a power has been activated in my body, and now I seem to be able to use the magic in my body freely. Can you give me another book for me to read? Wanda asked. Then she returned the magic book she had been reading to Luo Bai. Her meaning was clear. She intended to stay and learn magic. Thinking of this, Luo Bai took the magic book and handed over another book. Then you can take a look at this. If you encounter something you don't understand, you can ask me. I don't even know where to find you. Wanda sighed helplessly. She had been here for such a long time, but had only met Luo Bai 2 or 3 times. This supreme magician is very busy. Call me. Wanda knows my phone number. Or you can come to the New York Temple to find me directly. Luo Bai said. The New York Temple? What is that place? Wanda asked. You will find it. The New York Temple may not exist for ordinary people, but for you, it is right in front of you. Luo Bai answered seriously. After saying that, he left. Wanda didn't say anything, just shrugged and opened the magic book and started reading. After returning to the New York Temple, Luo Bai originally planned to absorb the dark power directly. After all, he needs to recharge now. Unexpectedly, he saw Mordo as soon as he arrived at the New York Temple. Obviously, Mordo came to find him. Master Modu, do you have something to talk to me about? Luo Bai asked. As soon as he saw Luo Bai, Modu first bowed. Then he explained his purpose. Supreme Sorcerer, I just wanted to come see you. I have a suggestion to make to you. I always feel that the king has been inattentive lately. Mordo complained. When he mentioned this matter, Luo Bai almost understood it. Just as he was about to say something, Mordo spoke again. I saw him several times when I went to the library. He was either sleeping with an mask on or listening to music while watching TV series. He even put the banned books that were originally locked on the top floor of the library, in the most conspicuous place. If there was nothing else, I wouldn't have said this, but I recently discovered there are always mages walking around in the library, but they don't borrow books. They are very strange, but I can't tell what's strange about them. The most important thing is that the king doesn't care. He is the librarian. I reminded the king, but he not only ignored me, but also rolled his eyes and continued to sleep. Supreme Sorcerer, I am very worried about the books in the library now. Modu scolded, and it was obvious that he hated Wang's irresponsible behavior very much. Although it's not impossible to tell Mordo about it. But considering that Mordo is too straightforward, telling him is not a good idea. What if Dormammu finds out and doesn't come? Thinking of this, Luo Bai immediately responded, "It is indeed excessive. I will reprimand the king for this matter, Master Mordo. He really needs to be reprimanded. This is really outrageous." Mordo said, "As the eldest brother of Kamar-Taj, Mordo is of similar seniority to the king. In fact, he is even higher than Wong, so it is okay for him to say that about Wong." However, Luo Bai still reminded him, "I will tell him about this matter, but the current administrator of the library is still Wong, so Master Mordo should not interfere too much." Mordo obviously understood and said immediately, "I'm just making a suggestion. I'll leave first." After saying that, Mordo left. After he left, Luo Bai began to think about it. It seems that he has to let Dormammu come to Earth as soon as possible to avoid any further trouble. Thinking of this, Luo Bai went up to the second floor at the speed of light. After opening the mirror space, it began to absorb dark forces indiscriminately in all dark dimensions of the multi-universe to recharge. At the same time, Mephisto, Dormammu, and Zithorne all felt something unusual. Is it ever going to end? Are you done yet? Here you go again. You come again. It's okay once or twice, but you still come on the third day. You think we are power banks, don't you? Come and charge us when you have nothing to do. This is too much. This is really too much. No, you should inhale less. Hello. Hello. Luo Bai once again absorbed the energy from various dark dimensions. However, the opinions of the three-dimensional masters, Zithorne, Mephisto, and Dormammu, are obviously different. Zithorne was actually willing to bless Luo Bai. After all, he hopes to come to Earth through Luo Bai as a medium. But what confused him was that the situation was becoming a little wrong. Please, Luo Bai is just a human being. Logically speaking, after he absorbed so much dark energy from himself, his entire body and even his soul should have been devoured and completely controlled by him. Result? I gave my power to Luo Bai, and it's still out of control. It doesn't make sense. How could a mere human being possess such a strong will and mental strength? The more Zithorne thought about it, the more he felt something was not right. He always felt as if he was being fooled by Luo Bai. Realizing that he was probably deceived, Zithorne immediately decided to find someone else to serve as a medium to enter the Earth as soon as possible. After all, the situation at this moment was completely out of his control. Logically, he should have been the one blessing Luo Bai with power, but why did it seem more like Luo Bai was depriving him of his power? Furious, Zithorne plans to come to Earth as soon as possible, so he needs to choose a tool man again. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who had this idea. Dormammu and Mephisto also had the same idea. They are both lords of the dark dimension, so it's normal for them to have a bit of bad temper because they really can't stand this anger. The two grumpy old men decided to go directly to Earth. This time, they didn't care who they met. Even if it was Zithorne, they would fight. They are determined to take Luo Bai's human soul. Unlike Dormammu, although Mephisto is a demon from another dimension, the hell dimension he rules is very close to the Earth. He increases his ability by collecting souls and humans' belief in Satan, the devil, and he can easily capture human souls. Therefore, he can also possess a believer through some means and come directly to the Earth. As for Dormammu, since the dimension he is in is too far away from the Earth, believers must activate the summoning circle to summon him. So the first one to come to Earth was Mephisto. Although Mephisto was very angry now, he still kept a trace of rationality. Considering that Luo Bai was favored by Dormammu and Zithorne at the same time, it must be not easy. So he decided to possess the body of a dying old man to see what the situation was. The Earth suddenly had an uninvited guest, and the energy was so familiar that Luo Bai could naturally sense it. The moment he noticed it, Luo Bai opened his eyes and stopped absorbing the dark power. Before he could observe who the invader coming to Earth was, Wong and Mordo appeared before him. "Supreme Sorcerer, there is a situation. We have detected an evil force invading the Earth." As soon as the two appeared, Wong spoke hurriedly. Mordo on the side also quickly agreed. At present, we can detect that the fluctuations of dark energy on the Earth are gradually increasing, but we cannot determine which evil lord is coming, nor can we determine the source of the energy. We can only be sure that this evil lord has arrived on Earth. Supreme Sorcerer, should Kamar-Taj immediately enter combat mode? The two of them spoke one sentence at a time, and it was obvious that they were very anxious at the moment. The invaders from the multi-universe carry powerful dark energy. It's hard not to think of Dormammu. In fact, Kamar-Taj has fought against Dormammu more than once. When the Ancient One was the Sorcerer Supreme, the mages had fought against Dormammu countless times. Because of the presence of the Ancient One wizard, Dormammu will be repelled every time. Now the Ancient One is gone. Although Luo Bai has good talents and abilities, no one knows how strong he is at the moment. No one knows whether Luo Bai can fight against Dormammu or the evil lord from other dimensions. That's why Wong and Mordo are so anxious. I understand their anxiety, and I also consider that the person who is coming should be a lord or something. In order to prevent the Earth from suffering, Luo Bai thought about it and immediately gave an order, then follow what the two mages said. Kamar-Taj will enter combat mode from now on. Notify all mages to deploy arrays around the world, and then notify the mages in each temple to guard the temple. As for the New York temple, it will be guarded by Mage Mordo for the time being. I will go there first to take a look at the situation. The two of them had no objection to Luo Bai's decision, so they quickly agreed. Yes, Supreme Mage. But the king was still a little worried, so he couldn't help asking, Supreme Sorcerer, do you need me to go with you? These lords of the Dark Dimension are not easy to deal with. Even if it may not be Dormammu who comes this time, he should not be underestimated. Luo Bai naturally understood his concerns. But considering that Kamar-Taj's overall combat power is not strong, these Dark Dimension lords have believers. In order to avoid being robbed, Luo Bai still refused. Wong, keep an eye on Kamar-Taj. You know, Kamar-Taj is not safe at the moment. As if remembering that there were always mages coveting the books in the library recently, Wang Yi realized that something was wrong. I understand, Supreme Mage. If something happens, should all those people be dealt with? Wang asked hurriedly. Luo Bai thought for a moment, then spoke. If they absorb the power of dark magic, you may not be able to defeat them. I still hope to ensure the safety of every wizard in Kamar-Taj. If a situation that you cannot handle really occurs, run away if you can, and I will take care of the rest. When Wang and Modu heard this, they were stunned. The mages of Kamar-Taj have always been committed to hard fighting, even if it means death. As a result, this Supreme Mage actually let them run away when they couldn't defeat him. Although there seems to be nothing wrong with this, but will this make us seem useless? Wang couldn't help but complain. If your sacrifice is necessary for the survival of the Earth, I would definitely hope that you would charge forward bravely, die on the battlefield, and leave your name in history. But it is obviously not the time yet. So sacrifice at this time is unnecessary. Luo Bai replied calmly. Wang thought it made sense. It has to be said that Wang now likes Luo Bai, the Supreme Mage, more and more. After all, other Supreme Wizards teach you to be selfless, but Luo Bai teaches you to slack off at work, run away if you can't win, and call for help if you can. Never make unnecessary sacrifices. He really likes this kind of mentality. Of course, the upright Mordu might find it hard to accept. He seemed to want to refute something, but before he could open his mouth, the king stopped him. Modu, the situation is very dangerous now. There is no time to explain. Let's get ready. After saying that, Wang took Mordo and opened the portal and left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Bai also opened the portal and teleported to the source of dark energy, Las Vegas. At the door of a hotel in Las Vegas, Luo Bai raised his head. He could clearly feel that the whole building was filled with a dark atmosphere, and the smell was so fragrant. It smells so good that it seems to be telling Luo Bai, it's time for dinner. As luck would have it, Luo Bai was hungry. I didn't expect that the first person to come to Earth was not Dormammu, but you, the Lord of the Hell Dimension, Mephisto. Luo Bai muttered as he walked into the hotel. Kamar-Taj magic circle can not only detect whether there are intruders, but also lock the intruder's position based on energy fluctuations. Therefore, it is difficult for a multi-universe invader to escape the magic array set up by the three holy temples of Kamar-Taj. Of course, powerful invaders can avoid the positioning of the magic circle by hiding their energy. However, even if most invaders can avoid the positioning of the magic circle, it is difficult for them to escape Luo Bai's attention. Especially due to the arrival of the fairy power, Luo Bai is very sensitive to energy at this time. The stronger the energy, the more sensitive he is, so it is not difficult to track Mephisto's location. Following the dark energy, Luo Bai came all the way to Las Vegas. He could clearly feel the difference after entering the hotel. The first thing Luo Bai saw was not the hotel lobby, but a river of blood composed of blood-red energy similar to blood. There was an unidentified black object roaring and shaking in the blood river, like a ghost or a demon. The whole space is filled with darkness and gloom, and from time to time, you can hear voices whispering in your ears. You can't hear what these voices are saying, but you can feel that they're demons calling you and trying to take your soul away. With just one glance, Luo Bai could tell that Mephisto had opened up his own absolute domain here. He turned the whole hotel into hell, and he had absolute control. This is normal. After all, the person who opens the domain space first has certain advantages, which is why many big guys like to open a domain before fighting. For example, Ancient One likes to open the mirror space. Taking the initiative and gaining the advantage will put the enemy at a disadvantage. If the enemy is not strong enough to cheat, or you want to let him win, it is difficult for your enemy to defeat you in the realm you create. Under normal circumstances, when Luo Bai walked into this hotel, he no longer had any advantages and became a lamb to be slaughtered. Apparently, Mephisto thought so too. So after Luo Bai walked into the hotel, he couldn't wait to show his head. Supreme Sorcerer, as far as I know, the previous Supreme Sorcerer was the Ancient One. I didn't expect the Supreme Sorcerer to change so soon. Mephisto said as he appeared in the center. It's not quite what I imagined. Although Mephisto is a demon, he is not in the form of a demon as we imagine. Instead, he looks like a white-haired old man who is about to die. This made Luo Bai conclude that he was possessed by someone else. The one who came to Earth was not his real body. This made Luo Bai feel a little regretful. After all, there might not be enough to eat. Thinking of this, Luo Bai muttered with some dissatisfaction. As the Lord of the Hell Dimension, you should be very angry that I secretly absorbed the power of your dimension, but you were so cautious as to possess me instead of coming here in person. From his point of view, you don't seem to be much stronger than ma'am. Oh? Mephisto originally wanted to act mysterious and tease Luo Bai, the lamb to be slaughtered. After all, Luo Bai had come to absorb the energy of his hell dimension many times before, which made him very unhappy. He never expected that Luo Bai would mock him first, and you still say he's not as good as Dormammu. Mephisto's true nature was revealed in an instant, and he became extremely irritable. You're talking nonsense. Dormammu was originally just an extra-dimensional energy creature named Fardin, but he was lucky enough to encounter an ownerless dark dimension, so he became the ruler of the dark dimension. I'm a devil. I was born in the early days of the Earth, when humans didn't even exist. You actually said that I'm not as good as Dormammu. Mephisto Rage said. It can be seen that he is very unconvinced at this moment. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai smiled and asked, so if you fight Dormammu, you will definitely win? I'm the great lord of the Hell Dimension. Dormammu certainly can't defeat me. Mephisto said immediately. But Dormammu is also very interested in my soul. Didn't you come to Earth just to seize my soul? Luo Bai asked again. Mephisto finally figured it out. It was obvious that this kid Luo Bai wanted to provoke him and make him fight with Dormammu. Thinking of this, Mephisto snorted coldly and said, Cunning Earth Mage, do you think I can't see through your little tricks? I know that Zithorne and Dormammu both want your soul, but the multi-universe has rules. If you promise to dedicate your soul to me, then even Zithorne and Dormammu will not dare to really fight with me. Rules? You lords of the dark dimension know how to talk about rules. Luo Bai couldn't help but ask. Although I don't want to abide by those bullshit rules, I will be judged if I go too far. This universe is much bigger than you think. You have no future if you follow them, but I can give you a future, Mephisto said. He was using his usual tactics to seduce Luo Bai. The reason why he didn't take action was very simple. Mephisto was different from the other lords of the dark dimension. He really likes the so-called contract game, which simply means signing a contract and dedicating one's soul. Therefore, he often lures mortals with lies and contracts in order to obtain their souls. This is how Ghost Rider was born. Obviously, at this time, Mephisto still wanted to use the old routine to persuade Luo Bai. I know very well that there is a limit to the training of Earth mages, because you are human. If you want to obtain a higher power limit, you must absorb abilities from the multi-universe. But the growth rate is too slow. If you're willing to sign a contract with me, I can let you absorb power, huge amounts of power. When you gain power, you will have the strength to protect the Earth. Cooperate with me, kid. I will prove to you that following me is more promising than following those people. Mephisto said as he took out a contract. Familiar parchment, bearing the power of Mephisto. Once signed, it is equivalent to selling your soul to Mephisto. Seeing Mephisto handing over the contract with his calloused hands, Luo Bai refused. I think we should sign a different contract. Why don't you take a look at my contract? Luo Bai said as he handed over a new contract. Mephisto was obviously stunned for a moment, but he still took the contract. After reading the contract, Mephisto couldn't help but gasp. The opposite of Tian Gang. It's simply the opposite of Tian Gang. He had been the lord of the Hell Dimension for such a long time, but this was the first time that someone had handed him a contract. The content of the contract is still, I, Mephisto, Lord of Hell, will from now on guarantee to provide Supreme Mage Luo Bai with energy from the Hell Dimension on a regular basis and in a fixed amount, and will absolutely obey the orders of Supreme Mage Luo Bai. If the contract is violated, the status of Hell Lord will be stripped and the fate of being devoured will be accepted. No, the Supreme Sorcerer is so crazy now. Angrily turning the contract into ashes, Mephisto was visibly angry. You shouldn't anger me, Earth Mage, Mephisto said as he released a powerful force. In an instant, the rolling river of blood turned into a burning hellfire, and the entire space was illuminated by flames. The Lord of Hell instantly enveloped the entire space, and the demons that had been crawling in the darkness suddenly popped up in groups. They seemed to be waiting for Mephisto's order, waiting to rush forward and tear Luo Bai to pieces. You will pay for your foolish behavior, Mephisto whispered. The next second, the devil surged and pounced towards Luo Bai. Luo Bai was not in a hurry. He calmly watched the demons rushing over, and then released the power of the goblins. Accompanied by a roar that seemed to come from the center of the universe, darkness instantly enveloped the entire space in the next second. In the darkness, a pair of eyes, shining like stars, stared greedily at Mephisto. It's like looking at a fat sheep. Mephisto, who was originally very arrogant, suddenly became silent. This looks like the power of a fairy. Wait, isn't the fairy power sealed? How come it appeared on Earth? No, let me fight against the power of the goblin. Seriously? Even if I use all the power of the entire Hell Realm, it still won't be enough for this thing to eat. In fact, Mephisto has never seen the power of the fairy. After all, the power of the fairy was born a long, long time ago. If you really count it, the fairy power has been around longer than he has been alive. But it is impossible that he has not heard of the reputation of the fairy power. Rumor has it that the fairy power once chose a human as its host. When it integrates perfectly with the host, it can be said to be able to eat any god or Buddha that stands in its way. The power of the phoenix is strong. It has been swallowed by the power of the fairy. The god group was so powerful, yet they were almost wiped out. In the end, it's because humans have weaknesses. The gods took advantage of the weakness of human will causing a conflict between the fairy power and the host, and finally forcibly sealed the fairy power. After all, although the power of fairies is strong, this simple power is very dependent on the host. A good host can maximize its power. This is why both the Phoenix Force and the Fairy Force like to find a host. No, hasn't this thing been sealed a long time ago and has become a legend? Why did it not only appear, but also appear in the main universe? Is this something he can handle? The moment he saw the fairy power, Mephisto realized something was wrong. No wonder this human being absorbs dark energy every day, and his soul is favored by many lords at the same time. It seems like we're really eating them as a buffet. Thinking of this, Mephisto, who was originally arrogant and wanted to teach Luo Bai a lesson, immediately became timid. In the blink of an eye, he escaped back to the realm of hell. But what he didn't know was that the power of the fairy had already devoured the energy of the space stone. Following Mephisto's energy fluctuations, Luo Bai drove the power of the space gemstone and arrived at the Hell Dimension almost at the same time as Mephisto. Seeing Luo Bai chasing after him, Mephisto was stunned. Space power. Isn't this the infinite power of the stone in the universe? You swallowed the space stone. Mephisto exclaimed in surprise. Luo Bai replied very calmly, "That's nothing to be surprised about, Mephisto. But I still have to thank you." Luo Bai paused for a moment. He took a look at the Hell Dimension filled with powerful energy and then continued, "Originally, I thought that your real body had not come to Earth, and swallowing it in one bite might not be enough. Now, you take me directly back to your nest. Although there may not be enough food, it's much better than before." As Luo Bai spoke, he released the power of the fairy. The fairy power was starved for energy, and as soon as it was released, it began to madly absorb the power of the Hell Dimension. Even Mephisto was scared. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and his expression was full of fear. It's like a powerless human looking at a wild beast eating crazily in fear. But the key is that you can't run away. Because if you move, the beast may eat you at any time. There was really no other way. So Mephisto could only resort to moral kidnapping. You are the supreme sorcerer on Earth. If you really devour the Earth, the Hell Dimension, it won't take long for this matter to spread throughout the multi-universe. This is an invasion, and you are declaring war on the entire multi-universe. He obviously wanted to use his identity as the Supreme Mage to pressure Luo Bai to stop. But Luo Bai was unmoved and said calmly, No, Mephisto. You got the order wrong. You invaded the Earth first. The Temple of Kamar-Taj has detected you, the invader of the Earth. As the Supreme Sorcerer, I am fighting for the Earth and eliminating the invader. Mephisto was stunned. That seems to be the case. Damn, why did he feel like he was being tricked? No wonder Luo Bai, who possesses the power of a fairy, never attacks the Lord of Hell, but instead comes to steal some energy from time to time. He is clearly trying to fish for law enforcement. These lords of the Dark Dimension could not bear it anymore and ran to the Earth to become invaders. Then he had a legitimate reason to fight back? Even if this matter goes to multi-universe, even if it goes to court, it could be considered as legitimate defense? ITM, he is the Lord of Hell, but he was tricked by a human wizard? The key point is that no one told him that the fairy power is on Earth. Mephisto was very annoyed at this point, but seeing that the power of the goblin was about to swallow him up if he didn't stop it, he finally gave in. Supreme Mage? I remember you. Your name seems to be Luo Bai, right? I think we can actually discuss it again. Of course it can be negotiated. You now have two choices. One is to sign the contract, the other is to become food. Luo Bai said with a smile. Mephisto's eyes widened, his expression extremely angry. Luo Bai, I am discussing this with you sincerely. After all, I am the Lord of the Hell Dimension. How could I possibly submit to an Earth wizard? If this matter spreads throughout the multi-universe, where will I put my face? This is absolutely impossible. Mephisto roared. Luo Bai spread his hands and replied calmly. So there is no room for negotiation? Certainly. Then eat with confidence, demon. Choose one. I choose one. I sign. I sign. Just as the goblin power rushed towards Mephisto and was about to swallow him in one gulp, Mephisto made his choice. Luo Bai was quick-witted and immediately took the fairy power back into his body. After a long period of integration, the fairy power now seems to have reached a spiritual consensus with Luo Bai. As long as they are full, they will basically obey Luo Bai's control. After all, the fairy power itself is well aware that it needs a powerful host. It was originally tricked by its previous host, so was sealed for a long time. With the previous lesson in mind, the fairy power was much more obedient this time and retracted into Luo Bai's body very obediently. Mephisto seemed a little surprised to see that Luo Bai could control the fairy power with ease. As far as I know, the power of the fairy has a strong independent will. You can actually make the power of the fairy obey you. Mephisto muttered. Mephisto seemed confused, but Luo Bai knew that he was lucky after all. As long as there is a 0.1% chance, the fairy power may obey the will of the host. Then his good luck will definitely allow it to be perfectly integrated with the fairy power, otherwise the goddess of luck will not allow such a dangerous power to occupy Luo Bai's body. Of course, Luo Bai didn't answer. After all, he didn't have to answer. He just gave Mephisto a friendly smile and then said, "I gave you a contract just now, but you burned it, so you can only write another contract yourself." Mephisto was silent. "Good man, I will not only accept an unequal treaty, I have to write my own treaty. You are so. I'm too what? You are so right. I will write it now, right away," Mephisto said as he was about to make a contract. The next second Luo Bai spoke up, "Write it by hand, and make sure it's exactly the same as before." Despite his anger, Mephisto obediently wrote a contract and signed his name. After reading the contents of the contract, Luo Bai put it away. He took a look at the ruined Hell Dimension after being devoured by the power of the goblins. Luo Bai sighed helplessly. "Xiaomo, you have to work harder. The power of your Hell Dimension is not enough. I will come back in a few days." Mephisto, "Little Ink? What is this Nima's name? And in a few days? No, who do you think I am? Automatic dark energy machine? You almost swallowed up the Hell Dimension just now, and you're coming back in a few days? You are exploiting. You are squeezing. No matter how much energy I absorb, I can't satisfy the appetite of the fairy power." Mephisto couldn't help complaining when he thought of this. "Give me more time. A few days are not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Mephisto seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke firmly and seriously. "Dormammu, yes, that guy is the lord of the dark dimension. The power in his dimension must be very strong." Mephisto said this while thinking. "Dormammu, I can't be the only one who suffers. We are all lords of dimensions. You have to share some of the burden for me." As lords of the same dimension, several lords of different dimensions have fought overtly and covertly. After all, no one can accept the feeling of being suppressed. Now that the Hell Dimension has just been absorbed by the power of the fairies, Mephisto's strength has been greatly weakened. How could he let other evil dimensions stay out of it? If he can drag one into the water, it's one. In order to prevent Luo Bai from staring at him and sucking his blood every day, Mephisto immediately gave up Dormammu. In fact, Luo Bai also has ideas about Dormammu, but Dormammu? The Lord of the Dark Dimension? The Dark Dimension does contain powerful forces, but I can't go directly to the Dark Dimension to find him. Luo Bai muttered, as if he was thinking about something. As soon as he finished speaking, Mephisto said confidently, "Why not? There is no energy in the entire universe that the fairy power cannot swallow. Although Dormammu is very strong in the Dark Dimension, he cannot defeat the fairy power even in the Dark Dimension. The fairy power can completely swallow the Dark Dimension." That's what I said. But I am a supreme sorcerer after all. You just said that I have to protect the earth and be the guardian of justice. It's not appropriate to tell others that I went to the Dark Dimension to cause trouble for Dormammu. I'm not a black magician. Luo Bai responded seriously and solemnly. These words left Mephisto speechless. What a guardian of justice. No. has the Supreme Sorcerer on Earth developed to this point? You are even darker than us, the masters of the evil dimension. Now we not only need to absorb our energy, but also need to be reasonable? Did you take all the benefits? Who dares to play with the Supreme Sorcerer? You think so, Mo. When Mephisto was complaining madly in his heart, Luo Bai suddenly asked this question, although Mephisto really wanted to speak his true feelings at this moment. But he didn't dare, so he immediately replied, "Yes, I think what you said makes sense." But he really didn't want Dormammu to stay out of it. So Luo Bai spoke up at this moment. "Why don't you go find Dormammu and ask for his opinion?" "I go to the dark dimension to find Dormammu." Mephisto was stunned. "Well, it's decided. Go ask Dormammu for my opinion." Luo Bai muttered. Mephisto just had most of his power absorbed, and now he's going to look for Dormammu? And he's going to the dark dimension, Dormammu's own dimension, to look for Dormammu? Isn't this the one he should deliver? "I can't. Don't forget the contract." Mephisto wanted to refuse, but Luo Bai spoke before he could finish his words. Thinking of the contract that stated that he must absolutely obey Luo Bai's opinions, Mephisto remained silent. "Actually, you don't need to go to war with Dormammu directly. You just need to bring it to Earth, and I will take care of the rest. Mo, you have to believe me. I will not let anything happen to you." Luo Bai spoke sincerely. Those followers of Dormammu are not as reliable as Mephisto. What if they're clumsy and fail to summon Dormammu? Mephisto is still more reassuring. Although Mephisto wanted to refuse at this time, he didn't want to be controlled by a gun after all. But the contract had already been signed, and he couldn't refuse it. He sighed, and Mephisto said, "Okay then, but you have to ensure my safety. You can't just ignore me." Mephisto spoke very sincerely. Normally, Mephisto wouldn't need Luo Bai's help, but he is too weak now. So he urgently needed Luo Bai to protect him. "Don't worry, we are friendly partners," Luo Bai vowed. Mephisto didn't say anything, but couldn't help complaining in his heart. "Not friendly at all. Don't think I don't know you treat me like food." It seems that he has started to give up and is planning to take revenge on the universe. Mephisto took a deep breath and spoke tentatively. "Actually, I know that besides Dormammu, there are other evil lords in the universe. How about we discuss it? I'll lure them over for you. Don't catch me with energy absorbing. I really can't handle the power of the goblins." "It's not impossible. It just depends on how much you can fool people." Luo Bai thought for a moment and replied, "Don't worry about me. I'll do it," Mephisto assured, patting his chest. After friendly discussions, Luo Bai left the Hell Dimension and returned to the New York Temple. At this time, Mordo was guarding the New York Temple. From his frowning brows, it was not difficult to see that he was very worried and nervous. When he saw Luo Bai coming back, he immediately came forward and asked, "Supreme Mage, what's the situation now?" "I've figured it out. The one who came is Mephisto, the Lord of Hell." Luo Bai replied calmly. "It's him." Mordo was stunned. Mephisto is recorded in the books of Kamar-Taj and is also a very powerful dimensional lord. Mordo became even more nervous when he learned that it was Mephisto who came to Earth. Why would he come to Earth in person? Sorcerer Supreme? Is Earth very dangerous now? Mordo asked immediately. Luo Bai shook his head and comforted Mordo. "Don't be nervous. I just want to look for him. He said he just wanted to visit Earth and didn't have any other ideas. He has gone back now and said that he will probably never come to Earth again." "What the hell? Come to Earth?" Mordo opened his eyes wide, looked at Luo Bai in confusion, and asked, "Did he really just come to Earth for a visit?" "Of course," Luo Bai said confidently. To be honest, at this moment Mordo did not believe that Mephisto was just coming to Earth for a visit. After all, most of these evil lords come to Earth to cause trouble. But he had to believe what Luo Bai said, not only because Luo Bai is the Supreme Mage, but also because the magic circle has now lifted the alarm. This proves that the invaders of Earth have indeed disappeared. But what reason does Mephisto have to leave the Earth so easily? Could it be that he was repelled by Luo Bai? That's all there is to it. It seems that Luo Bai's current strength has become very powerful. This is a good thing for Kamar-Taj and the Earth. Thinking of this, Mordo breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, There was no danger this time. However, these evil lords are very cunning. They will definitely not let it go. They will definitely find another way to invade the Earth. Luo Bai didn't explain too much, just nodded and replied, "That makes sense. I have a feeling that another Lord of the Dark Dimension should be coming soon." Lord of the Dark Dimension? Dormammu? Mordo, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, became nervous again after hearing the news. That person is more difficult to deal with than Mephisto. Mordo immediately sighed. You know, the Ancient One's #1 enemy was Dormammu. The entire Kamar-Taj knows how powerful that guy is. He's definitely not as easy to talk to as Mephisto. Once he arrives, it will cause a devastating blow to the Earth. Thinking of this, Mordo panicked a little. He asked hurriedly, "What should we do? Supreme Sorcerer? Should we set up the formation in advance?" "Go ahead and notify all the mages at the same time," Luo Bai said. After hearing this, Mordo left immediately. Looking at his leaving figure, Luo Bai couldn't help but think in his heart, "Just, with Dormammu here, it's time to reorganize Kamar-Taj." At the same time, in the Hell Dimension, after Luo Bai left, Mephisto finally breathed a sigh of relief after a long time. Looking at his nearly drained Hell Realm, he really couldn't understand why the fairy power appeared on Earth. What I don't understand the most is why the fairy power is now controlled by a human, unless the fairy power has already been integrated with that human. As the king of lies, Mephisto usually tells lies. He is good at using lies to deceive human souls, so there's always been a rumor among humans. Don't make a deal with the devil, because the devil's mouth is full of lies. But the contract he wrote to Luo Bai by hand definitely did not contain any lies. And every word he said to Luo Bai was sincere. It's not that he doesn't want to lie to Luo Bai, but he doesn't dare. If Luo Bai finds out, will he still want to keep this Hell Dimension? The more Mephisto thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. He has lived in this universe for so long and has always controlled human emotions, but he never expected that one day he would become a human and control him. Why? Mephisto sighed helplessly. Certainly, no matter how aggrieved he was, he had to drag the other evil lords into the water first. Otherwise, his small Hell Dimension would not be able to withstand the repeated torment of the goblin's power. With this thought, a plan came to Mephisto's mind, and he quickly took action to achieve it. He sent an invitation letter from the Hell Dimension to several evil dimension lords he was familiar with at the same time. The invitation letter basically invites several evil lords to participate in a game together, and the name of the game is Earth Colonization Plan. The rules of the game are simple. That is, whoever turns the Earth into a colony first will win. After Mephisto wrote the invitation letter, he used his ability to send it to the evil lords. Of course, he wrote a few more words in the invitation letter to Dormammu. It was unknown how long it took before the lords of all dimensions received the invitation letter from Hell. When they first received the invitation, the attitudes of the dimensional lords were very different. The one who reacted the most was Dormammu. He was in a hurry to get to the Earth, so he began to call his followers. At this time, Kamar-Taj, Casia, who was still sleeping, woke up from his sleep as if he had suddenly received a call. He stood up immediately as if he sensed something, and then immediately gathered the mages who followed him. Then the group of mages went straight to the library. There were about 10 Kamar-Taj mages following Casia. All of them had sharp eyes and were obviously ready for battle. After all, they knew very well that the library administrator Wong was not weak. It is not an easy task for them to take away the book recording how to summon Dormammu right under the king's nose. They may have to fight a tough battle, so they are well prepared. But what is surprising is, when they arrived at the library, it was empty. Casia obviously felt something was wrong, and he asked the wizard beside him, "Where is the king?" "Not sure. He might have gone to the temple to guard it," the accompanying wizard guessed. Casia seemed to feel something strange, but he said nothing and just went into the library and took away the book of Cagliostro. The process of getting the book went extremely smoothly. From the time he entered the library until he took the book away, no one came to stop him during this period. Although he felt something strange, Cassius did not stay for long, but left directly. After the group of mages he led left, Luo Bai and Wang Kai walked out of the portal. After walking out of the door, Wang couldn't help but complain, "I didn't expect they would be so bold as to steal books." Tonight Wang was staying in the library as usual. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai came suddenly, and the first thing he did was to pull him away and said that someone would come to steal books tonight. Wang did not hesitate and hid in another space with Luo Bai to check. Sure enough, after a while, Cassius and his men came to steal books. Thinking of this, the king took the first look at the library's collection, and soon he confirmed the books that Cassius had stolen. What he took away was indeed the Book of Cagliostro. The book records the rituals on how to summon Dormammu and how to draw power from the dark dimension. So they fell. The king muttered, his expression solemn. Luo Bai was calm and asked calmly, "I thought you knew about this a long time ago. I guessed it, but I didn't expect there would be so many this time." Wang sighed. Ever since Luo Bai reminded him, the king knew that there must be a wizard in Kamar-Taj who had been bewitched by Dormammu. After all, such things are not uncommon in previous years. Since the founding of Kamar-Taj, many wizards have left because of practicing black magic. But Wang didn't expect that there would be so many mages bewitched this time. This made him feel helpless. Fortunately, Luo Bai, an ancient one, can predict the future. Thinking of this, the king couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Supreme Mage, you have already anticipated this matter. What should we do next? Notify the mages to hunt them down. Wang asked quickly. He originally thought that Luo Bai had ignored these wizards who were bewitched by Dormammu and let them steal books from the library in order to find evidence, so that he could come out to stop them. But he didn't expect to hear Luo Bai's answer the next second. No, wait for them to summon Dormammu. Hearing this, Wang was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? Let them summon Dormammu. The king couldn't help but ask in surprise because he was too surprised. He even doubted for a moment whether he had heard it wrongly. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai answered the next second. Of course I am sure. Dark power has always been a temptation that mages cannot resist. Even if we stop Cassius, other mages will fall into darkness. If we want to solve it, we can only solve it from the root. Wang finally understood. Sorcerer Supreme, are you trying to get rid of Dormammu? The king asked. Luo Bai nodded and responded, That's about right. After I deal with Dormammu, I will reorganize Kamar-Taj. King, to be honest, he never expected it. What Luo Bai had been planning was actually to have a one-on-one fight with Dormammu. I thought you asked me to play badly so that you could find these corrupted mages, but I didn't expect you wanted me to do it to duel Dormammu. Excuse me for asking, can we defeat Dormammu now? Wang muttered. If Ancient One were here, he would join forces with Luo Bai. Wang still felt a little confident, but now Ancient One is not here, and Luo Bai is alone. Wang was extremely worried. Let's give it a try. After all, if we don't deal with him, there will be more corrupted mages. Well, you don't have to worry about what happens next. Just take care of the library and the temple like before. I will take care of the other things, Luo Bai said. After saying this, Luo Bai left. After Luo Bai left, Wang stood in the library feeling very nervous. No way, no way. Fight Dormammu. Can you win? Can this win? Ever since he learned about the purpose of the current Supreme Mage Luo Bai, the king has been very uneasy. Mordo was even more nervous after hearing that Dormammu might come, and that Caecilius and his group of mages in Kamar-Taj had fallen into depravity and become dark magicians and stole books from the library. Get all the mages to practice every day. Everything seems normal in Kamar-Taj, but in fact every wizard is very nervous. Only Luo Bai remained calm. Since there was nothing to do, he spent most of his time in the New York temple to continue absorbing dark energy, until he suddenly realized that a powerful dark force seemed to have erupted somewhere on the earth. The next second, he saw Wang and Modu rushing over in a hurry. Supreme Sorcerer, Dormammu is here. To be precise, it was Cassius who summoned Dormammu. Cassius has now activated the summoning circle, and Dormammu has been summoned to Earth by him. As soon as they entered the door, they hurried to report. Luo Bai nodded, and from the expression on his face, it could be seen that he should have known about this. I already know. I'm going to deal with Dormammu now. Mordo and the king, you take the mages with you, and make sure to capture Casia and those dark magicians. Luo Bai stood up and gave the order. Mordo and Wong nodded and hurried back to Kamar-Taj to summon all the mages. Luo Bai opened a portal and went directly to his destination, the Dark Dimension. Casia and other corrupted mages drew power from the Dark Dimension through dark rituals. Using the power of darkness, they successfully started the summoning ceremony and summoned Dormammu to Earth. In fact, according to the original plot, they should have obeyed Dormammu's orders to destroy Kamar-Taj and cause the death of Ancient One. But because the Ancient One left work early, Dormammu came in a hurry again. So after absorbing power from the Dark Dimension, Casia directly summoned Dormammu. The evil and ancient ritual started, and the people who were immersed in the joyful nightlife did not react at first. It wasn't until the dark energy enveloped the entire city and invaded more cities that people finally became afraid. Look, what's that in the sky? I don't know, it looks so weird. Run, it's coming towards us. People shouted in horror. They didn't know what these dark energies were, but they were instinctively afraid. Of course, there are also people who take photos and upload them to the internet. Soon, people on the internet began to discuss the topic of weird black hole, and it became the #1 hot search. Because this incident caused such a big stir, super ability people all over the world finally noticed that the Earth was in great danger. The Hydra incident had just happened not long ago, and the super ability people on Earth had a rare opportunity to work together. Perhaps it was because the response from the last collaboration was pretty good. At this time, an unknown enemy descended on Earth again, and the super ability people on Earth linked up again. A large number of super ability people collectively approached the Dark Energy Center. Members of the Justice League naturally also want to join this battle. So the moment they noticed it, they gathered together. At this time, in Luo Bai's villa, Stark, Polaris, and Dr. Banner were watching the news and discussing the situation. An unusual dark energy has been discovered gathering in the sky in the east. Should we go and help? Polaris asked first. Since joining the Justice League, Polaris has been very active in protecting the Earth. Stark naturally understood her feelings. As a little girl, she naturally felt fresh about everything. Compared to her, Stark, who has experienced many things, is much calmer. I think we should ask Luo Bai about the situation first. I always feel that this thing is not so easy to deal with, Stark said with a serious tone. As soon as the voice fell, Polaris immediately agreed. I thought so too, so I called Master Luo Bai. But no one answered. No one answered? So what to do? As a core figure of the Justice League, if Luo Bai didn't speak, the others would not dare to act rashly. After all, no one is clear about the dark energy that has appeared at present. Moreover, the area where the dark energy appeared is quite far away from New York. It appeared in Dacia, so it would take some time for several people to rush over. Several members were hesitant about whether to go and help. Just as everyone was hesitating, a familiar yellow circle suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone's first reaction was surprise. But when they saw that it was the Queen walking out from the portal, the joy on their faces disappeared instantly. Was it Luo Bai who asked you to come here? Stark immediately asked about the visitor's identity. Although he had never seen Wong, when he saw the portal appear, he knew that Wong should be related to Luo Bai. Soon, the king replied, I am the mage of Kamar-Taj, king. Mage Luo Bai asked me to take you there to fight against the dark mage together. Dark mage? So, the anomalies mentioned in the news now are caused by the dark wizard? Polaris asked, Come with me. I'll explain to you as we go, Wong said, and led a few people through the portal. To the surprise of several people, Wanda, who had not agreed to join the Justice League, also came. The most surprising one was Stark. He glanced at Wanda as if she had something to ask, but after thinking about it, he chose to remain silent. Because at this time, the king had already begun to explain, the current situation is very dangerous. A magician in Kamar-Taj has fallen. He has become a dark magician, and they have summoned Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Seemingly unfamiliar with this name, Polaris couldn't help but ask, Lord of the Dark Dimension? Dormammu? Who is it? You can understand him as a dark magician. He is very powerful, so powerful that almost no magician can kill him. Wong said seriously. Although a few people didn't know the strength of Dormammu, just hearing the words Lord of Dark Dimension, everyone knew that the current situation was not simple. Dr. Banner on the side was a little depressed and couldn't help complaining. So now, we have to fight against the Dimensional Master? Can we really defeat him? Of course we can't beat him, so what we have to deal with are his followers. Wong said, That's not bad. Dr. Banner muttered, breathing a sigh of relief. Stark on the side was a little confused and asked quickly, What about Dormammu? Who will deal with it? The Supreme Mage is gone, Wong said. Master Luo Bai? Where is he? Polar Star continued to ask. The king pointed to the black hole in the sky and replied seriously, In there, in the dark dimension. Oh my God, Banner exclaimed in surprise, his face full of worry. Stark also seemed worried and quickly asked, Should we help him first? Can he really do it alone? The king shook his head and spoke seriously. If he can't do it, then no one on earth can fight against Dormammu. The king's words made everyone instantly understand how powerful Dormammu was. At this time, everyone looked nervously towards the dark dimension, praying for Luo Bai. They thought that Luo Bai, who was going deep into the dimension alone, must be fighting hard with Dormammu at this time. But what they didn't know was that Luo Bai at this moment, not to mention how happy he was. Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate terms. Standing on a certain planet in the center of the dark dimension, Luo Bai shouted loudly. The next second, a huge amount of head popped out. That head is Dormammu. For some reason, Luo Bai always felt that Dormammu was very angry. The moment he appeared, Dormammu roared in a very angry voice. You are here to die? Stupid Earth Mage. How dare you threaten me? Do you think Mephisto can protect you? Mephisto? Hearing this name, Luo Bai knew that Dormammu was so anxious to come to Earth, and it must be Mephisto's credit. He was very curious, so he asked, He is the master of lies. Do you believe what he says? So what did he tell you? Dormammu didn't seem to want to talk more with Luo Bai, so he didn't answer, but yelled angrily, Your world is mine now, and your soul is mine now. Stupid Earth Mage, you will pay huge amounts of price for your rude behavior. Dormammu roared, and the next second the entire dimension began to shake. Before Luo Bai could react, Dormammu released the energy beam directly at Luo Bai. If it were an ordinary mage facing this dark energy, he would most likely be torn to pieces. But Luo Bai is no ordinary mage. You say it's a coincidence, but what he lacks is energy. So Luo Bai didn't hide at all, but stood on the spot and used his body to catch the energy beam released by Dormammu. The moment the energy beam touched Luo Bai's body, not to mention the power of the fairy, he was so happy that he went crazy. Dormammu releases it and absorbs the power of the fairy. At the end of the release, Dormammu was stunned. No, you're not dead yet. Are you so hard to kill? Dormammu is the lord of the dark dimension, not to mention that we are now in his dimension. There is no doubt about how powerful the energy beam he releases is. This energy could easily destroy a planet, but Luo Bai just stood there motionless and nothing happened to him. Dormammu was furious. Go to hell. He roared and intensified the release of the energy beam again. The powerful energy bombarded Luo Bai wildly, submerging him completely. Countless planets in the dark dimension were blown up because they could not withstand such powerful energy. Boom, boom. Explosions continued to sound, and colorful energy bursts appeared as brilliantly as fireworks. Dormammu thought that with such a powerful energy bombardment, Luo Bai would definitely be blown to pieces. Unexpectedly, after everything calmed down, Luo Bai was still standing there intact. Not only was he not hurt at all, he seemed to become even more excited. He looked at Dormammu, his eyes becoming greedy. It was like looking at food, muttering, Not enough, Dormammu, not enough. Dormammu was stunned. He is really a human mage? Even if the Ancient One came, it would be impossible for him to escape unscathed from the energy I just released. So this new Sorcerer Supreme was not hurt at all after being bombarded by energy, and said, "Not enough to eat?" Wait, what does not enough to eat mean? Dormammu couldn't understand, but before he could understand, Luo Bai spoke again. "Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension, you invaded the Earth. As the Guardian of the Earth, Supreme Mage Luo Bai has warned you. You insisted on not leaving and stubbornly resisted. To ensure the safety of the Earth, Supreme Mage Luo Bai will now launch a counterattack against you." Luo Bai's expression was quite serious when he spoke, so serious that even Dormammu found it incredible. Fight back against him? Is the current Sorcerer Supreme already so arrogant? Even the Ancient One didn't dare to say the words, "launch a counterattack" at first. But Luo Bai was now standing in his dimension, on his territory, telling him to launch a counterattack? "You are just a human mage. You think you can kill me." Holy crap! Dormammu was wondering how Luo Bai, a human wizard, could fight back and defeat him, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Unexpectedly, the next second, a black force was released from Luo Bai's body. This force was so strong that even Dormammu felt fear. That black power began to expand infinitely from the moment it was released, until finally, that black force became so huge that it almost occupied the entire Dark Dimension. Dormammu finally realized what this terrifying power was. This is fairy power? Dormammu roared. There was something clearly wrong in his tone at this moment. Originally, Dormammu's attitude towards Luo Bai was arrogant. Extreme arrogance. When he saw the tiny ant-like Luo Bai appear in the Dark Dimension, Dormammu was disdainful. They are just human mages, and he can easily kill a bunch of them. How could Dormammu take human mages seriously? But now his tone was more filled with fear. Helpless, because from the body of Luo Bai, the human mage, a force from the universe was released. A powerful force from the multi-universe, the power of fairies. The power of the fairy was not huge at the beginning. It was a mass of black flowing power without a specific shape. But when it devours energy, its size and energy will grow. Until now, the power of the goblins is strong enough to occupy the entire Dark Dimension. If it weren't for the limitation of space, the power of fairies could become even greater, so great that it could occupy the entire universe. Even though we are now in Dormammu's home turf, the power of the fairy is not subject to any restrictions. It uses its powerful body to wrap the entire Dark Dimension, until finally, the black power gathered into a big mouth like a black hole, hanging above Dormammu's huge amounts of head. The fairy power seemed to be waiting for orders. As soon as Luo Bai opened his mouth, it swallowed Dormammu's big head. If it weren't for the fact that fairy power has no specific shape, Luo Bai even suspected that the fairy power had already begun to drool at this time. I can understand the hunger of the fairy power. So Luo Bai didn't care about Dormammu's reaction at all, and just said lightly, "Go." After receiving the order, the fairy power went completely crazy. It began to invade and feast on the Dark Dimension. He didn't feel satisfied after eating 3 planets in one bite, so he just swallowed half of the Dark Dimension in one gulp. The crazy look of the fairy power scared Dormammu. "Stop! Stop!" Dormammu shouted. He released dark energy and dark magic to try to stop the fairy power from devouring him. But the power of the fairy is a magical wizard. It is proficient in all magic. It even set off fireworks in Dormammu's space, bombing the Dark Dimension while eating. Dormammu never imagined that one day this would happen. He would be beaten and run away in his own Dark Dimension. The most terrifying thing is that the enemy becomes stronger the more you fight. He became weaker and weaker, because the enemy is absorbing his energy. Although as the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu is also capable of energy absorbing. And Dormammu also tried to absorb the fairy power, wanting to directly absorb the fairy power back. But he failed. In terms of power level, the two are not at the same level. In addition, The fairy power also recognized Luo Bai as its master. So Dormammu not only failed to absorb the fairy power, but also lost most of his power. It seems that if the fairy power continues to be consumed, the dark dimension will be swallowed up by it. Dormammu finally couldn't bear the pressure and gave in. I'm leaving. Can't I just leave? Don't swallow me. Don't swallow me. This damn fairy power is more powerful than Galactus. Seeing that Dormammu had surrendered, Luo Bai instantly withdrew his fairy power. You mean you agree to negotiate terms with me? Luo Bai asked. Isn't it just to provide you with dark energy regularly? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Dormammu yelled, and his tone seemed a bit helpless. Luo Bai was a little surprised to hear him say what he wanted to say. How did he know that he wanted him to provide dark energy regularly? Did Mephisto tell him? Thinking of this, Luo Bai quickly asked, What did Mephisto say to you? Dormammu said nothing, just looking at himself being swallowed up by the dark dimension with only a small half left. Small half after small half. He couldn't help but tremble with pain. My power, the power I have accumulated by devouring so many planets and dimensions. It was all swallowed up by me. This time when he came to Earth. Although Dormammu was anxious, he was fully prepared. He knew very well that the Ancient One was no longer there, because Odin was dying in Ragnarok. If nothing else happened, he would be able to give the Earth to blacken very easily this time. Then, something unexpected happened, and the power of the fairy was that accident. If Luo Bai was just a simple supreme mage, Dormammu would not be afraid of him at all. After all, Dormammu had completely mastered the magic that Luo Bai learned at a very young age, so he was not afraid at all. In his own invincible realm, he faced off against a mage who had just learned magic. When these words were combined together, Dormammu really couldn't think of how he could lose. As a result, he lost. Moreover, he lost so hard that he had no power to fight back, and almost got the entire dark dimension involved. Dormammu hates it so much that he gnashes his teeth. Not only hate, but also a sense of grievance. I just used a flat A on you. Why do you still use your ultimate move directly? I don't know what Dormammu thought, but suddenly he looked serious and said angrily to Luo Bai, It is true that I underestimated the enemy too much. I didn't expect that the power of fairies would appear on the earth, and it is still in your body. But I don't understand. You have the power of fairies and can swallow even the dark dimension. Why did you agree to dedicate your soul to Mephisto? Just Mephisto, the Lord of the Hell Dimension. Can he resist the power of fairies? Dormammu yelled. His anger affected the entire dark dimension, so much so that the entire dark dimension began to tremble with Dormammu's anger. Although Dormammu was extremely angry at this moment, Luo Bai couldn't understand it. Who told you that I gave my soul to Mephistopheles? Luo Bai asked in confusion. Of course Mephisto said it. Dormammu said. As he finished speaking, an ancient envelope appeared in front of Luo Bai's eyes, with a devil's symbol printed on the envelope. Luo Bai opened the envelope and discovered that the letter was sent by Mephisto. This letter was not just sent to Dormammu, because the first sentence at the beginning of the letter was, Dear Lords of the Evil Dimension. After reading all the contents in the letter, Luo Bai roughly understood everything. To put it simply, Mephisto sends invitations to the masters of various evil dimensions, asking them to come to the earth to cause destruction. Maybe it was because he knew that Dormammu was very concerned about Luo Bai's soul. So Mephisto specifically wrote in a letter to Dormammu, Luo Bai is a very powerful mage, more powerful than any previous mage. I have found him and witnessed with my own eyes that his soul is very powerful. It is more powerful than any human soul in the past. We made a deal. He agreed to dedicate his soul to me, but he hopes that he can obtain energy from the dark dimension on a regular basis. After reading the entire content, Luo Bai almost understood why Dormammu came to Earth in a hurry and was very angry. This letter Mephisto wrote to Dome is simply provoking Dome. To sum up simply, this is what this letter means. Dormammu, I know you also want Luo Bai's soul, but I have already obtained it first. Luo Bai said that as long as I can ensure that he absorbs power in the dark dimension, he will give me his soul. Therefore, Dormammu, you must regularly ration it to provide energy to Luo Bai. Otherwise, I will attack you. Can Dormammu endure it after reading this letter? Mephisto not only robbed Dormammu's followers, but also asked Dormammu to help him raise followers. Followers of Mephisto must regularly absorb dark energy from the dark dimension of Dormammu. If word of this got out, others would think that Dormammu couldn't defeat Mephisto. As the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu must not be able to stand this anger. So he rushed to Earth in a hurry, just to kill Luo Bai and forcefully absorb his soul, and then launch an attack on the Hell Dimension. But he didn't expect that Luo Bai actually gained the power of the fairy. No, he already has the power of a fairy. Why would he offer his soul to Mephisto? Dormammu couldn't figure it out, but Luo Bai couldn't help but laugh. I've already told you that he is the Lord of Lies. You actually believed what Mephisto said. Luo Bai said helplessly. Dormammu seemed to be still a little unresponsive at this time, so he asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Luo Bai didn't say anything, but took out a contract. This is a contract written by Mephisto himself, with his signature on it. You will understand when you read it, Luo Bai said as he unfolded the contract. Dormammu quickly read the contract, and after reading it, he suddenly understood. Nima. He was tricked by Mephisto. So Mephisto wrote this just to stimulate him to come to Earth. Thinking of this, Dormammu seemed to understand. So he hurriedly asked, "Mephisto said he came to see you, so does he know that the power of the goblin is in you?" "Of course he knows. He is in a similar situation as you now. He probably needs to practice all over again," Luo Bai answered casually. Dormammu was shocked. This guy. Mephisto did not mention fairy power in his letter, because he knew that if Dormammu discovered that the fairy power was on Earth, he would definitely not come to Earth. Just as Dormammu was surprised, Luo Bai told him a fact that was even more difficult for Dormammu to accept. "I did make a deal with Mephisto, but the content of the deal was different from what he wrote in his letter. He promised to provide me with dark energy regularly and quantitatively, and I promised him that I would not let the fairy power swallow up the Hell Dimension. But he put forward a condition. He said that the power of the fairy is insatiable. The Hell Dimension may not be able to provide the necessary energy for the fairy power, so he suggested that I come to you. But I'm the supreme sorcerer, and it is not easy for me to start a war. Mephisto took the initiative and said that he is a way to get you to come. Honestly, I didn't expect he would lie to you like this." As Luo Bai spoke, he sighed. After listening to Luo Bai's words, he looked at the handwritten contract of Mephisto. The entire dark dimension was shaking violently at Dormammu's wrath. "Mephisto, I will tear you apart." Dormammu roared. He could have chosen not to invade Earth. After all, there are so many planets in the multi-universe, and the Earth is just a part of Dormammu's plan. If he discovered that the fairy power was on Earth, Dormammu would definitely temporarily give up his plan to invade Earth. After all, this makes him no different from fighting the Planet Eater. Without 100% certainty, how could Dormammu possibly challenge the Devourer of Planets? If it wasn't for Mephisto, not because of him, how could the dark dimension he had worked so hard to raise become like this? "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to tear him apart. Let the fire of hell become a legend. I'm going to completely erase the title of Lord of the Hell Dimension from the multi-universe." Dormammu roared angrily. At this moment, all he wanted to do was kill Mephisto. As he spoke, he planned to look for Mephisto. But Luo Bai stopped him. "If you want to cause trouble for Mephisto, I won't stop you. But Dormammu, you can't just let it go on like this regarding your invasion of the Earth," Luo Bai said, his expression turning serious. After hearing his words, Dormammu, who was originally angry, calmed down instantly. Dormammu panicked and asked, "What do you want to do?" Having been tricked by Mephisto, Dormammu came to Earth without any preparation. Now, after being devoured by the power of the goblin, he was seriously injured. If Luo Bai releases the power of the fairy again at this time, he will not be able to win. Thinking of this, Dormammu became a little panicked. He thought Luo Bai would most likely kill him, but he didn't expect that the next second Luo Bai would take out a contract and handed to him. Dormammu took the contract with great confusion and found that it read, "I, Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, sign this contract voluntarily. I promise to never invade the Earth again from today. I swear to be the protector of the Earth. And from now on, I will provide energy to the Supreme Sorcerer Luo Bai regularly and in fixed quantities. I will have no complaints. If you violate the contract, you will be devoured." After reading it, Dormammu was confused. What the hell? It would be fine if you told him to never invade the Earth again. But you actually asked him to protect the Earth. "I am the Lord of the Dark Dimension." Darkness. Do you know what darkness is? To use the words of you Earthlings, I am a villain. A villain. You want me to be a villain and protect the Earth? Not only does he have to protect the Earth, but he also has to be provided with dark energy on a regular basis. This is not fair. You are exploiting me. Dormammu yelled angrily. As the Lord of the Dark Dimension, when has Dormammu ever been treated like this? He immediately voiced his resistance. Luo Bai seemed to have expected his resistance and quickly replied, "At the beginning, Mephisto's reaction was the same as yours. So I gave him 2 choices. Now I will also give you 2 choices. One is to sign a contract, and the other is to change the owner of the Dark Dimension. Dormammu, you choose one." "Damn it, Mephisto, I figured it out. You're having a hard time, and you want to drag me down with you, right? Just wait for me. If I don't go to the Hell Dimension and give you a beating, I'm not worthy of being the Lord of the Dark Dimension." This would make Dormammu very angry, but he had to calm down. After all, he still had to keep Luo Bai steady. Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, would definitely not want to be a slave to the Earth and human mages for his entire life. But now his strength has been greatly reduced, and he has no chance of winning if he really fights against the power of the fairy. After thinking about it, Dormammu definitely gave in first. "I'll choose one. Then sign your name," Luo Bai said, handing over the contract. Dormammu sighed and looked at the contract with a complicated expression. Especially the big words "voluntarily sign the contract," which gave Dormammu a great shock. Voluntary? I'm so G willing. In desperation, Dormammu was forced to sign a voluntary contract. After signing, Dormammu asked helplessly, "Now that I have signed, can I leave now?" "Of course, but there is something I may need your help with," Luo Bai said. Dormammu was startled and asked with some caution, "What's the matter?" Luo Bai thought for a moment and asked, "There are several mages in Kamar-Taj who have become your followers, right?" "Yes, is that true?" Dormammu said nonchalantly. Luo Bai smiled and said, "Leave them to me. That's not a bad thing." Dormammu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he didn't have time to care about the lives of those believers, so he replied readily, "Okay, you can take care of it. You can take action when I need you to deal with it," Luo Bai said again. Dormammu didn't know what Luo Bai meant, but he was very annoyed and just wanted to leave the Earth as soon as possible. So he shouted, Okay, I'll listen to you. Okay." With the contract in hand, Luo Bai's goal was achieved. He waved his hand and left the Dark Dimension contentedly. When he arrived at the Central City area of the Dark Dimension, he found that Wong and the Justice League team had subdued Casia. Seeing Luo Bai coming out of the Dark Dimension, Polaris rushed over and asked anxiously, "Master Luo Bai, are you okay? The king said that you went to the Dark Dimension alone to fight Dormammu." "I was worried." Luo Bai smiled and whispered, "I think you should worry more about Dormammu." Because his voice was too soft, Polaris could not hear it clearly, so he subconsciously asked, "Master Luo Bai, what did you just say?" Luo Bai didn't explain too much. He just spread his hands and asked, "How is the situation here?" "Cassius has been caught, but several of the mages who followed him ran away. Mage Mordo has already led people to hunt them down. They should be brought back soon." The king stepped forward and reported the current situation. It seemed that seeing Luo Bai escape from the Dark Dimension unscathed, Wong's face now showed a bit of surprise. "Where is Dormammu?" the king asked, looking up at the sky. Only then did he notice that the abnormality in the sky had disappeared. Not only him, Stark also noticed The anomaly in the sky disappeared. Does this mean that Dormammu left? Luo Bai nodded and briefly summarized. I have reached an agreement with Dormammu. It will not come to Earth again in the future. Although he said this lightly, it still gave Wong a big shock. Come on, Dormammu is the Lord of the Dark Dimension. The Ancient One has fought him many times, but he still wants to invade the Earth. Now, Master Luo Bai actually said that he had reached an agreement with him, and Dormammu won't invade Earth again. Thinking of this, the king could not help but remind, Supreme Sorcerer, you may not know much about Dormammu. Dormammu will not give up invading the Earth. He is probably just leaving temporarily. He is very insidious and cunning. Luo Bai didn't answer. After all, Wong was right. Whether it is Dormammu or Mephisto, these evil lords of dimensions are extremely insidious and cunning. Luo Bai knew that they were not providing him with energy voluntarily. That's why Luo Bai took the initiative to weaken their strength at the beginning. Now that the Dark Dimension and the Hell Dimension have been devoured by the power of the fairies, it is impossible for Mephisto and Dormammu to recover in the short term. In addition, Luo Bai deliberately provoked the conflict between Mephisto and Dormammu just now. Therefore, these two lords will probably be fighting each other for a long time. During this period, Luo Bai only needs to keep squeezing their energy and keep squeezing it. If they find something wrong and start to make small moves behind the scenes, Luo Bai can just eliminate them all at once. Anyway, the power of fairies can grow infinitely, not to mention that Luo Bai has great luck. So Luo Bai is not in a hurry to deal with Dormammu and Mephisto at all. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled and said, maybe. But as long as I'm alive, I guess Dormammu won't think of coming again. Luo Bai's tone was very certain, as if he was 100% sure. His words made Wong even more curious. He always felt that something very exciting must have happened in the Dark Dimension. Otherwise, given Dormammu's personality, how could he give up invading the Earth and be so shy about talking to Luo Bai? Although it was strange, Dormammu was indeed gone. There was more to do now, so Wong didn't press for details. He just glanced at Casia and his followers who were restrained, and then asked, Supreme Mage, how should we deal with them? Luo Bai added a layer of confinement to these dark wizards, and then replied, take them back to Kamar-Taj. The king nodded, opened the portal, sent these people in, and then left. Dormammu left the Earth, and the chaotic streets were slowly returning to order. Luo Bai was not surprised by the joining of the Justice League. After all, before leaving, Luo Bai suggested and instructed Wong to find the people from the Justice League. The reason why Luo Bai let them join was because he wanted to train these people and let them experience the enemies of the mage in advance. However, Luo Bai was a little surprised that Wanda would come to help. Wanda and Stark never fully reconciled. So at the beginning, Luo Bai didn't plan to let Wanda join the Justice League. I just wanted to keep her to learn some magic so that she can learn to control the origin magic power in her body. I didn't expect Wanda to come along. I thought you wouldn't come, Luo Bai said, looking at Wanda. Wanda had a complicated expression on her face. After a moment of silence, she replied, Lorna told me that we are born with stronger abilities than others. Maybe we can do something for this world. In the past, Wanda's goal in life was revenge. But when she began to understand some things slowly, her life goal became to live well. Now that she is living a good life and has met her good sister Polaris, her goals have changed a little. Because now in her life, besides Quicksilver, there is also Polaris. She has gradually accepted the days of living with Polaris after being indoctrinated with some ideas by Polaris. Wanda decided to work with Polaris to make some decisions that might be right. Just think of it as an attempt at a new life. I think Lorna is right. I should change the way I live, Wanda said, glancing at the North Star. Luo Bai smiled and couldn't help but tease. It seems that you two get along very happily. It was indeed a pleasure. I'm very grateful to you for introducing me to Lorna, said Wanda. Wanda and Polaris can get along so well with each other, which makes Luo Bai happy. After all, he was very busy before and had almost no time to chat with Polaris, although there were some misunderstandings between the two at the beginning. But after such a long time, Luo Bai's attitude towards Polaris has changed a lot. He thought Polaris was pretty good and had been helping him take care of the villa without any complaints. And you have to be alone. Now that she has a little sister like Wanda to keep her company, it probably won't be too boring for these two to be together. Thinking of this, Luo Bai replied, "Okay, Dormammu's affairs are almost dealt with. I'll take you back. I have to go back to Kamar-Taj." As he spoke, Luo Bai opened the portal. He sent Polaris and Wanda back to the New York villa. When he was about to send Stark and Dr. Banner back, Luo Bai noticed that Stark seemed silent. This made Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "Tony, I feel like you seem very silent today." Stark seemed to be thinking about something, and only came back to his senses after Luo Bai reminded him. He seemed a little helpless and sighed. "To be honest, I never thought that the enemies of mages would be so terrible. It seems that you have experienced something very bad just now." Luo Bai asked with a smile. Stark sighed, and then began to complain. "You know what? When I was following the king to hunt down Casia, I found that you mages are simply omnipotent. That Casia, he made the whole city start a twist. I was walking on the road and found that the space began to distort. The houses around me turned into huge amounts of wheels rolling towards me. He turned space into a sharp blade and slashed at me. This is my first time fighting against a mage. Although I know mages are supposed to be very powerful, the feeling of actually fighting against them is different. I felt very weak and powerless." Stark muttered. At this time, he finally returned to the appearance that Luo Bai knew. He began to talk incessantly to Luo Bai about what he had seen. Luo Bai could understand his feelings, so he listened very patiently. Before Luo Bai could speak, Stark asked again, "I'm thinking, should I evolve my own suit?" "Of course, you should indeed evolve your battle suit again." Luo Bai gave an affirmative answer. Seeing Stark silent, Luo Bai asked, "Do you want me to give you some advice?" "No." Stark shook his head. This time he seemed to have some very clear upgrade goals. After thinking for a while, Stark answered very seriously, "Luo Bai, I want to learn magic. I really want to learn it. I want to make an anti-magic suit, but I think if I want to make it, I have to learn magic first." Luo Bai was not surprised at all that he had this idea. After laughing, Luo Bai replied, "Didn't I give you a magic book? Any more? I think I can finish that book in one day." Stark said again. Luo Bai was well aware that Stark had a talent for magic. Since Stark has decided to learn magic, Luo Bai feels that it is time for him to formally get in touch with magic. But if Stark were to learn on his own, Luo Bai estimated that it would be difficult for him to learn on his own. After all, it is quite difficult to get started with Kamar-Taj magic. Thinking of this, Luo Bai asked, "If you're not busy, why don't you come back to Kamar-Taj with me and learn magic for a while?" "Is it okay?" Stark asked excitedly. "Sure. Let's go now. I'll send Pepper a message," Stark said as he sent a message to Pepper. After confirmation, Luo Bai sent Dr. Banner back to New York, and then he took Stark back to Kamar-Taj. Coming to Kamar-Taj for the first time, Stark was obviously a little surprised. He looked here and there. After a long while, Stark finally sighed. "To be honest, this place is very different from what I imagined. I thought a magic sanctuary would be designed like an ancient castle, with magicians flying on broomsticks all over the sky, something like that. But the architecture of your magical sanctuary looks quite retro. A magician flying on a broom?" Luo Bai frowned and couldn't help complaining. "Tony, you're on the wrong channel. You must have watched too many movies." Stark was stunned and asked awkwardly, "Isn't that so? I always thought Magic Academy was like this. The one riding a broom. Isn't that a witch?" Luo Bai complained. "It seems that's it," Stark muttered. Now he felt even more embarrassed. Fortunately, Mordo came over at this time. "Sorcerer Supreme, you are back. This is Stark." Mordo greeted Luo Bai first, then looked at Stark on the side with a surprised expression. Stark seemed to have not expected that the wizard he had never met would know his name. He murmured in surprise, "Am I so famous? The wizard knows my name?" His voice was very soft, but Mordo heard it clearly. Before Stark could react, Mordo replied, "Of course, you are famous." Hearing him say this, Stark couldn't hide the proud expression on his face. It can be seen that Stark is very happy at this moment, and the corners of his mouth can't help but rise with joy. Only, before he could be happy for long, he heard the straightforward and honest Mordo ask, "Actually, I've always wanted to ask you, is the address you revealed on TV your real home address?" Instantly, the smile on Stark's face froze. It was obvious to the naked eye that Stark was once again in an awkward situation. Embarrassment made Stark panic, and he started to make more small movements with his hands. After gesturing a few times, Stark couldn't help but complain, "It's a real address. But do you mages also watch the news?" "Of course. We are mages, not primitive people," Mordo complained. Stark was silent. Before he could say anything, Mordo asked again, "I didn't expect that someone would publish their home address on the news. I heard that because you publish your home address, your house was almost bombed." Stark fell silent again. The memories of the dead suddenly attacked Stark. He never expected that he would bring shame to the wizard world. He looked at Luo Bai somewhat helplessly. Luo Bai gave him a helpless look. This made Stark feel helpless. He sighed and then explained, "I admit that I was a little impulsive at the time. But this matter has passed, and I am much more stable than before. Similar things should not happen again." Moda nodded and said with emotion, "It's a good thing that people grow up. Congratulations." Before he could speak, Mordo asked, "What are you doing in Kamar-Taj?" Stark smiled bitterly and then replied, "As you can see, I am here to learn magic." "Learning magic?" Mordo frowned and looked at Luo Bai. It was not until he saw Luo Bai nodded that Mordo was convinced of Stark's words. The Sorcerer Supreme usually brings promising young people with magical talents to Kamar-Taj to learn magic, which is also to continue and strengthen Kamar-Taj. So Mordo was not surprised by Stark's joining. However, after hearing that Stark was a new magic apprentice, Mordo immediately became serious. After all, he was responsible for teaching most of the magic apprentices. "Stark, welcome to Kamar-Taj. I will be responsible for helping you through your apprenticeship until you finish your studies," said Mordo. When Stark heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He looked at Luo Bai in disbelief and asked, "So, I have to learn magic from him in the future?" Luo Bai nodded and gave an affirmative answer. He is indeed responsible for teaching all the apprentices of Kamar-Taj. Stark felt helpless. It was obvious that Stark, who had always been a socially adept person, had become somewhat socially anxious. After all, Mordo not only knew about his embarrassing past, but was also his teacher. Thinking of this, Stark looked at Luo Bai helplessly and complained, "I thought you would be responsible for teaching me." Without waiting for Luo Bai to answer, Mordo explained for him, "The Supreme Mage has a lot of things to deal with. He is very busy." After the explanation, Mordo finally explained the purpose of his visit. "By the way, Supreme Mage, Casia and the fallen mages have all been captured. I have summoned all the mages to gather at the training ground, and now I am just waiting for you to go and deal with them." Luo Bai returned to Kamar-Taj, this time to deal with these fallen wizards. Thinking of this, Luo Bai did not look back, but took Stark and Mordo to the training ground in Kamar-Taj. The training ground is very busy today, and almost all the mages of Kamar-Taj are here. All the mages gathered around the training ground. Kneeling in the center were the mages led by Casia, who betrayed Kamar-Taj and fell into darkness. There are 11 people in total. At this moment, they were restrained by the magic weapon and knelt in the center. One could see that there was a look of dissatisfaction on each of their faces. Looking at their appearance, the mages around were talking about it. It was not until Luo Bai appeared that all the mages finally quieted down. All the mages looked at Luo Bai, as if wondering how Luo Bai would deal with Casia and others. After all, the previous Supreme Sorcerer had ordered that the mages of Kamar-Taj be prohibited from learning dark magic. Everyone estimated that people like Casia would not be able to escape the fate of being exiled. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai's way of handling the situation was very surprising. "King, let them go," Luo Bai said. Wang, who was standing aside with a serious expression, was stunned for a moment. Wang seemed to think he had heard wrongly, so he asked Luo Bai again, "Supreme Mage, are you asking me to release them?" Luo Bai nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Although the king was very puzzled, he still chose to release Casia and took back the magic weapon that imprisoned Casia. Casia himself seemed a little confused after being freed. "Would you be willing to let me go?" Casia asked in disbelief. He seemed to be a little unconvinced that Luo Bai would not punish him at all. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai not only agreed to release him, but also gave him a surprising answer. "Of course. Not only do I intend to release you, I am also going to cancel the ban imposed by the former Supreme Mage," Luo Bai said, and then slowly said to all the mages, "From now on, all mages in Kamar-Taj, as long as they are willing and think they can afford the price, they can go to the library to learn dark magic." When these words came out, all the mages were stunned. The one who was most shocked was Modu. He seemed unable to accept the huge amount of changes Luo Bai had made. So he questioned, "Supreme Mage, isn't it inappropriate for you to do this?" Luo Bai smiled and replied calmly, "I don't think this is inappropriate. I've looked up Kamar-Taj past records and found that every once in a while there are wizards who take the initiative to learn dark magic. Although Kamar-Taj has always emphasized that learning dark magic is not allowed, I can understand that every wizard wants to become stronger. The only way to quickly become stronger is to absorb energy from the dark dimension, just like Casia. After this battle, I think you should all be clear about the benefits of absorbing power from the dark dimension. It will allow mages to gain unprecedented power, just like Casia, and be able to use powerful magic with ease." Seeing Casia's current achievements, I think many mages should be tempted, Luo Bai said calmly, his eyes sweeping over the mages. From the twinkling in the eyes of some mages, it can be seen that some of them are indeed very moved. Ingesting dark energy can make people stronger and can also gain huge amounts of boosts. Who wouldn't want to? Who doesn't want to become a powerful wizard when they come to Kamar-Taj? Even if it is stopped, how long can it be stopped? If you can't stop it, then don't stop it. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled and said, "From today on, all the mages of Kamar-Taj can learn dark magic if they are willing. In order to avoid your trouble, Casia, do you mind performing a ritual to absorb dark energy?" As Luo Bai spoke, he looked at Casia. At this moment, everyone could sense Casia's confusion, and could also sense that this supreme sorcerer seemed very different. In the past, not to mention learning dark magic, even in Kamar-Taj it was taboo. Everyone was afraid that the supreme sorcerer would hear them and punish them. Therefore, in the past, no one dared to discuss dark magic openly. As a result, Luo Bai not only lifted the ban, but also let Casia demonstrate how to absorb dark magic. At this moment, all the mages were stunned, and Mordo had the biggest reaction. "Supreme Sorcerer, you can't do this." Mordo spoke hurriedly. He wanted to stop this behavior, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the king, Modu. Although Wang did not understand Luo Bai's true intention, he knew clearly that Luo Bai was the Supreme Mage. You cannot question the Supreme Sorcerer's decision in front of so many people. So he spoke up to stop it, and his reminder seemed to make Mordo realize the matter. Although he realized it, Mordo still couldn't help but raise his own doubts. "I know you are the Supreme Sorcerer, but Kamar-Taj is a sacred place of magic, and dark magic should not appear in Kamar-Taj. Others dare not mention it, but I can't just ignore it." Modu took a deep breath and spoke seriously. His tone was firm, and the expression on his face was also unusually firm. He seemed to know that what he said might cause Luo Bai's dissatisfaction, but at this moment he could no longer care about that. "Even if you, the Supreme Sorcerer, think that I may have contradicted you, I still have to say these words," said Mordo. He seemed to think that Luo Bai would punish him, but Luo Bai ignored him at all. Luo Bai just looked at Casia, then explained with a smile, "Haven't you always hoped that more mages would follow you and follow Dormammu? I will now give you the opportunity to start the summoning ceremony. Mages who want to join can join at any time. Luo Bai is the Supreme Mage. It will be difficult for him to regret what he said in front of all the mages." With his promise, Casia's expression changed from confusion at first to excitement. As a follower of Dormammu, What Casia has to do is to help Dormammu to seduce more mages. Only in this way will Dormammu continue to give him strength. Now that Luo Bai has agreed to give him the opportunity to show it to all the mages, Casia will certainly not let it go. He was a little excited, even excited, so he looked at Luo Bai and asked, "You are the Supreme Mage. I hope you will not regret what you said. If the mages of Kamar-Taj are willing to leave with me, are you really willing to let these mages leave?" "Of course, they can leave at any time, and I promise that I will never hurt them." Luo Bai made the promise again. Now Casia no longer hides himself, nor is he afraid. He excitedly shouted to all the wizards, "The Supreme Wizard has spoken. He will not harm you. You can come with me. If you feel it, you will understand why I am pursuing Dormammu. Because he can bring us power, unprecedented power. That power is something we can never learn, even if we practice magic for a lifetime. That power is so strong that it can even give us eternal life. Don't you want power? The power to distort space at will. The power to change time at will. This powerful magic, as long as you are willing to follow Dormammu, Dormammu will give it to you." Casia madly bewitched all the mages, hoping that all of them would become followers of Dormammu with him. It seemed that because Luo Bai was still standing here, even though some mages were very tempted, they did not dare to make any move. Casia was the only one speaking on the training ground, and no one answered. Casia knew it was time to unleash his big move. "I know you don't believe it. You must think that possessing this powerful magic must come at a heavy price, but you have all been deceived. Look at us. Nothing has happened to us now. Not only do we have nothing to do, we can also gain powerful power at will." As Casia spoke, he called on the mages who had also fallen into darkness to perform the summoning ritual with him. The red and black magic energy gathered together to form a powerful summoning array. Several dark magicians stood in the magic circle, and dark energy began to continuously enter their bodies. The energy was strange, gloomy, but very powerful. After this powerful dark energy entered the dark mage's body, all mages can feel that they have become more powerful than before. This is a power that those white magicians can acquire in a lifetime of practice. Their envy and desire for power were revealed in their eyes. At this time, Casia continued to confuse them. "You saw it. As long as you follow Dormammu, everyone can have these powers. Dormammu does not need you to practice hard and train day and night. As long as you become his devout believers, this power will belong to you." The powerful power, coupled with Casia's words, caused some mages to be bewitched in the end. They began to walk towards Casia uncontrollably, seeming to want to join Casia's summoning array to gain powerful power from Dormammu. But before they could reach it, an accident happened. Casia, who was absorbing powerful dark energy, suddenly showed pain for some reason. The intense pain left Casia and others speechless, and they did not wait for anyone to react. Those dark energies began to absorb Casia and others in reverse. Then Casia and others were completely absorbed and disappeared along with the summoning array. This made the mages who originally planned to join were stunned. They stood there blankly as if they didn't know what was going on. Before everyone could figure out the situation, Luo Bai spoke again. "It seems that Dormammu has absorbed them." This understatement made all the mages stunned. One of the mages didn't seem to understand, so he asked, "Supreme Mage, what does it mean to be absorbed?" Luo Bai smiled and gave an explanation. "If you have ever gone to the library to check out books about dark magic, you will know that there is a price for absorbing dark energy from the dark dimension. The price is your soul. Once your soul is dedicated, your entire being will be controlled by Dormammu. It is undeniable that when you choose to follow Dormammu, Dormammu will indeed give you powerful power, but at the same time you will become his food. He can choose to absorb the power you enhance at any time. There is only one way to get rid of this fate, and that is you could defeat Dormammu. I just said that if you can bear the cost, you can choose to practice dark magic. I will never stop it, but there is a premise. Once you learn dark magic, you will no longer be the magician of Kamar-Taj. If Dormammu comes to you to ask for repayment, I will not interfere. From now on, All the mages in Kamar-Taj can choose to practice dark magic. If you think you could defeat Dormammu, then go ahead and learn it without any scruples, Luo Bai said. As soon as he said this, all the mages fell silent. The mages who originally had some thoughts no longer thought about it at this moment. Although everyone knows that learning dark magic will come with a price, no one said that the price would come so quickly. As soon as I learned how to use the front foot, Dormammu on the back foot was absorbed by me. Why did I learn it? The only way to escape this fate is to defeat Dormammu? No, let's go fight Dormammu. Me. If I can defeat Dormammu, what magic should I learn at Kamar-Taj? At this time, the magicians of Kamar-Taj chose silence. The mages who originally had some thoughts about dark magic will no longer think about it all. His eyes were extremely clear. Everyone in Kamar-Taj knows that learning the dark arts has a price. But no one knows what the price will be or when it will come. Casia's death made all the mages understand the meaning of the word price in an instant. So when Luo Bai said that all mages could learn dark magic, the mages chose to remain silent. They lowered their heads, and the previous desire was no longer in their eyes. Apparently, they felt they couldn't afford the price, let alone defeat Dormammu. The results of the reorganization are in, and Luo Bai is very satisfied with the result. Seeing that no one was talking, Luo Bai waved his hand and left, while Stark stayed in the training ground waiting to train with the novice wizard. After leaving the training ground, Luo Bai received a message from Polaris. He originally planned to go back to the villa to take a look, but he didn't expect Wong to come up to him at this time. He seemed a little surprised, so he said excitedly, "Supreme Mage, your decisions are sometimes beyond my expectations." Luo Bai smiled and asked, "Do you feel the same as Mordo that I shouldn't do this?" Wong shook his head and denied it immediately. No. I think there is nothing wrong with what you did. It will even be more effective than before. I can clearly sense that those wizards are very shy about dark magic now. I'm just particularly curious. What are you curious about? Luo Bai asked with a smile. The next second, Wong complained in confusion. I can understand why you asked Casia to demonstrate the summoning ritual. You probably want the mages to understand the price of learning dark magic. But I thought about it carefully. What if Dormammu didn't absorb those believers at that time? What would you do? Now that I think about it, Dormammu is really cooperative. The king muttered. It is undeniable that Luo Bai's method can indeed allow mages to quickly see the pros and cons of dark magic. But this actually seems to require Dormammu's cooperation. If Dormammu had not absorbed those believers back at that time, the whole process seemed to be unable to proceed. Thinking of this, Wong became curious. But Luo Bai was very confident and answered with certainty. Dormammu will definitely cooperate. There will be no surprises. Wong was stunned, and the expression on his face was very interesting. Why? Is Dormammu so obedient? Although Wong knew that there were some things that he shouldn't ask too much about. But because he was too shocked, Wong couldn't help asking, "Supreme Sorcerer, can I ask why?" There is no reason for Dormammu to cooperate like this. If he does this, it will be equivalent to losing his credibility on Earth. How can he recruit believers on Earth in the future? This happened today, in Kamar-Taj. But within half a month, this matter will most likely spread throughout the entire wizard world. By then, all mages will know that Dormammu will recruit believers, who will dare to be a follower of Dormammu in the future. Wouldn't that just ruin their own reputation? When did Dormammu become so easy to negotiate with? The king couldn't help but think. Unexpectedly, the next second, Luo Bai smiled and replied, "He should also know the truth you said, but I think he should have no choice. After all, he is now seriously injured and urgently needs strength to recover blood." Oh! Wong opened his eyes wide, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He once doubted whether he had heard it wrong. After a moment of silence, he exclaimed, "What? Did I hear it right? Supreme Sorcerer, you said that Dormammu is in urgent need of strength to recover? You mean, when you went to the Dark Dimension to fight Dormammu, he was defeated by you?" Luo Bai thought about it, then replied, "You can understand it this way. Dormammu lost miserably. That's why he promised me that he would never invade the Earth. Wong always felt that Luo Bai was able to escape from the dark dimension unscathed, most likely because he used some trick. Although Wong is not quite clear about Luo Bai's strength for the time being, he knows that Luo Bai is different from other Supreme Mage. The current Supreme Mage has too many tricks up his sleeve. I never thought that Luo Bai would defeat Dormammu with his own strength. The king was so surprised that he was speechless. Supreme Sorcerer, excuse me for asking. How long have you been learning magic? Wong couldn't help asking. Luo Bai thought about it and said helplessly, I don't remember it very clearly either. Be it 1 year or 2 years. Even if you study for 5 years, it's still unlikely that you'll be able to defeat Dormammu. Then you told me that you not only defeated Dormammu, but you also defeated Dormammu? You are cheating. Wong couldn't help it and started to complain. The next second, Luo Bai smiled and replied, What do you mean by cheating? I have never turned it off, okay? King, you are invincible. As the king was stunned, Luo Bai left Kamar-Taj. Until Luo Bai left, he still couldn't figure out why Luo Bai, who had only studied magic for a few years, could defeat Dormammu. We are all human beings, what went wrong? Wong muttered as he left. As for Luo Bai, at this time, the portal had already been opened and they had arrived at the New York villa. At this time, Wanda and Polaris were sitting on the sofa, seemingly discussing something, and the atmosphere was a little solemn. Seeing Luo Bai appear, Polaris quickly changed his expression. She stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. Master Luo Bai, you are here. Although he doesn't meet Polaris often, Luo Bai always feels that Polaris is much more cheerful than before. Even Wanda, who was standing beside him, seemed to be more cheerful, and she even greeted him along with Polaris. Master Luo Bai, you are here. This made Luo Bai feel somewhat relieved, and he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that you two have been getting along very well recently. Polaris nodded, looked at Wanda, and said with a smile, I feel like I can get along well with Sister Wanda. We seem to have a lot of common topics. That's good. Luo Bai nodded and continued to ask, Lorna, how do you feel about being asked to go out and fight with the Justice League recently? Are you not used to it? Speaking of Justice League, Polaris became even more excited. No, not at all. I like my life now. It's just, Mr. Stark might not be used to it, because when I release my ability, he has to stay away. Polaris said with some embarrassment. After being reminded by him, Luo Bai suddenly remembered. Polaris seems to be the natural nemesis of Stark. I almost forgot. Tony seems to be restrained by you. Luo Bai replied with a smile. Polaris shrugged and said helplessly, The last time we went to deal with Hydra, Mr. Stark forgot about it, and I forgot about it too. He asked me to use my ability, and then I didn't pay attention and threw him out with me. Luo Bai actually didn't want to laugh, but when he thought of that scene, Luo Bai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Tony didn't even mention this to me. I guess he feels very embarrassed. Luo Bai complained. Polaris sighed sheepishly. After the two chatted, Luo Bai asked the key question. By the way, you sent me a message to come over. Did something happen? When this matter was mentioned, the expression on Polaris's face suddenly became serious. She explained a little embarrassedly. Master Luo Bai, I know you are very busy. I'm sorry to bother you. It's just that Wanda's brother is nowhere to be found. Wanda's brother? Quicksilver? Can't find it. Although Wanda's brother Quicksilver was born only 3 minutes earlier than her, he is still an adult anyway. Can this person still be lost? Not taking it seriously, Luo Bai calmly replied. Maybe he just went out to play somewhere. No, he never came back since he said he wanted to seek revenge on Hydra and left with those super ability people. I called him many times and sent him many messages, but he didn't respond at all. Wanda said anxiously. Polaris on the side also quickly agreed. I asked my old friends, the mutants, for help, but they couldn't find Quicksilver either. Before she could finish, Wanda said anxiously again, I know you are a magician, and your ability is very powerful. Can you help me again and help me find Quicksilver? I just need to know his location. I can go find him by myself. Wanda pleaded earnestly, and it was obvious that she was very anxious at the moment. If it was just helping to find someone, Luo Bai felt it was no big deal. Thinking of this, he comforted Wanda. I know. I will help you find it now. Wanda nodded, her eyes full of gratitude. Afterwards, Luo Bai used his all-seeing perspective to cover the entire Earth. This ability allows him to easily perceive every corner of the Earth and observe everyone. In fact, at the beginning, Luo Bai didn't take Quicksilver's disappearance seriously. Although Quicksilver and Wanda did not undergo Hydra's human experiments, the abilities in their bodies were not activated. But according to the overall direction of the story, Quicksilver's ability will definitely be activated. His ability is to move at high speed and penetrate objects. This is actually a very powerful ability. So in Luo Bai's opinion, Quicksilver shouldn't get into trouble that easily. But as he observed, Luo Bai felt something was wrong, because he searched the entire Earth and there was no trace of Quicksilver. This made Luo Bai frown. After confirming again, Luo Bai retracted the ability and couldn't help muttering, "That's not right." Seeing that he looked a little strange, Wanda asked quickly, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Luo Bai shook his head and replied in confusion, "It's very strange. I observed every corner of the Earth, but I didn't find Quicksilver. Observed every corner of the Earth, but found no trace of Quicksilver?" Hearing this, Wanda asked nervously, "What does this mean?" Luo Bai thought about it, then muttered, "This means Quicksilver may not be on Earth anymore." "Not on Earth anymore? How is this possible?" Wanda's face showed surprise. "Where could he have gone? How could he not be on Earth?" Wanda exclaimed in shock. Judging from the expression on her face, she didn't understand at all. Not to mention that she didn't understand. Even Luo Bai didn't quite understand. There is no reason. Quicksilver hasn't even awakened his ability yet. How could he leave the Earth? Even if he awakens his ability, it will still be difficult for him to leave the Earth. Will Quicksilver be in any danger? Wanda suddenly asked just as I was wondering. She looked panicked. After all, Quicksilver is her brother and her only relative at the moment. She didn't dare to think about what would happen if even Quicksilver had an accident. Wanda became emotional because of worry. Noticing that something was wrong with her, Luo Bai patiently comforted her. "Don't worry, the timeline cannot be found now. I can go over and check it out." Wanda was stunned, and her eyes softened. "Really? Thank you for helping me." Luo Bai didn't say anything. He just activated the power of the Time Stone and started searching for Quicksilver's whereabouts in the timeline. At first, Luo Bai didn't think anything was wrong. Quicksilver was very angry when he learned the truth. He felt that Hydra had deceived him and Wanda. So he angrily followed the super ability user and wanted to seek revenge on Hydra. Then things started to go wrong. After leaving home, Quicksilver did not go directly to the Hydra base or to Hydra's base in New York. Instead, he walked towards an inexplicable place. He seemed to be bewitched and walked into an abandoned factory unconsciously. In the factory, he found a dark and strange door, and then Quicksilver walked through it. Then Quicksilver disappeared. And that door, Luo Bai was so familiar with it. That's the door to the dark dimension. But it's not the dark dimension where Dormammu is, but it's the dark dimension where Zithorne is. After checking the timeline to this point, Luo Bai understood everything. So Zithorne finally realized something was wrong and rushed to Earth to check out the situation. He found that he had no way to come to Earth through Luo Bai, so he chose another person. By some strange mistake, he chose Quicksilver. He tricked Quicksilver into his dark dimension. Is he unable to resist and planning to possess Quicksilver and come to Earth? Okay. First it was Mephisto's, then Dormammu, and now Zithorne is coming. You evil gods all like to come one by one, right? The power of the fairies probably never imagined that someone would be willing to come and offer their power. And 3 of them come at once. And the energy they send is stronger than the last. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud, not to mention the power of the goblins. Since Luo Bai's consciousness was connected to the fairy power also realized that it would soon have another big meal, so it was very excited. After understanding the real situation, Luo Bai was no longer worried. He closed the portal, and the expression on his face gradually changed from confusion at the beginning to excitement. Wanda seemed to have noticed his happiness at the moment, and was very confused. "What's wrong? Master Luo Bai, have you found my brother?" Wanda asked hurriedly. Luo Bai nodded and replied with a smile. "Found it. Where is he now?" Wanda asked hurriedly. Luo Bai, in the dark dimension. Hearing him say this, Polaris and Wanda were both stunned. What the hell? Quicksilver is in the dark dimension? Is this the dark dimension they just dealt with? Did Dormammu take him away? Polaris asked hurriedly. Luo Bai shook his head and denied. It's not Dormammu but Zithorne, a lord of the dark dimension who is stronger than Dormammu. Dormammu's strength is already terrifying, but Zithorne is even more powerful than Dormammu. Zithorne is more powerful than Dormammu. Then Quicksilver will be in great danger. Polaris asked anxiously. Luo Bai shook his head and said, "Don't worry. He just wants to use Quicksilver's body to come to Earth. So he won't hurt Quicksilver. When he comes to Earth, won't I be able to solve everything?" After hearing what Luo Bai said, Polaris and Wanda finally breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Wanda. Hearing him say that he was willing to help Quicksilver, she felt a little more grateful to Luo Bai and quickly thanked him. "Thank you for helping Quicksilver. Thank you very much. He is my only family. I can't lose him." Luo Bai smiled and comforted Wanda. "I promised you before. You and your brother will be safe here with me, so I will do my best to protect you." Of course, although he said so on the surface, but I was already thinking about it in my mind. Mephisto, Dormammu, and now here comes Zithorne. It seems that his dark food factory is growing. Even if Luo Bai can synchronize his consciousness with the fairy power and control the fairy power. But the inherent hunger of the fairy power will not disappear. It needs to absorb a constant supply of energy. After absorbing these energies, it can not only provide partial satiety to the fairy power, but also enhance the fairy power. But Luo Bai was unable to follow the will of the fairy power and devoured all the planets indiscriminately. Doing so would not only easily attract the attention of several gods in the multi-universe, but would also make it easier to become a public enemy. So he could only find a solution from the villains. Several lords of the dark dimension are naturally the best candidates. Who makes them villains and so powerful? Originally, Luo Bai was still worried because he had no legitimate reason. After all, as the Supreme Sorcerer, he must resolutely safeguard peace and love. If you go to other dimensions to provoke others for no reason, and word gets out that people will think it's the Sorcerer Supreme.No. It's okay now. I don't know if it was the goddess of luck that showed up. The lords of this dark dimension came to the door one by one. Even the power of the fairy would say, "I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all. I thought it would go hungry after being unsealed, but it found the right host and had extra meals every day." At this time, Luo Bai could already feel the excitement of the fairy power, and he was hoping that Zithorne would come over quickly. Although Luo Bai, as the host, was also very happy, he couldn't show too much happiness when he saw Wanda's serious expression. So he suppressed his joy and whispered to comfort Wanda, "Don't worry, I will stay in the villa with you for a while until Quicksilver is rescued." In fact, Luo Bai's implication is, "I will stay here until the earth swallows up Zithorne the moment he arrives." But since Wanda didn't know what was going on, she thought Luo Bai did this because he cared about her and was very concerned about her brother Quicksilver. Seeing Luo Bai so concerned, Wanda was deeply touched. "I've lived here for a long time, and the thing Lorna talks to me about the most is you. I didn't know why Lorna kept talking about you, but now I think I understand. It's really reassuring to have you here." Wanda couldn't help but sigh. Hearing her say this, Luo Bai was a little curious and couldn't help asking, "Does Lorna often mention me?" Wanda nodded and answered affirmatively. "Yes, she mentions you to me almost every day." "What did she say about me?" "She wasn't complaining about me," Luo Bai asked with interest. As soon as he finished speaking, Polaris hurriedly responded, "Actually, I didn't say anything." She didn't seem to want Wanda to tell anyone about their conversation, so she answered directly. She was hinting that Wanda was almost done with this. It was not known whether Wanda understood or not, and she continued with Polaris's words, "Indeed, he didn't say anything." Just when Polaris thought Wanda would not say anything more, She unexpectedly continued with the previous sentence. She just said that you are very good to her and very strong. She admires you very much and hopes to become as strong as you and hope to get your recognition. After these words were spoken, Polaris fell silent. There was a bit of awkwardness in the silence. When she thought that this was Wanda's limit, she unexpectedly spoke again. She told me that you thought she was a wimp at first, and she was sad for a long time because of this. Seeing that Wanda was about to say something, Polaris finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She quickly changed the subject and asked, by the way, how is Quicksilver doing now? Zithorne borrowed his body to come to Earth, so it shouldn't cause any harm to him. To be honest, the topic of Polaris is very difficult to turn. But after seeing her embarrassment, Luo Bai continued, no, Quicksilver is not Zithorne's target, so it will not cause any harm. That's good. By the way, Master Luo Bai, do you know when Zithorne will come to Earth? Quicksilver has disappeared for a long time. Polaris asked again. Luo Bai thought about it and muttered, calculating the time, it will be about these 2 days. Is there anything we, the Justice League, need to do? Polaris asked again. That's not necessary. Luo Bai shook his head and refused. That. Polaris seemed to be at a loss for topics to ask and fell silent. After a long while, Polaris muttered, I didn't expect there would be so many powerful enemies in the multi-universe. I must practice my abilities well. I'll practice first, Polaris said and ran off. She ran into the room quickly like a rabbit and then closed the door with a snap. The action was so fast that Wanda was confused. Why do I feel like she's a little unhappy? Wanda couldn't help but mutter. Luo Bai spread his hands, shook his head, and sighed. Who knows? I'll go ask her. After saying that, Luo Bai walked towards Polaris' room. Just as Luo Bai expected, Polaris was not practicing in the room at all at this time. She sat on the edge of the bed, not knowing what she was thinking. Perhaps she heard the sound of the door opening, so she turned around. When she saw it was Luo Bai, she visibly began to panic. I started to frantically search for the book in the bookcase, muttering, Where's that book? Why can't I find it? She muttered as she searched. While she was looking for a book, Luo Bai had already walked behind her. Actually, I didn't mean to look down on you when I said those words. I just wanted you to improve. Your ability is far more powerful than you think. I have always recognized you very much, Luo Bai said. As soon as he finished speaking, Polaris stopped what he was doing and turned around abruptly, looking at Luo Bai with a bit more excitement in his eyes. Really? Master Luo Bai, do you really approve of me? Polaris asked immediately. Luo Bai nodded and replied affirmatively. Of course, you have the ability to control magnetic fields. If you practice well, you will become very powerful. His words surprised Polaris, and he couldn't help but mutter, I thought, Master Luo Bai, you really think I'm a noob? When saying this, Polaris felt a little lost. This made Luo Bai feel a little sorry. Come to think of it, his attitude towards Polaris in the past was indeed too harsh. Although Polaris was wrong to break into his house without his permission, Polaris has been working hard to do housework for him during this period, making up for his mistake. Thinking of this, Luo Bai said seriously, I admit that what I said to you in the past was a bit serious. I apologize to you. When Polaris heard Luo Bai apologizing to her, she panicked. Master Luo Bai, you don't have to apologize to me. You have helped me a lot. I absolutely do not mean to blame you. I just simply feel that I am not good enough, Polaris said hurriedly, but before she finished, Luo Bai interrupted her. No, Lorna, you are very good. I believe your future is immeasurable, Luo Bai said very firmly. Polaris was so moved by his determination that he was speechless. Ever since Polaris could remember, she seemed to have never been recognized by anyone. She was hunted down and, like other mutants, was considered a threat to society. It seemed as if everyone wanted to kill her, except her friends who were fleeing with her and Luo Bai. Luo Bai is different from her friends. Luo Bai is a mage. He doesn't want to flee. He is even a well-known hero in Country M. He is trusted and praised by everyone. Such a wizard standing in the light is willing to recognize her who is regarded as a threat. Thinking of this, Polaris became more determined. Master Luo Bai, I won't let you down. I will definitely achieve something. I will change the way humans view mutants. Polaris has always hoped that people's attitude towards mutants would change. Luo Bai knew very well that no matter where he was, Polaris would not change his original intention. He also supports Polaris in pursuing his original intention. But, Lorna, I support you in pursuing your desired goal. But I hope you will not choose to be an enemy of humans. Luo Bai said. The next second, Polaris said firmly, I promise you, Master Luo Bai. You are the supreme mage, and your responsibility is to protect the earth. Although I am not a mage, one day I will lead all mutants to follow you and pursue your goal. Luo Bai was stunned and said nothing more. But he vaguely felt that Polaris seemed to have changed because of him. In the original plot, Polaris will eventually follow the old path of his father Magneto, creating an underground mutant organization to start fighting against humans and the X-Men. But now, the North Star seems to have changed its purpose. Although she might still establish an underground mutant organization, she seemed to be planning to bring the mutants to follow Luo Bai. So he's affecting the plot? Forget it. I'm too lazy to care. There are many strong mutants among them. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing if those mutants can be conquered by Polaris and follow him. However, Polaris' words surprised him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Lorna, I thought you would have a problem with me letting you work as a housekeeper. After all, it's a bit of a waste of your ability to work as a housekeeper. Polaris shook his head and said directly, Of course not. As long as I can follow you, I will do anything. Luo Bai didn't say much, just smiled and responded, You have the key to the house, it's not like I won't go home. Polaris was stunned. She seemed to understand, but also seemed not to understand. He blinked his big eyes with a confused expression. She seemed to want to ask something, but at this moment Luo Bai felt something unusual. Zithorne is here, Luo Bai muttered. Polaris immediately became alert and asked hurriedly, Has he come to Earth? Luo Bai nodded, Yes. If nothing unexpected happens, he will come here to find us. Then what should we do? Polaris asked anxiously. Luo Bai thought about it, then responded calmly. Call Wanda and have dinner together. Polaris. What the hell? Have dinner? Is this really a good time to have dinner? Polaris was a little confused, but she still walked out the door and asked Wanda to prepare dinner. As for Luo Bai, he walked out of the room and sat on the sofa, waiting for dinner. Inside the villa, Luo Bai was sitting on the sofa waiting for Zithorne's arrival. After waiting for a while, Zithorne didn't come, but Wong appeared. He walked out of the portal and reported hurriedly as soon as he appeared. Supreme Sorcerer, the temple has detected an abnormality, and the earth has been invaded again. Compared to Wong's nervousness, Luo Bai was unusually calm. He calmly replied, I know. As soon as he finished speaking, the king asked again, Does the Supreme Mage already know who is coming? Luo Bai nodded and stated his observations. It is the god of the underworld, Shizong. Wong was stunned, with shock and panic on his face. According to books in the Kamar-Taj library, Zithorne is known as the god of Hades, and is also known as the great demon Shadow and the god of black magic. Rumor has it that he is an ancient god who was born at the same time as Gaia and is one of the earliest life forms on Earth. He possesses immeasurable power, and even Dormammu has sought his help. Who would have thought that this big guy would actually come to Earth? Zithorne has come to Earth? This is terrible, Wong said anxiously. He never expected that just after sending Dormammu away, Zithorne would come again. Thinking of this, Wong felt helpless and couldn't help but start complaining. What's going on with the Earth recently? Why are these evil gods running to the Earth one after another? Wong was really puzzled. Although there have been cases of evil invasions from the dark dimension into the Earth in the past, they were never so frequent. But now, in just 1 week, 3 evil gods have arrived, and each one is stronger than the last. Could it be that the Earth suddenly had some powerful energy and was targeted by these evil gods? Seeing him so nervous, Luo Bai quickly comforted him. Don't worry, Wong, the Earth will be fine. Wong sighed and said helplessly, Supreme Mage, I think this is very abnormal. I always feel that these evil gods come too frequently. It's like they have discussed it in advance. The king was worrying too much about this. They definitely haven't discussed it, otherwise these evil gods wouldn't have come. Luo Bai replied firmly. If they knew that Luo Bai possessed fairy power, there would be no reason why they would come to Earth. No, which evil god is so good? They came all the way from far away to deliver food to Earth. Certainly, since one didn't know that the fairy power was in Luo Bai, he didn't know why Luo Bai said that. He just felt that Luo Bai seemed too relaxed towards these evil gods. Thinking of this, Wong couldn't help but remind him, Supreme Sorcerer, Zithorne is different from Dormammu. He is more powerful than Dormammu. He is the origin of black magic on Earth, and the first black magician to appear on Earth. I can't imagine how powerful he is. As Wong spoke, he frowned, and it was obvious that he was very worried. Since Zithorne came to Earth, it proved that he must have some ideas about Earth. It is definitely not a good thing for the Earth to be targeted by such a powerful black magician. The more he thought about it, the more nervous Wong became. Supreme Mage, what should we do? Or should I go back now and let all the mages prepare in advance? Said the king. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai directly refused. No need, I can handle it. Wong was stunned for a moment, and after a moment, he couldn't help asking, Supreme Mage, you are not going to go alone again this time, are you? Luo Bai did not hesitate and immediately gave a positive answer. Of course. With Zithorne's strength, even if the mages of Kamar-Taj prepared in advance, he would most likely be killed. There is nothing wrong with what Luo Bai said, but it's too dangerous for him to go alone. Thinking of this, the king could not help but remind him. But Zithorne is not easy to deal with. He is more powerful than Dormammu. Supreme Sorcerer, isn't it too dangerous for you to deal with him alone? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai smiled and replied, King, I think you shouldn't worry about my situation now. You should be more worried about Shisua and situation. When Wong heard this, he was obviously stunned. No, he heard it right, didn't he? Should he be worried about Zithorne's situation? Although he knew that Luo Bai was very powerful, but Shisua, that was an ancient god. Supreme Sorcerer, do you think you could defeat the ancient gods? Wong couldn't help asking. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai gave a positive answer. Of course. Wong was confused. Obviously, he felt that Luo Bai was too confident. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but speak. Supreme Mage, I think you may have underestimated the power of the ancient gods. I don't recommend you to deal with Zithorne alone. I definitely don't doubt your strength. Wong seemed to want to say something, but he hadn't finished speaking. A figure appeared in front of the two of them. The person who came was Quicksilver, or more precisely, Zithorne. From Quicksilver's blood-red eyes, it can be seen that his will has been completely taken over by Zithorne at this moment, and a powerful and evil power emanates from his body. When the king saw Zithorne appear, he immediately released the Ring of Ragador. Two circular magic circles immediately appeared in the king's hands. Not only Wong, but Polaris and Wanda also discovered it. The two people who were originally cooking stopped what they were doing and looked at Quicksilver at the same time. The North Star released its energy immediately, and soon the green light filled the room. Although Wanda knew that the person who appeared in front of her was Zithorne, she was unable to attack Quicksilver because he was possessed by Quicksilver. As if she was worried that Polaris and the king would hurt Quicksilver, Wanda begged, Please, don't hurt my brother. After saying that, Wanda looked at Quicksilver for help. Before Luo Bai could speak, Wong responded anxiously. Wanda, he is no longer Quicksilver. He's possessed by Zithorne. He is now the god of the underworld, Zithorne. As soon as the king finished speaking, Zithorne spoke up. I didn't expect that after I left Earth for so long, people on Earth still remember me. But the Ring of Ragador? Are the mages on Earth still using this kind of low-level magic? How disappointing, Zithorne muttered. Hearing him say this, Wong was obviously a little nervous. Perhaps realizing that Zithorne in front of him was not someone he could handle, Wong whispered to Luo Bai beside him, Supreme Sorcerer, how about I go to Kamar-Taj and call for help now? Luo Bai smiled, and then refused. No need. By the way, you haven't had dinner yet. Wanda, Polaris, and Wong. Let's go have dinner together. King. What the hell? Have dinner? It's already this late, and you're still having dinner? Wong thought to himself. Before he could say anything more, Luo Bai spoke again. Come to think of it, I'm hungry too. Now that everyone is here, let's eat. After saying this, Luo Bai smiled slightly. The next second, a powerful black energy emerged from Luo Bai's body. That is the power of the fairy. Black power emerged from Luo Bai's body and enveloped the entire house in an instant. At the same time, Luo Bai opened the mirror space, isolating the entire house from the outside world. Along the edge of the mirror space, the fairy power spread again. However, in the blink of an eye, the entire space was swallowed up by darkness, and the only things that could illuminate the entire space were two balls of light. The two balls of light were like the blank spaces deliberately left by the fairy power, like the eyes of the fairy power staring at Zithorne with an almost greedy state. Seeing this powerful black energy, Wong was stunned. After being stunned for a while, he couldn't help but exclaimed, OMG, what the hell is this? Before Luo Bai could speak, Zithorne gave the answer. Fairy power? Zithorne exclaimed. As an ancient god, Zithorne had naturally heard of the power of fairies. Even though he may not have seen it with his own eyes, this power is definitely the power of the fairy. At this moment, Zithorne finally understood. He asked why Luo Bai was different from other humans. He had clearly given Luo Bai so much power, but Luo Bai's was always out of his control, and he would come to his dark dimension from time to time to absorb power. It was actually because of the power of the goblin. It actually chose you as its host, Zithorne muttered, with disbelief in his tone. Hearing the surprise in Zithorne's tone, Wong became even more confused. He couldn't figure it out, so he couldn't help but ask, what is the power of the fairy? He seemed to be unable to understand why Zithorne, the god of dark magic, would be afraid of this power. Kamar-Taj's library contains a great deal of knowledge. It includes origin magic power and phoenix power, but surprisingly, fairy power is not included in the record. The reason is simple, because fairy power has only appeared once in the multi-universe. And that time it appeared, it was located in the Earth, 1298 universe. Since the power of fairies was born very early, there is very little information available. Because of this, there is almost no information about the power of the fairies in the library of Kamar-Taj. And Zithorne would know simply because he had lived long enough. So he had more or less heard some rumors about the powerful energy in the multi-universe. Fairy power is more terrifying than origin magic power and phoenix power. Such a powerful force appeared in the multi-universe, and the mages on Earth didn't know about it. It seemed that the questions Wong asked made him appear too ignorant. Zithorne was immediately furious and started cursing. You don't even know the power of fairies. How did you white magicians on Earth learn magic? Didn't Vishanti even tell you this knowledge? You are really a disgrace to the magicians. Zithorne roared angrily. As the origin of dark magic, Zithorne's status in the wizard world is actually similar to that of Vishanti. After all, Vishanti is the origin of white magic, and Zithorne is the origin of all black magic. So they can all be called the ancestors of the magic world. Zithorne scolding the king, that's fine. As a younger generation in the wizard world, Wong is actually very humble. So he couldn't help but continue to ask Shisong, is the power of the fairy really so strong? Of course, fairy power is the oldest existence in the universe. As long as it wants, it can devour everything. Zithorne replied angrily. Then can you defeat the power of the goblins? The king asked again. Zithorne thought about it and said hesitantly, it may not be possible to defeat it. It depends on how much the fairy's power has developed. Why are you still chatting with me? Shouldn't you be worried about your own situation? Zithorne, you are an invader of the earth now. Luo Bai is the supreme mage. It seemed that because Zithorne answered too diligently, Wong couldn't help but complain. After being reminded by the king, Zithorne suddenly realized it. Yes, Luo Bai is his enemy now. His enemy has become the host of the fairy power. Why is he so excited? Now that Luo Bai possesses the power of fairies. Even if he provides more dark power to Luo Bai, it is only to replenish the power of fairies. It is impossible to control Luo Bai. Thinking of this, Zithorne became much more sober. Supreme Sorcerer. Very good. At the beginning, I saw that you had a strong soul and wanted to use your body to come to the earth for my use. I didn't expect that you were so lucky that you were chosen by the power of the goblins. So, all along, you entered my dark dimension to absorb power, and you were providing energy for the fairy power? Zithorne asked in a deep voice. Luo Bai calmly gave an affirmative answer. It seems that you have discovered it, so you are anxious. How dare mere human wizard use me? Zithorne was angry. He still thought that he could control everything and use Luo Bai. Unexpectedly, he was the one being used. Luo Bai actually used its power to nourish the power of the goblin. Okay, that's really good. The more Zithorne thought about it, the angrier he became. He is an ancient god, the god of dark magic. He was actually used by an earth wizard who had just started practicing. It's such a shame. Do you think you can defeat me with the power of fairies? Do you really understand the meaning of magic? Zithorne roared. He knew very well that the power of the goblins was indeed very strong. But the power of the goblins is not invincible. After all, fairy power is just pure strength, and if it is power, it needs a host. Unfortunately, the host chosen by the fairy power is human. After all, human will is weak, and even if one possesses the most powerful strength, it is impossible to exert the maximum intensity. As an ancient god, the god of origin of black magic, his mastery of magic is far beyond the reach of these humans. Don't be so complacent, kid. The fairy power will be mine soon, said Rage. After he finished speaking, he whispered a spell. As the magic was activated, huge amounts of changes occurred in the entire mirror space. The mirror space began to shatter. After the mirror space was completely shattered, the entire space was replaced by Zithorne's dark dimension. A huge amount of rift was born in the dark dimension of Zithorne, and huge amounts of mysterious power of the old gods were transmitted from the mysterious rift. The originally dim, dark dimension was instantly enveloped by balls of red flames. This is the dimension of Zithorne. Sure enough, if Zithorne dared to come to Earth, he must have been fully prepared. He knew very well that he would not be able to exert his full strength just by possessing Quicksilver's body. So, when he came, he opened up the connection between his own dimension and the Earth. This mysterious rift is the connection he established. With this rift, Zithorne can exert his full strength on Earth. This time, he will take back everything he has lost. Billions of years ago, the natural life force on Earth gave birth to a group of ancient gods, who then began to kill and devour each other, and some even turned into demons. And Zithorne is one of them. In order to end this fate, Gaia, the goddess of the earth, and the god of life gave birth to Adam. By constantly destroying the demonized ancient gods, Adam became an extremely powerful devourer, so powerful that even Zithorne and Set could not compete with him. In order to avoid being devoured by Adam like those demons, Zithorne was forced to go into exile in other dimensions. Although he chose to escape from the earth, he was not convinced by Adam, so he never gave up establishing a connection with the earth. He created a dimension extremely close to Earth in order to continuously influence things on Earth. Over the years, he has never given up on returning to Earth and has been conducting experiments to find a suitable host for himself. To be more precise, he was looking for a carrier. Find a carrier whose soul is strong and can withstand his power. The Book of Dark God is the tool that Zithorne uses to find the carrier. In fact, Zithorne had looked for many carriers, but he never felt satisfied until he met Luo Bai. If nothing unexpected happens, with Luo Bai, Zithorne can rule the entire universe. But unfortunately, Luo Bai was chosen by the power of the fairy. Not only was he out of control, but he also became his enemy. This made Zithorne feel a little pity. What a great carrier. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by his own hands. He admitted that the power of the goblin was very strong. But Luo Bai was too naive. He really thought that he could do whatever he wanted with the power of the fairy. Can I defeat myself as the god of black magic? If Luo Bai really thinks so, it only proves that he doesn't understand magic at all. When the earth began to connect with the dark dimension of Zithorne, the powerful energy was quickly absorbed by Zithorne. Since Quicksilver's body could not withstand such a powerful force at all, Zithorne abandoned Quicksilver's body and revealed his true face. Zithorne's true appearance is not that scary. Except for the pair of glowing red eyes, the rest of his appearance is very similar to that of ordinary humans, even more normal than Mephisto. If most people didn't know Zithorne's identity and had never learned magic, they might think that Zithorne didn't pose any threat at all. But the king, the Grand Master of Kamar-Taj, knew. The Zithorne in front of him was already too powerful to be controlled. Feeling how powerful Zithorne was, the king became a little panicked. He didn't quite understand what the fairy power was and whether it could defeat Zithorne. So he could only remind Luo Bai, Zithorne has connected his own dimension with the earth. If we don't stop him, the entire earth will be controlled by him. Supreme Mage. Wang said nervously. Luo Bai certainly knew it, so he did not hesitate. He immediately released the fairy power towards Zithorne. After consuming the dark energies of Dormammu and Mephisto, the fair has become more powerful than ever before. After receiving Luo Bai's order, the fairy power rushed towards Zithorne at lightning speed. In the past, the fairy power would have surrounded Zithorne the moment it rushed out and began to forcibly absorb the energy in Zithorne's dimension. But this time it seemed a little different. I saw Zithorne began to mutter something, as if he was silently chanting some spell. Next second, the entire dark dimension began to stir. The scarlet energy gathered into a ball of energy as powerful as the fairy power and began to fight against the fairy power. Two dark forces collide with each other. Luo Bai could feel that the fairy power was constantly devouring the dark energy in the Zithorne dimension. But Zithorne's dark energy seemed to be able to grow infinitely. Even though the fairy power was constantly devouring it, the dark power not only did not weaken, but continued to grow stronger and stronger. In order to stop this force from growing stronger, the fairy power could only swallow it in one gulp. But obviously, the power of the goblin could not do that at this time. Although the power of the fairy is strong, it needs to grow. Simply put, if the energy absorbed by the fairy power is greater than that of Zithorne, then it could be stronger than Zithorne. The reason why the fairy power was able to defeat the gods was because it swallowed up the fragments of the phoenix power. Although the fairy power has now followed Luo Bai to devour the energy of Mephisto and Dormammu, the two of them combined cannot defeat Zithorne. As for the 4 rough stones, as the ancient god Zithorne, just 4 infinity stones cannot affect Zithorne at all. That's why the fairy power couldn't completely crush Zithorne's dark energy at this time. At first, Zithorne was testing the strength of the fairy power. But when he found that the power of the fairy had not developed to the point where he could not completely defeat it, Zithorne became arrogant. You have only absorbed a tiny bit of the fairy power? TSK, TSK, TSK. Well, as a human like you, what kind of power can you get? Zithorne said sarcastically. The next second, he chanted the spell again. But in just a moment, the dark energy suddenly surged and began to bite and devour the fairy's power. Although the two forces have no entity, one can feel that the competition between them is very fierce. The two forces are like 2 giant beasts at this moment, constantly fighting for dominance. If someone is not paying attention, he may be swallowed up by another force. The only thing that could determine the winner between them is their host. The power of the fairy is so strong, but it's a pity that it chose a human to be its host. How long have you been learning magic? Do you really think you can dominate me just because you have the power of a fairy? You are just a mere human. How dare you play with God's consciousness? As Zithorne's voice continued to echo in the dark dimension, the dark energy in the dark dimension became stronger and stronger, so strong that it enveloped everyone. Countless formless dark matter attacked everyone, and everyone immediately began to defend themselves. They knew very well that if they were attacked by these dark substances, they would erode their will, causing them to fall into darkness and eventually be controlled by Zithorne. In fact, for Luo Bai, these dark substances are not worth mentioning, and it is quite easy to deal with them. But for Wong, Polaris, and others, these dark substances are still too powerful. They had no way to resist completely. Even if they can resist temporarily now, their fighting power will decrease over time, and these dark energies will instantly erode their will. It seemed that he could see that they could no longer withstand him. Zithorne took advantage of the victory and chanted the spell again. This time, the ability used by Zithorne is to modify reality. As the god of dark magic, Zithorne can modify reality at will. Although he could not modify the fairy power, making it disappear or change its owner, but he can modify the entire world through his ability. Foolish and ignorant human, open your eyes and take a look. I am Zithorne, the source of all dark magic. Your magic is insignificant to me. Mages on earth, be loyal to me, the ancient god Zithorne. Follow me and dominate the universe together. Zithorne rage opened his mouth, and the next second powerful red and black magical energy burst out from his body. As power exploded, red-black energy instantly enveloped everyone and began to spread outward. Because Zithorne's power was too strong, Wong, Polaris, and others could not resist it at all, and they were soon eroded by the red-black energy. After the erosion, the eyes of several people began to clearly show something wrong. Since they were unable to resist Zithorne's ability, they were modified by reality and degenerated into black magicians. But the situation is far more than that. Zithorne's modifications are not just for Wong and others. His modification this time is aimed at the entire world and the entire earth. Although Luo Bai possessed the power of the fairy, Zithorne was unable to modify him and made him become a dark wizard. But Zithorne expanded his dark dimension by modifying the entire world. At this time, the earth has completely fallen. Zithorne turned earth into his dark dimension. After the expansion, Zithorne began to absorb power from the earth. After huge amounts of energy entered and were absorbed into Zithorne's body, Zithorne became even more powerful than before. His body grew in size, and his strange eyes became brighter red. He looked at Luo Bai and gave a weird smile. He didn't open his mouth, but a voice rang in Luo Bai's ears at this moment. Supreme Mage, the earth you protected no longer exists. As the voice fell, Zithorne released dark magic at Luo Bai. The dark magic used by Zithorne was exactly what Luo Bai was familiar with, absorbing dark energy. This is magic created by Zithorne himself, so Zithorne is more adept at using it. He released all his strength and began to absorb the energy and fairy power from Luo Bai's body. Only then did Luo Bai realize that Zithorne was far more powerful than he had imagined. In fact, Luo Bai also has the ability to modify reality. But because Zithorne was in his own dimension, he was so powerful that he was not affected or controlled by reality at all. This means that even if Luo Bai uses the ability to modify reality, he cannot affect Zithorne and the dimension where Zithorne is located. The fairy power has not yet grown to the point where it can completely defeat Zithorne, and the magic that modifies reality has no effect on Zithorne. It seemed that Luo Bai had no chance of winning at this point, and he didn't even put up any resistance. Seeing that Luo Bai no longer resisted, Zithorne thought that Luo Bai had realized that he could not defeat him, so he simply gave up and became arrogant. No one knows magic better than me, he shouted, and once again released all the dark energy to wrap around Luo Bai. He wanted to absorb all of Luo Bai's power, even his soul. He not only wants to absorb it, but also wants to occupy Luo Bai's body. He knew very well that if he completely took over Luo Bai's consciousness, he would become extremely powerful, so powerful that no god can stop him. Seeing that the energy in Luo Bai's body was constantly being absorbed by him, Zithorne became more excited. It seemed that he was about to successfully take over Luo Bai's power and fairy power for himself. But just as he was absorbing it excitedly, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, that's not right. Something is wrong. Why did the fairy power suddenly burst out and began to absorb his dark energy? Zithorne was stunned and looked at Luo Bai. At this moment, he finally realized Luo Bai was actually absorbing white magic energy. When Luo Bai accidentally entered the Supreme Dimension and received the blessing of Vishandi, it also meant that he was qualified to enter the Supreme Dimension. After Luo Bai studied the contents of the Book of Dark God, he mastered how to absorb dark magic and thus comprehended the essence of this magic. Combining the ability of the fairy power to create magic, Luo Bai created a magic that should not exist, absorbing the energy of the Supreme Dimension. As a supreme sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, Luo Bai actually has many ways to absorb Vishandi's energy. Although Luo Bai had tried various methods, he found that Vishandi was too stingy. It is impossible to obtain a large amount of energy from Vishandi through the currently known methods of absorption. You can only gain a little bit of power each time. This made Luo Bai start to think whether it was because Emperor Wei Shan was too stingy or because the method recorded in Kamar-Taj's magic book simply couldn't obtain a large amount of Emperor Wei Shan's power. He couldn't get the answer, so he simply used the ability of the fairy power to create a new magic himself. The power of this magic is that Luo Bai can directly absorb the power of Emperor Wei Shan from the Supreme Dimension through magic. This magic does not need to be completed through any rituals. It can be completed directly by using spells. If another mage created this magic, it is very likely that it would not be possible. The reason is simple. One is because other mages cannot enter the Supreme Dimension at all. The second reason is, even if you enter, you will most likely not be able to absorb Wei Shan Emperor's energy. But for Luo Bai, once he can create it, he can 100% absorb it. After all, he also has a passive called luck. As long as there is a 0.1% probability, he can succeed. And obviously, he succeeded. After discovering that Zithorne wanted to forcibly absorb the power in his body, Luo Bai used his own magic. After reciting the spell silently in his heart, he began to directly absorb the power of Emperor Wei Shan from the Supreme Dimension. Different from the past, this time he gained a lot of Wei Shan Emperor's power. Not just white magic energy, but the divine power of Emperor Wei Shan. The power of Emperor Wei Shan increased the power of the fairies by huge amounts, and at the same time, Luo Bai himself was strengthened. Because of this, the power of fairies suddenly exploded. After noticing something was wrong, Zithorne immediately wanted to withdraw his dark energy, but he couldn't withdraw it at all, because the power of the goblin was now so powerful that it was no longer under his control. However, the situation reversed in an instant. The power of the fairies, which could only compete with Zithorne's dark power, instantly became several levels stronger. The strengthened fairy power no longer hesitated and swallowed most of Zithorne's dark dimension in one bite. After swallowing half of the dark dimension, the power of the fairy was fully developed. The power of the fairies, which had been suppressed for a long time, began to absorb the dark dimension of Zithorne like a storm. Zithorne, who was originally infinitely powerful, was eaten by the power of fairies and lost half of his strength in an instant. It was visible to the naked eye that Zithorne was panicking. He kept releasing dark magic to contain the power of the goblin, but the power of the goblin was beyond control at this time. Not only was it not restrained, but it was eaten even harder. But after a while, the dark dimension was not eaten much by the power of fairies. The most terrifying thing is that after absorbing his dark energy, the goblin's power is terrifyingly powerful, and even Luo Bai becomes extremely powerful. I saw Luo Bai using modifications to achieve magic and easily cracked Zithorne's previous magic. But after a while, the Earth returned to its original state. Polar Star, Wong, and others also recovered their consciousness. When a few people recover, I saw the power of the goblin going crazy, chasing Zithorne everywhere. Zithorne was still shouting, "Stop! Stop! I am a god of dark magic. You can't swallow me. Polaris. King. Wanda. The three of them were stunned. Wait, something's wrong. They clearly remember that they were still at a disadvantage before. Then it seemed like for a moment they lost consciousness. How come after regaining consciousness, Zithorne was beaten so hard that he started running around? So what happened just now? Polaris and Wong were all very confused at this moment. They couldn't understand why Zithorne fled in the blink of an eye. Wasn't Zithorne so crazy just now? Why is he being chased all of a sudden? Several people looked on in confusion as they watched the fairy power chasing Zithorne all over the dark dimension, discussing as they watched. Polaris. King, didn't you say that Zithorne was not very strong? It seems that he is not very strong after seeing this. King. So what exactly is the power of the fairy? Even Zithorne can't defeat it. Wanda. TSK, so miserable. The group chatted as they watched the fairy power chase Zithorne around. Every word of their conversation fell into Zithorne's ears. To be honest, Zithorne felt very embarrassed at this moment. As an ancient god, he is now being chased and beaten in his own dimension. With so many people watching him, how could Zithorne not feel embarrassed? The most important thing is that at this time, the fairy power is not only chasing Zithorne, but also has time to devour Zithorne's dark dimension. Zithorne thought about stopping it, but the more the fairy power consumed, the weaker Zithorne's power became, and the less he could resist. At first, Zithorne was also able to release powerful dark magic to attack the fairy power. In the end, Zithorne could only throw out dark energy balls. It was visibly that Zithorne had collapsed. In the end, he even gave up resisting and could only watch as the fairy power devoured his dark dimension, leaving only a small corner. Just when Shisoen thought that he was going to be eaten to pieces by the power of the goblin, Luo Bai unexpectedly shouted at this moment, "Stop!" The fairy power was obedient and directly retracted into Luo Bai's body. The moment the fairy power combined with Luo Bai felt that his whole being was sublimated. He immediately integrated the power in his body, and he didn't know how long it took. When all the strength was completely integrated, Luo Bai seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He frowned and chanted a spell in his mind. After reciting the spell, he released a powerful dark energy. This energy expanded and then covered, and finally Luo Bai created a dark dimension of his own. After the dark dimension was successfully created, Luo Bai silently recited the spell again. The next second, he created vampires, werewolves, and other life forms. Looking at the dimensions and life forms he created, Luo Bai couldn't help but mutter, "Is this the power of the ancient gods?" It's really useful. His words irritated Zithorne. Zithorne immediately raged and yelled, "What you are using now is my power. It is the power of the ancient god Zithorne." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai replied calmly, "It was in the past, but not now." These words were so casual that they broke down Zithorne's defense. "Without the power of fairies, you can never defeat me. You are a human from Earth. How long have you learned magic? Even if you absorb the power of Vishani, you can never defeat me. It is the power of fairies that is powerful, not you," said Rage. He was very angry and anxious, and he was very irritable at this time. He was shouting wildly after his defense was broken. Compared to his temper, Luo Bai seemed too calm. "What you said is all right, but I'm lucky. The fairy power chose me as its host. Isn't that infuriating?" Luo Bai responded with a smile. This sentence left Zithorne completely speechless. He stared at Luo Bai with his eyes wide open and angry, and it was obvious that he was very unconvinced. But there was nothing he could do even if he was unwilling to accept it, because the power of the fairy had just consumed all his strength. He now only has a little bit of strength left. Even if Dormammu were standing in front of him now, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat him, let alone Luo Bai, who possessed the power of the fairy and controlled most of his power. Although he didn't know why the situation changed in an instant, seeing Shisong in such a mess, Polaris couldn't help but speak. "Master Luo Bai, Zithorne wants to rule the earth. If he is not dealt with as soon as possible, the earth will be in danger. Although Zithorne looked miserable when he was chased by the fairy power, everyone had also witnessed Zithorne's strength. He can easily change reality, and everyone is worried that if Zithorne is given the opportunity, he might control the entire world again. Luo Bai thought about it and was silent for a moment before replying, "I think you are right. As a god of black magic, Zithorne is indeed too dangerous." Luo Bai said this, and then took out a contract as usual. When Luo Bai took out the contract, Zithorne was obviously stunned. He thought Luo Bai was going to release the fairy power to devour him, but he never expected that Luo Bai would actually give him a contract. Zithorne was very puzzled, but after thinking about it, he took it. After reading the contract, Zithorne was furious. The contract actually reads, "I, the god of black magic and underworld god Zithorne, voluntarily sign this contract. From now on, he will never come to the earth again, and he will promise to resolutely protect the earth and provide dark energy to the supreme mage Luo Bai on a regular basis." Good. You sucked away most of my ability, and you're still not happy. You still want me to work for you, right? You're the supreme sorcerer. How can you be so dark? You are even darker than the black magician. You. Zithorne was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. He pointed at Luo Bai and said the word "you" several times in a row. After a long while, he couldn't help it and started to complain. "Are you really the supreme mage?" As the supreme mage, he uses the power of fairies and even uses dark energy to nourish himself. No matter how you look at it, this guy doesn't look like a supreme sorcerer. Facing Zithorne's collapse, Luo Bai remained calm and said with a smile, "Of course. As the supreme mage, I never force others. If you agree, sign this contract and strictly enforce it. If you don't agree, for the safety of the earth, I can only let the fairy power devour you." Good. What a great supreme mage. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law in the world? As the supreme mage, he learned the purest white magic in the Nemo world. Now I'm telling him, if you don't obey my orders, I'll eat you? No. Can one really become the supreme mage like this? But Shani doesn't care. The more Zithorne thought about it, the angrier he got. He gritted his teeth and asked the king, "The supreme sorcerer has become like this now? He has devoured the dark energy and still wants me, the black magician, to support him? Is this how you, Kamar-Taj?" Seriously, when Wong saw Luo Bai releasing the fairy power and absorbing the dark energy, he was also shocked for a moment. Just imagine if there was no fairy power. Even if all the mages of Kamar-Taj were combined, they would not be able to defeat Zithorne. Thinking of this, Wong responded somewhat helplessly, "But he is the supreme sorcerer, the most powerful wizard on earth. Kamar-Taj is under his control, and I will follow his instructions." Zithorne. Okay. Furious and frustrated, Zithorne said the most cowardly words in the most arrogant tone. "Isn't it just a contract? Can't I sign it? I will sign it." Zithorne said this almost through gritted teeth. He was well aware of how unfavorable the current situation was for him. Luo Bai held the power of the fairy in his hands, and it had also devoured most of his strength. At this moment, he had no capital to negotiate at all. If he does not agree to sign the contract, he will definitely be devoured by the power of the fairy. But if he agrees to sign the contract, maybe he can still develop for a while. He thought so when he was being hunted by the devourer. He who knows the times is a hero. Even if Zithorne was unwilling, he had to sign the contract. In desperation, Zithorne signed the contract. Looking at the traces left by Zithorne on the contract, Luo Bai put it away with great satisfaction. After signing the contract, Luo Bai was about to leave when she saw In suddenly said, "You can't just leave like this." Luo Bai smiled and couldn't help asking, "Why, you're still not convinced?" Zithorne said nothing, his expression somewhat hesitant. After a long while, Zithorne spoke helplessly. "It's not that I'm not convinced. It's just that the power of the fairy has devoured too much of my strength, and I'm very weak now. If you just leave like this, I won't be able to defeat my enemies." God knows how difficult it was for Zithorne to say this. He hid here to escape being hunted down. In order to fight his way back to Earth, he constantly improves his ability. I didn't expect that. I was defeated by an Earth wizard just after returning to Earth. What made him most helpless was that most of his energy in the dark dimension was taken away by the Sorcerer Supreme. He is too weak now, and it is impossible for him to recover in a short time. But as a black magician, evil god, how could Zithorne have no enemies or foes? Once people find out that he is so weak that he can't wait for the power of the goblin to swallow him up, his enemies will probably swallow him up. Since Zithorne agreed to sign a contract with Luo Bai, it must be because he didn't want to face the end of being swallowed. Naturally, he couldn't let Luo Bai go so easily. Thinking of this, Shisong spoke again. I have already signed the contract you gave me. We are in a cooperative relationship anyway. If I am devoured by my enemy, it will not be good for you. Why don't you return my power to me? With power, I can resist the attacks of other evil gods, so that I can continue to provide you with power. What he said is true. After all, there are more than one ancient god, Shisong, and more than one evil god in Luo Bai's multi-universe. Zithorne is so weak now, it would be troublesome if he was targeted and eaten by someone. Because his words made so much sense, even the king beside him began to think about it. Supreme Sorcerer, what Zithorne said is right. His strength has been greatly reduced by you. If other evil gods really come to find him, it will be very dangerous for the earth. Wang analyzed. Seeing him say that, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, so you think I should return the power to Shisong? The king objected without hesitation. Of course not. We have finally weakened Shisong. If we return the power to him, all our efforts will be in vain. Shisong is the god of black magic. Who can guarantee that after returning the power, he will not violate the contract agreement and attack the earth again and retaliate against us? Then, without waiting for Zisongen and the others to speak, the king proposed again. How about you just swallow him? This way you don't have to worry about him being swallowed by other evil gods in the future, and you don't have to return the power to him. The king's words really made Zithorne very angry. He originally thought that among all the mages on Earth, Luo Bai was the only evil one, relying on the power of the goblins to do evil. I didn't expect. They're all darker than each other. Zithorne wanted to say something, but he was so angry that he couldn't utter a word for a long time. He glared at Wang and Luo Bai, his eyes full of anger. The most terrifying thing is that Luo Bai was silent at this time, as if he had already decided to kill. Worried that Luo Baijin would release the power of the fairy to swallow him, she saw and said in panic, "You can't do this. We signed a contract. You promised that as long as I provide energy, you won't swallow me." Fortunately, Luo Bai didn't seem to have this plan. I have considered the problem you mentioned before, but I'm not worried. As long as you abide by the contract and work loyally for me, your dimension will not be harmed, Luo Bai said with a smile. Others may not be very clear about it, but Luo Bai himself is very clear about it. His biggest trump card is not the power of the fairy at all, but his own good luck buff. He firmly believed that the goddess of luck would always favor him and would not let him encounter any danger. Even in recent times, the three evil gods Mephisto, Dormammu, and Zithorne have come to Earth. But for Luo Bai, their arrival was not a danger, but a benefit. Because of this, Luo Bai was not worried at all about the questions raised by Zithorne. Even if Shisong is really swallowed one day, it will not pose any threat to Luo Bai and the Earth. Maybe it will be another wave of benefits. Thinking of this, Luo Bai looked at Shisong and smiled. Shisong, I know very well what you're thinking, but I hope you can put away your inner thoughts and desires. Otherwise, you don't have to wait for your enemies to come to me. I will take action to deal with you myself. The contract is used to restrict you, not me. I hope you understand this. After saying this, Luo Bai took Wang and his group away. When leaving, Luo Bai casually closed the link between the Zithorne dimension and the Earth. Until Luo Bai completely disappeared in the dimension, Zithorne still hadn't recovered from the shock. He looked at his own ruined dimension and remembered what Luo Bai had said, and became even angrier. No, What kind of world is this, Nima? The villains are talking about the spirit of the contract, but the Supreme Sorcerer tells you that I can abide by this contract if I want to, and I won't abide by it if I don't want to. Vishanti, you are the boss of black magic. What kind of wizards are they teaching? They are even more evil than evil gods. Zithorne was angry, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to develop. While Zithorne was getting furious, Luo Bai and others had already returned to the New York villa. Polaris was very excited when she returned to her New York villa. She looked at Luo Bai and couldn't help asking, "Master Luo Bai, what is that fairy power you just used?" Even Zithorne couldn't beat it. She has the expression of a little fangirl. As soon as he finished speaking, the king beside him couldn't help but ask, "Supreme Mage, I am also very curious. What exactly is the power of the goblin?" The king did not understand the power of the goblins. Even though he had just witnessed the power of fairies, he still had many doubts about it. Seeing that Polaris had already asked the question, Wong couldn't help but ask as well. Since Luo Bai has already displayed the power of the fairy, he certainly has not thought of hiding it. Sitting on the sofa, Luo Bai sorted out his thoughts and explained to the others, "I discovered the power of the fairy while traveling in the multi-universe. It was born in the Earth 1298 universe, and for some reason it recognized me as its host. To be precise, it is a kind of power, and there is no such thing as good or evil. But because it is born with an insatiable hunger, it needs to absorb a lot of energy." After hearing the explanation, the king seemed to understand a little bit, and couldn't help asking, "You mean the power of the fairy needs to be constantly absorbed by energy? Just like it swallowed up the dark dimension of Zithorne just now?" "Yes, fairy power is not actually very strong, but it is very special. You may have heard of origin magic power and phoenix power, but fairy power is somewhat different from these two powers. It can completely absorb and transform other people's energy and ultimately use it for its own benefit." Luo Bai replied again. Now, the king finally had a concrete understanding of the power of fairies. After thinking about the ability of the fairy power, Wong was very surprised and couldn't help but exclaimed, "What kind of fairy power is this? Is it so awesome?" Seriously, before this, the king couldn't understand why the fairy power could crush Zithorne. After all, Zithorne is an ancient god, and even if Odin comes, he may not be able to win. He was from the same period as Vishanti. Although Vishanti is definitely much more powerful than Zithorne, a big shot of Zithorne's level is obviously not someone that mages like them can mess with. But after listening to Luo Bai, Wong understood a little. The power of the fairy absorbs the energy of others, not only strengthening itself, but also turning other people's abilities into its own use. Just imagine this. You're fighting with someone, and suddenly you find that your strength is getting weaker and weaker, while his strength is getting stronger and stronger. The most important thing is that after the fight, he has mastered all the magic you know. How scary. No wonder a big shot like Zithorne was finally forced by the power of the goblins to sign a contract. The power of this goblin is too strong. The king muttered. This is just one of the abilities of the fairy's power. It can also modify reality and is proficient in all witchcraft and can even create its own magic. Luo Bai explained again. After he finished speaking, the king was obviously stunned for a while. After a long while, the king asked, "The power of the fairy is proficient in all witchcraft and can also create magic by itself? Can these abilities be added to you?" "Of course," Luo Bai responded with a smile. "I am the host of the fairy power, and our will is the same. What it has, I also have." Holy crap! Wong opened his eyes wide, envy clearly revealed in his eyes. What does this amount to? It's equivalent to you being an ordinary person, without any magical talent at all. But once you become the host of the fairy power, you can instantly become the supreme mage. Which wizard doesn't want to have this power? That's great. Wong couldn't help but mutter, and it was obvious that he was really envious. Tell me why he doesn't have such good luck to be chosen as the host by the fairy power. Wong thought about it and fell silent. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Luo Bai couldn't help but suddenly ask, "King, how many years have you been in Kamar-Taj?" Wong was brought back to his senses and replied, "I can't remember exactly how many years it has been, probably 30 or 40 years. You should have seen everything I did in the dark dimension just now. Do you have anything to say about it?" Luo Bai continued to ask. Only then did he suddenly understand why Luo Bai asked him these questions. Kamar-Taj has always forbidden any contact with dark magic. But as the Supreme Mage, Luo Bai not only absorbed the dark magic, he even kept Zithorne captive. Even though Luo Bai had abolished this ban before, most of the mages in Kamar-Taj were still very wary of dark magic. After all, most wizards are still unable to fully accept dark magic, and they have always regarded dark magic as a synonym for evil. The king serves as the steward of all the supreme wizards of all generations. He had followed Ancient One for a long time, so it was normal for him to have objections to Luo Bai's actions. But Wong was more open-minded about this. "I admit that I was very surprised when I saw you absorbing the dark energy. After all, when the Ancient One was here, he always warned the mages that dark energy would corrupt them. $1*G at *caret. But I do know that without the fairy power, we would not be able to defeat Zithorne in the situation just now. So I can accept what you did. It's just that I'm a little worried, so I want to ask you, Supreme Sorcerer, would the dark energy you absorbed have any effect on you?" Wong asked, with some worry in his eyes. Luo Bai knew what he was asking and answered immediately, "No, dark energy cannot erode my will, because the power of the goblins will transform them." "That's good." Wong sighed as if he was relieved. "If the dark energy does not corrode you and can enhance your ability, then this is a good thing for Kamar-Taj and the Earth." Luo Bai felt relieved that Wong Hui thought so. Just as the Ancient One said, Wong's ideas are not pedantic, so she trusts him more than Mordo. But Mordo's side, Luo Bai did not intend to keep this a secret. So after thinking about it, he said to the king, "King, you will report back to Kamar-Taj about the fairy power in Zithorne." Wong was a little surprised to hear him say this. After thinking for a moment, he immediately replied, "Supreme Sorcerer, I think you should keep it a secret. Although you lifted the ban, most of the mages in Kamar-Taj followed the Ancient One. It may be difficult for them to accept your behavior." Luo Bai naturally knew what was going on, so he replied in all seriousness, "I know, but it doesn't matter. This matter cannot be concealed. If those mages cannot accept it, they can leave Kamar-Taj at any time, including Master Mordo." Hearing him say this, Wong seemed to understand something. "I understand, Supreme Mage," the king said and prepared to leave. He opened the portal and was about to step through. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around to ask, "Supreme Sorcerer, was it because of the power of the fairies that Mephisto and Dormammu left the Earth?" Luo Bai nodded and replied, "Yes." Wong was stunned for a moment and then asked, "So they also signed the contract?" Luo Bai nodded again. Wong was stunned. "Good job." He said, "How could Dormammu leave the Earth so easily and promised never to invade the Earth again? Is this the reason?" "Supreme Sorcerer, are you planning to recruit all these evil gods?" Wong couldn't help but ask. "Not really. I just want them all to protect the Earth. This is also stated in the contract." Luo Bai said, "King, good job. If someone invades the Earth in the future, Dormammu, Mephisto, and Zithorne, the three evil gods, will suddenly appear and say they will protect the Earth. Can you imagine this scene? Times have really changed." After understanding the specific situation, the expression on Wong's face was very interesting. "Supreme Master, sometimes I think you are really a god." Wong couldn't help but sigh. Let Dormammu and Zithorne protect the Earth? Luo Bai actually did something that he had never dared to think about. No wonder Wong was full of admiration for Luo Bai at this time. After asking these questions, the king originally planned to leave. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai suddenly called him. "By the way, Wong, when you return to Kamar-Taj, remember to go and see what Stark is doing. If you find that he is researching and trying to create artificial intelligence, remember to tell me." "AI?" Wong frowned. Although he didn't particularly understand what Luo Bai said, he didn't ask any more questions. just agreed and left. Watching Wong leaving, Luo Bai began to guess. Just as he expected, Wong was able to accept the fact that he had signed an agreement with the Lord of the Dark Dimension and absorbed dark energy. But Mo probably won't be able to accept it. This conclusion was drawn because in the original plot, Mordo would leave Kamar-Taj and eventually fall. In the original plot, when Mordo learned that the Ancient One had absorbed dark energy, he found it hard to accept and chose to leave Kamar-Taj. Although the story has changed because of my arrival, Mordo was not aware that the Ancient One had absorbed the dark energy, so he did not leave. But once he knew that Luo Bai, the Supreme Mage, was absorbing dark energy, I believe he would make the same choice. With a certain psychological expectation, Luo Bai could still accept this matter. But he couldn't help but be curious about another thing. Because of myself, some timelines seem to have happened ahead of time. It's like Dormammu was supposed to appear after Doctor Strange entered Kamar-Taj, but now Dormammu has been beaten away by him and Doctor Strange has not appeared yet. For example, the breakup between Stark and Captain America should have happened after the appearance of Ultron. However, because Luo Bai announced Hydra's Insight plan in advance, Stark and Captain America had already broken up before Ultron appeared. Although many stories have been brought forward, it does not mean that the original stories will not happen. Just like Ultron. According to the normal timeline, Ultron should be appearing soon. If Luo Bai remembers correctly, in the movie plot, Ultron was jointly created by Stark and Dr. Banner. Stark created the artificial intelligence Ultron because he was worried that the Earth would be in danger. He originally hoped that Ultron could protect the Earth, but he didn't expect that Ultron would eventually develop independent consciousness and begin to destroy the world. But now Stark is studying magic in Kamar-Taj and is determined to create a magic suit. He wouldn't create an Ultron in Kamar-Taj, would he? Although Luo Bai felt that the possibility was very small. After all, Stark now has to learn magic and make magic suits at the same time. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't have time to study Ultron anymore. But considering that Ultron would definitely appear, he had to remind Wong to keep an eye on Stark. I don't know how Ultron and Vision will be born in the end. Luo Bai muttered softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Polaris asked, Master Luo Bai, is there something else going on? Her words brought Luo Bai back to his senses. After shaking his head, Luo Bai replied, Nothing. By the way, Master Luo Bai, I have been wanting to ask you something. If the fairy power chooses you as its host, will it have any effect on your body? Polaris asked, with some worry on his face. Seeing that she was concerned about him, Luo Bai smiled and replied, It doesn't have any other effects. It just makes me feel very hungry. Very hungry? Polaris was stunned, not knowing whether she was remembering the days when she was hungry during her escape. I immediately asked nervously, Are you hungry now? Certainly. Do you need me to make you something to eat? No. Fairy power cannot be fully replenished. Making the host feel hungry is probably its only side effect. But I'm used to it. Luo Bai responded with a smile. When Luo Bai was first possessed by the fairy power, he felt really uncomfortable. However, after this period of control, Luo Bai has adapted a lot and gotten used to it. But Polaris is still a little worried about this. I've been hungry before, and I know very well how uncomfortable it feels to be hungry. Polaris muttered worriedly. Wanda on the side quickly agreed. I can understand it very well. Quicksilver and I. When it comes to Quicksilver, Wanda fell silent. She frowned unconsciously and looked at Quicksilver, who was lying unconscious on the sofa. He has been in a coma ever since Zithorne left Quicksilver's body, and there is no sign of waking up until now. This made Wanda a little worried, and she couldn't help but ask Luo Bai, Do you know why Quicksilver hasn't woken up yet? Luo Bai thought for a moment and gave a guess. It's probably because Zithorne's power is too strong. He possessed Quicksilver, but Quicksilver's body couldn't withstand this power. That's why Quicksilver has been unconscious at this time. Then when will he wake up? Wanda asked again anxiously. She had just finished speaking, without even waiting for Luo Bai to answer. Quicksilver, who was originally unconscious, moved and opened his eyes. Wanda was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to ask, Are you okay? At this moment, Quicksilver seemed to have lost all consciousness and whispered, "What happened to me?" Wanda immediately told Quicksilver the whole story. After understanding the details, Quicksilver finally had some impression. "I remember that I was planning to seek revenge on Hydra, and then I heard someone talking in my ear out of nowhere. He said, if I go to seek revenge now, I will be courting death. He told me to go to the place, he said, and I would gain the power to seek revenge. Then I went and entered a door. So the person who guided me was the demon Zithorne." Quicksilver frowned and couldn't help asking. Luo Bai corrected him on the spot. To be precise, he is the god of black magic. He is an ancient god. Quicksilver suddenly realized. Although he didn't remember what happened in the middle, after hearing Wanda describe the situation as so dangerous, Quicksilver still expressed his gratitude to Luo Bai. "Thank you, Master Luo Bai." After he finished speaking, he stood up, almost in the instant when no one could react. He flashed from the sofa to appear in front of Luo Bai, and then expressed his gratitude. "I heard from Wanda that you are a very good person. Although you have a good relationship with Stark, but you are you and he is him. You helped me and Wanda and saved me this time. I don't know how to thank you, but if you need anything, I will definitely help you." Quicksilver thanked him sincerely, and at this moment, even he himself did not notice that some changes seemed to have taken place in his body. But Wanda on the side saw it clearly. "Quicksilver, you—" Wanda exclaimed in surprise. Seeing her so surprised, Quicksilver couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with me? You are so fast." Wanda exclaimed. Polaris on the side couldn't help but sigh. "You were really fast just now." Only then did Quicksilver realize that there seemed to be some changes in his body. He seems to have some unusual abilities. Quicksilver was a little excited and tried to use his ability in the house. After confirming that this was not an illusion, Quicksilver couldn't help but sigh. "What's going on? Why do I suddenly have such a fast speed?" Not to mention Quicksilver. Even Polaris and Wanda were a little confused. They all turned their eyes to Luo Bai. Luo Bai shook his head, not quite sure about this. "I'm not sure about the details. It's possible that when Zithorne possessed you, his power activated the potential in your body, so you now have the ability to move and think at high speed," Luo Bai said. "In the movie, Quicksilver's ability is activated because of Hydra's human experiments. In simple terms, it is because of the Mind Stone. But since Luo Bai appeared, the Mind Stone has been in Luo Bai's hands, so Hydra's human experiments have not been able to be carried out. When Luo Bai first rescued Quicksilver and Wanda, they were just ordinary people and their abilities had not been activated. Although Luo Bai knew that the abilities of these two people would be activated one day, he did not expect that the activation of Quicksilver's ability was related to Zithorne. But this is also a good thing, as the Justice League happens to be short of people. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled and asked, "Didn't you say you would help me? How about joining the Justice League?" "Justice League? What is that?" Quicksilver couldn't help but ask. "I founded an organization to protect the Earth. Wanda should know about this," Luo Bai said. As soon as the voice fell, Wanda on the side quickly echoed, "I do know that I was involved in the actions of the Justice League before." Seeing that she said so, Quicksilver immediately agreed. "Okay, I promise you to join the Justice League. If you have any problems in the future, you can always call me." As soon as Quicksilver finished speaking, Wanda beside him also spoke up. "If you don't mind, I also want to join the Justice League." It can be said that the Justice League was established under Wanda's witness. Although she had no intention of joining at first because of Stark, Wanda gradually changed her mind after experiencing so many things. "I didn't know that the Earth was so dangerous, and I didn't know that Dormammu, Zithorne, these powerful lords of the dimension were coveting the Earth. After these two incidents, I suddenly understood something and suddenly knew why you were so busy. Actually, I quite like the feeling of fighting side by side with you guys, Lorna. If you don't mind, Quicksilver and I can join the Justice League," Wanda said sincerely. After these two incidents, Wanda has come to trust Luo Bai very much. She firmly believed that Luo Bai would ensure the safety of her and Quicksilver and would protect the Earth forever. So she also hopes that she and Quicksilver can integrate into such an atmosphere. Seeing that the two agreed to join Luo Bai was naturally happy and responded with a smile. "Welcome to join the Justice League." As soon as the voice fell, Polaris on the side said excitedly, "Wanda, you finally figured it out. I'm very happy that you are willing to join the Justice League." Wanda smiled and responded a little embarrassedly. "I think you are right, Lorna. There are many meaningful things in life. Maybe I should do something more meaningful. Protect this Earth like you do. I'm glad that you think so, but wait, haven't we had dinner yet?" The two were chatting, and Polaris suddenly seemed to remember something and started asking questions. Wanda finally remembered after she reminded her. Luo Bai had asked them to cook dinner before, but Zithorne came just as dinner was finished. "Look, several people haven't had time to eat yet." Thinking of this, Wanda looked at Luo Bai and asked, "Master Luo Bai, do you want to have dinner together?" Luo Bai shook his head and replied with a smile, "No, I've already eaten. You guys eat, I'll go to the study." As he spoke, he went upstairs. Watching Luo Bai's leaving back, Polaris and Wanda fell silent. At this time, the two finally understood what Luo Bai meant by eat. They had naively thought that Luo Bai really wanted to eat. Now that I think about it, what Luo Bai meant by dinner was completely different from what they understood. They really ate, but what Luo Bai ate was Shi Suo En. TSK. The Supreme Sorcerer is indeed very different from others. Of course, Luo Bai had no idea what the two were thinking at this moment, because he had already gone up to the second floor. The story of Zithorne came to an end when Wanda and Quicksilver joined the Justice League. After solving this problem, Luo Bai finally had some free time. He went upstairs, closed the door, and then Luo Bai began to practice the energy he had absorbed. In Luo Bai's opinion, the most powerful aspect of fairy power is that it can copy abilities. It is precisely because of this ability that Luo Bai can now easily create his own dimension. In addition, he can also create life races. The creation of a race of life was copied from Zithorne by the fairy power. To be precise, Zithorne is not only the god of black magic, but also the father of monsters. He can create powerful monster races such as vampires, werewolves, goblins, etc. The fairy power copied this ability and absorbed a large amount of energy from Zithorne, which allowed Luo Bai to create these life races. Now that Luo Bai is in need of help, it would seem like a good thing if he could create a large number of life forms to work for him. Thinking of this, Luo Bai wanted to try whether he could create these life races in large quantities. After trying, he found that these life forms did not seem particularly easy to create. In fact, it is not difficult to create a primary form of vampires or life races. Luo Bai can create a large number of them by just consuming some energy. However, the combat effectiveness of the primary form of life races is not strong, and they are like cannon fodder on the battlefield. In order to create a perfect, intelligent, advanced life form, Luo Bai needs to spend a lot of energy. But the power of fairies is not enough to consume everything. So where does Luo Bai get so much energy to consume? After creating some primary life species, Luo Bai found himself even hungrier. Because he was too hungry, he immediately began to absorb dark energy. Maybe it was because he had consumed too much fairy power before. Luo Bai did not absorb too much energy from the three dimensions this time. It's not because Zithorne, Mephisto, and Dormammu are stingy and don't want to give it to me, but because I can't absorb any power at all. Although Luo Bai also used the magic he created to secretly absorb some power from Vishani, this energy was still far from enough. This made Luo Bai start to think, muttering quietly, "It seems that I have to think of other ways to absorb more energy." In fact, there are many ways to absorb energy in the Marvel Universe. Continuously absorbing energy from the dark dimension is one way, and the other is to devour planets. There are many inanimate planets in the multi-universe. This made Luo Bai feel that perhaps he should go to the multi-universe and devour more planets to grow. After all, the power of the fairy also has an ability, which is the ability to create magic. If you want to continuously develop this ability, it also consumes a lot of energy. So after completing the attempt, Luo Bai went to the multi-universe to absorb and devour the planet. Devouring planets is far less fast than devouring energy. Luo Bai stayed in the multi-universe for a long time this time. He also forgot how many planets he had swallowed until he felt it was enough, and then he returned to the villa. I had been planning to return to the villa and continue trying to create a perfect life race, but I didn't expect Wong to come to me at this moment. When he saw him, the king immediately greeted him, Supreme Mage. Luo Bai nodded and asked, "Did something happen to Kamar-Taj?" Normally, Wong would not come to him on his own initiative. If they come to see him, it means something must have happened. Now that there is no abnormal movement on Earth and no Mephisto invasion, the only thing is that something has happened to Kamar-Taj. In fact, Luo Bai had already thought that Wong might have come to him this time, because of Mordo. Sure enough, the next second, Wong heard, "Master Luo Bai. Master Mordo left Kamar-Taj. He said he couldn't accept your contact with dark magic, so he chose to leave. I guess that he would make this choice. Is there anyone else leaving Kamar-Taj?" Luo Bai asked without seeming surprised. The king shook his head and answered again. No one left except him. Luo Bai was silent. In fact, Mordo's relationship with him is not bad. When he first came to Kamar-Taj, it was Mordo who brought him. But as Ancient One said, Mordo is too stubborn. Since the Ancient One said that dark magic is evil, Mordo has stubbornly believed that all wizards who learn dark magic are dark. So it's not surprising that he would leave Luo Bai. But what surprised Luo Bai was that Wong also brought a piece of news. By the way, the Sorcerer Supreme. A man named Strange came to see us. He said he wanted to find the Sorcerer Supreme, said the king. Strange? Dr. Strange?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.